Berlin, February 1944. "It's called Operation Mulberry," Admiral Canaris began, "and as of now we don't have the slightest idea what it's all about." A smile flickered across Brigadeführer Walter Schellenberg's lips and evaporated as quickly as summer rain. When the two men had ridden together earlier that morning in the Tiergarten, Canaris had not told Schellenberg the news. Catching a glimpse of Schellenberg's reaction now, Canaris felt no guilt about keeping it from the young general. Their horseback meetings had one unspoken ground rule. Each man was expected to use them for his own advantage. Canaris decided to share or withhold information based on a simple formula. Did it help his cause? Outright lying was frowned upon. Lying led to reprisals, and reprisals spoiled the affable atmosphere of the rides. "A few days ago, the Luftwaffe shot these surveillance photographs." Canaris laid two enlargements on the low, ornate coffee table around which they were seated. "This is Selsey Bill in the south of England. We are almost certain these work sites are connected to the project." Canaris used a silver pen as a pointer. "Obviously something very large is being hastily constructed at these sites. There are huge stockpiles of cement and steel girding. In this photograph, a scaffolding is visible." "Impressive, Admiral Canaris," Hitler said. "What else do you know?" "We know that several top-flight British and American engineers are working on the project. We also know that General Eisenhower is intimately involved. Unfortunately, we are missing one very important piece of the puzzle: the purpose of the giant concrete structures." Canaris paused for a moment. "Find that missing piece, and we may very well solve the puzzle of the Allied invasion." Hitler was visibly impressed with Canaris's briefing. "I have just one more question, Herr Admiral," Hitler said. "The source of your information. What is it?" Canaris hesitated. Himmler's face twitched. Then he said, "Surely, Admiral Canaris, you don't think anything said here this morning would go beyond this room?" "Of course not, Herr Reichsführer. One of our agents in London is getting the information directly from a senior member of the Mulberry team. The source of the leak does not know he has been compromised. According to Brigadeführer Schellenberg's sources, British intelligence knows about our operation but has been unable to stop it." "This is true," Schellenberg said. "I have it from an excellent source that MI5 is operating in crisis mode." "Ah, well, isn't this refreshing? The SD and the Abwehr working together for a change instead of clawing at each other's throats. Perhaps this is a sign of good things to come." Hitler turned to Canaris. "Perhaps Brigadeführer Schellenberg can help you unlock the riddle of those concrete boxes." Schellenberg smiled and said, "My thoughts precisely." Chapter 32. London. Catherine Blake tossed stale bread to the pigeons on Trafalgar Square. A stupid place for a rendezvous, she thought, but Fogel liked the image of his agents meeting so near the seat of British power. She had entered from the south, having crossed St. James's Park and walked along Pall Mall. Neumann was supposed to come from the north, from St. Martin's Place and Soho. Catherine, as usual, was a minute or two early. She wanted to see if he was being followed before deciding whether to proceed. The square shone with the morning's rain. A chill wind rose from the river and whistled through a pile of sandbags. A sign pointing to the nearest shelter swayed with the gusts, as though confused about the direction. Catherine looked north, toward St. Martin's Place, as Neumann entered the square. She watched his approach. A thick crowd of pedestrians jostled along the pavement behind him. Some continued on St. Martin's Place. Some broke away and, like Neumann, walked across the square. There was no way to know for certain whether he was being followed. She scattered the rest of the bread and got up. The birds, startled, broke into flight and turned like a squadron of Spitfires toward the river. Catherine walked toward Neumann. She was especially anxious to deliver this film. Jordan had brought home a different notebook last night, one she had never seen before, and locked it in his safe. That morning, after he left for his office in Grosvenor Square, she returned to the house. When Jordan's cleaning lady left, Catherine slipped inside, using her keys, and photographed the entire book. Neumann was a few feet away. Catherine had placed the rolls in a small envelope. She withdrew the envelope and prepared to slip it into Neumann's hand and keep walking, but Neumann stopped in front of her, took the envelope, and handed her a slip of paper. "Message from our friend," he said, and melted into the crowd. She read the message from Vogel while drinking weak coffee in a cafe in Leicester Square. She read it again to make certain she understood it. When she finished, she folded the note and placed it in her handbag. She would burn it back at her flat. She left change on the table and went out. Vogel began the message with a commendation for the work Catherine had done so far, but he said more specific information was required. He also wanted a written report on every step she had taken thus far, how she made her approach, how she gained entry to Jordan's private papers, everything he had said to her. Catherine thought she knew what that meant. She was delivering high-grade intelligence, and Vogel wanted to make certain the source was not compromised. She walked north up Charing Cross Road. She paused now and again to gaze into shop windows and check to see if she was being followed. She turned into Oxford Street and joined a bus queue. The bus came right away, and she climbed on board and took a seat upstairs near the rear. She had suspected the material Jordan brought home would not paint a complete picture of his work. It made sense. Based on the watch report given to her by the Popes, Jordan moved between a pair of offices during the day, one at the Schaeff headquarters on Grosvenor Square, and another smaller office nearby. Whenever he carried material between the two offices, it was handcuffed to his wrist. Catherine needed to see that material. But how? She considered a second bump, a chance meeting on Grosvenor Square. She could entice him back to his house for an afternoon in bed together. It was fraught with risk. Jordan might become suspicious about another coincidental encounter. There was no guarantee he would go home with her. And even if he did, it would be almost impossible to sneak out of bed in the middle of the afternoon and photograph the contents of the briefcase. Catherine remembered something Vogel said to her during her training. "When desk officers grow careless, field agents die." She decided she would be patient and wait. If she continued to enjoy Peter Jordan's trust, eventually the secret of his work would appear in his briefcase. She would give Vogel his written report, but she would not change her tactics for now. Catherine looked out the window. She realized she did not know where she was. Still in Oxford Street, but where in Oxford Street? She was concentrating so hard on Vogel and Jordan that she had momentarily lost her bearings. The bus crossed Oxford Circus, and she relaxed. It was then she noticed the woman watching her. She was seated across the aisle, facing Catherine, and she was staring directly at her. Catherine turned away and pretended to look out the window, but the woman still was staring at her. "What's wrong with that damned woman? Why is she looking at me like that?" She glanced at the woman's face. Something about it was distantly familiar. The bus was nearing the next stop. Catherine gathered up her things. She would take no chances. She would get off right away. The bus slowed and pulled to the curbside. Catherine prepared to get to her feet. Then the woman reached across the aisle, touched her arm, and said, "Anna, darling, is it really you?" The recurring dream began after she killed Beatrice Pym. It starts the same way each time. She is playing on the floor of her mother's dressing room. Her mother, seated before her vanity, powders a flawless face. Papa comes into the room. He is wearing a white dinner jacket with medals pinned to his breast. He leans over, kisses her mother's neck, and tells her they must hurry or they will be late. Kurt Vogel arrives next. He is wearing a dark suit, like an undertaker, and he has the face of a wolf. He is holding her things, a beautiful silver stiletto with diamonds and rubies in the shape of a swastika on the grip, a Mauser with a silencer screwed into the barrel, a suitcase with a radio inside. "Hurry," he whispers to her. "We mustn't be late. The Führer is extremely anxious to meet you." She rides through Berlin in a horse-drawn carriage. Vogel the wolf is loping easily in their wake. The party is like a candle-lit cloud. Beautiful women are dancing with beautiful men. Hitler is holding forth at the center of the room. Vogel encourages her to go talk to the Führer. She slips through the shimmering crowd and notices everyone is looking at her. She thinks it is because she is beautiful, but after a moment everyone has stopped talking, the band has stopped playing, and everyone is staring at her. "You're not a little girl! You're a spy for the Abwehr!" "No, I'm not." "Of course you are! That's why you have a stiletto and that radio. "No, it's not true." Then Hitler says, "You're the one who killed that poor woman in Suffolk, Beatrice Bim." "It's not true! It's not true! Arrest her! Hang her!" Everyone is laughing at her. Suddenly she is naked, and they laugh even more. She turns to Vogel for help, but he has run away and left her. And then she screams and sits up in bed, bathed in sweat, and tells herself it was only a dream. Just a silly, bloody dream. Catherine Blake took a taxi to Marble Arch. The episode on the bus had left her badly shaken. She chastised herself for not handling it better. She had rushed off the bus, alarmed, after the woman called her by her real name. She should have stayed in her seat and calmly explained to the woman that she was mistaken. It was a dreadful miscalculation. Several people on the bus had seen her face. It was her worst nightmare. She used the taxi ride to calm down and think it through. She knew it was always a remote possibility, the possibility that she might run into someone who recognized her. She had lived in London for 2 years after her mother's death, when her father was assigned to the German embassy here. She had attended an English school for girls, but made no close friends. She came to the country one other time after that, with Maria Romero, on a brief holiday in 1935. They had stayed with friends of Maria, and met many other young rich people at parties and restaurants and theaters. She'd had a brief affair with a young Englishman whose name she could not remember. Vogel had decided it was an acceptable risk. The chances of actually bumping into someone she knew were remote. If she did, she was to have a standard response. "I'm sorry, but you must have me confused with someone else." For 6 years, it did not happen. She had grown careless. When it did happen, she panicked. She finally remembered who the woman was. Her name was Rose Morley, and she had been the cook at her father's house in London. Catherine barely remembered her, only that she cooked rather poorly and always served the meat overdone. Catherine had had very little contact with the woman. It was amazing she recognized her. She had 2 choices: ignore it and pretend it never happened, or investigate and try to determine the extent of the damage. Catherine chose the second option. She paid off the driver at Marble Arch and got out. Dusk was fading quickly into the blackout. A number of bus routes converged on Marble Arch, including the bus she had just fled. With luck, Rose Morley would get off here and change for another bus. The bus she was on would turn down Park Lane to Hyde Park Corner. If Rose stayed on the bus, Catherine would try to slip on without her noticing. The bus approached. Rose Morley was still in the same seat. As the bus slowed, she got to her feet. Catherine had guessed right. The bus stopped. Rose disembarked from the rear doorway. Catherine stepped forward and said, "You're Rose Morley, aren't you?" The woman's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Yes, and you are Anna. I knew it was you. It had to be. You haven't changed a bit since you were a little girl. But how did you get here so—" "When I realized it was you, I followed in a taxi," Catherine said, cutting her off. The sound of her real name, spoken in a crowd of people, made her shudder. She took Rose Morley by the arm and headed into the gloom of Hyde Park. "Let's walk for a while," Catherine said. "It's been so long, Rose." That evening, Catherine typed her report to Vogel. She photographed it, burned it in the bathroom sink, then burned the ribbon, just as Vogel had taught her. She looked up and caught sight of her own reflection in the mirror. She turned away. The sink was black with the ink and the ash. Her fingers were black too, her hands. Catherine Blake, spy. She picked up the soap and began working it through her fingers. It was not a difficult decision. It was worse than she could have imagined. "I emigrated to England before the war," she had explained, as they walked along the pathway in the gathering darkness. "I couldn't bear the thought of living under Hitler any longer. It was truly horrifying, the things he was doing to the Jews especially." Catherine Blake, liar. "They must have given you a rough time." "What do you mean?" "The authorities, the police." A whisper. "Military intelligence." No, it wasn't difficult at all. "I work for a man named Commander Higgins now. I care for his children. His wife was killed in the Blitz, poor dearie. Commander Higgins works for the Admiralty. He says anyone who entered the country before the war was assumed to be a German spy." "Oh, really?" "I'm sure Commander Higgins will be interested to know you were not harassed." "There's no need to mention any of this to Commander Higgins, is there, Rose?" But there was no escaping it. The British public was very aware of the threat posed by spies. It was everywhere. The newspapers, on the radio, in the movies. Rose was not a foolish woman. She would mention the encounter to Commander Higgins, and Commander Higgins would telephone MI5, and MI5 would be crawling all over central London looking for her. All the meticulous preparation that went into creating her cover would be blown away because of one chance encounter with a domestic who had read too many spy thrillers. Hyde Park in the blackout. It might have been Sherwood Forest, if not for the distant drone of traffic on Bayswater Road. They had switched on their blackout torches, 2 pencils of fragile yellow light. Rose carried her shopping in her other hand. Goodness, try feeding children on 4 ounces of meat a week. I'm afraid they're going to be stunted. A grove of trees loomed ahead of them, a shapeless black blob against the last light in the western sky. I have to be going now, Anna. So nice to see you. They walked a little farther. Do it here, in the trees. No one will see. The police will blame it on some ruffian or refugee. Everyone knows street crime has reached alarming levels in the West End with the war. Take her food and her money. Make it look like a robbery that went wrong. It was lovely seeing you after all these years, Rose. They parted in the trees. Rose walked north, Catherine south. Then Catherine turned around and walked after her. She reached into her handbag and withdrew the Mauser. She needed a very quick kill. Rose, I forgot something. Rose stopped and turned around. Catherine raised the Mauser and before Rose could utter a sound, shot her through the eye. The damned ink wouldn't come off. She lathered her hands once more and scrubbed them with a brush until they were raw. She wondered why she hadn't become sick this time. Fogel said it would be easier after a while. The brush took the ink away. She looked up in the mirror again, but this time she held her own gaze. Catherine Blake, assassin. Catherine Blake, murderer. Chapter 33. London. Alfred Vicary felt an evening at home might do him some good. He wanted to walk, so he left the office an hour before sunset, enough time for him to make it into Chelsea before becoming stranded in the blackout. It was a fine afternoon, cold but no rain and scarcely a wind. Puffy grey clouds, their bellies pink from the setting sun, drifted over the West End. London was alive. He watched the crowds in Parliament Square, marvelled at the anti-aircraft guns on Birdcage Walk, drifted through the silent Georgian canyons of Belgravia. The wintry air felt wonderful in his lungs, and he forced himself not to smoke. He had developed a dry, hacking cough, like the one he had during final exams at Cambridge, and he vowed to give the damn things up when the war was over. He crossed Belgrave Square and walked towards Sloane Square. The spell was broken. The case was in his thoughts again. It never really left him. Sometimes he was able to push it slightly farther away than others. January had turned to February. Soon spring would come, then the invasion, and whether it would succeed or fail might be resting squarely on Vicary's shoulders. He thought about the latest decoded message sent to him by the codebreakers at Bletchley Park. The message was sent the previous night to an agent operating inside Britain. The message contained no code name, but Vicary assumed it was one of the spies he was pursuing. It said the information received thus far had been good, but more was needed. It also asked for a report on how the agent had contacted the source. Vicary looked for a silver lining. If Berlin needed more intelligence, it did not have a complete picture. If it did not have a complete picture, there still was time for Vicary to plug the leak. Such was the bleak nature of the case that he took heart from logic like that. He crossed Sloane Square and drifted into Chelsea. He thought of evenings like this a long time ago, before the war, before the bloody blackout, when he would walk home from University College with a briefcase bulging with books and papers. His worries had been much simpler then. Did I put my students to sleep with my lecture today? Will I finish my next book before deadline? Something else occurred to him as he walked. He was a damned good intelligence officer, no matter what Boothby might say. He was also well suited to it by nature. He was without vanity. He didn't require public praise or accolades. He was perfectly content to toil in secret and keep his victories to himself. He liked the fact that no one knew what he really did. He was secretive and private by nature, and being an intelligence officer only reinforced that. He thought of Boothby. Why did he pull Fogel's file and lie about it? Why did he refuse to forward Vicary's warning to Eisenhower and Churchill? Why did he interrogate Karl Becker but not pass on the evidence of a separate German network? Vicary could think of no logical explanation for his actions. They were like notes that Vicary could not arrange into a pleasing melody. He arrived at his home in Draycott Place. He pushed back the door and waded through several days of unanswered post into his darkened drawing room. He considered inviting Alice Simpson to dinner, but decided he didn't have the strength for polite conversation. He filled the bath with hot water and soaked his body while listening to sentimental music on the wireless. He drank a glass of whiskey and read the newspapers. Since his induction into the secret world, he no longer believed a word in them. Then the telephone started ringing. It had to be the office. No one else ever bothered to call him any longer. He struggled out of the bath and covered himself in a robe. The telephone was in the study. He picked up the receiver and said, "Yes, Harry?" "Your conversation with Karl Becker gave me an idea," Harry said without preamble. Vicary was dripping bath water on the papers scattered over his desk. The cleaning lady knew it was verboten even to consider entering his study. As a result, it was an island of academic clutter in his otherwise sterile and immaculate home. "Anna Steiner lived in London with her diplomat father for 2 years in the early 20s. Rich foreign diplomats have servants, cooks, butlers, maids." "All true, Harry. I hope this is leading somewhere." "For 3 days, I've been checking with every agency in town, trying to find the names of the people who worked in that household." "Good idea." "I've got a few. Most are dead. The others are old as the hills. There was one promising name, though, Rose Morley. As a young woman, she worked as a cook in the Steiner house. Today I discovered she works for a Commander Higgins of the Admiralty at his house in Marylebone." "Good work, Harry. Set up an appointment first thing in the morning." "I planned to, but someone just shot her through the eye and left her body in the middle of Hyde Park." "I'll be dressed in 5 minutes. There's a car waiting outside your house." 5 minutes later, Vicary let himself out and locked the door behind him. He realized at that moment that he had completely forgotten about his lunch date with Helen. The driver was an attractive young wren who didn't make a sound during the short journey. She took him as close to the scene as she could, about 200 yards away, at the bottom of a gentle rise. The rain had started up again, and he borrowed her umbrella. He climbed out and softly closed the door, as though arriving at a cemetery for a burial. Ahead of him he saw several long beams of white light bouncing back and forth, like miniature searchlights trying to pick a Heinkel bomber out of the night sky. One of the beams caught his approach, and he had to shade his eyes from the glare. The walk was longer than he estimated. The gentle rise was more like a small hill. The grass was long and very damp. His trousers were soaked from the knee down, as though he had just forded a stream. The torch beams were lowered like swords at his approach. A detective chief superintendent something or other took him gently by the elbow and walked him the rest of the way. He had the good sense not to speak Vicary's name. A tarpaulin had been hastily erected over the body. The rain pooled in the center and spilled over one edge like a tiny waterfall. Harry was squatting next to the ruined skull. Harry in his element, Vicary thought. He looked so casual and relaxed, hovering over the corpse. He might as well have been resting in the shade on a warm summer's day. Vicary surveyed the scene. The body had fallen backward and landed with its arms and legs spread wide, like a child making angels in snow. The earth around the head was black with blood. One hand still clung to a cloth shopping bag, and inside the bag, Vicary saw tins of vegetables and some kind of meat wrapped in butcher's paper. The paper was leaking blood. The contents of a handbag were strewn about the feet. Vicary saw no money among the things. Harry noticed Vicary standing there silently and came over to him. They stood side by side for a long moment, neither speaking, like mourners at a graveside, Vicary softly beating his pockets for his half-moon reading glasses. "It could be a coincidence," Harry said, "but I really don't believe in them, especially when it involves a dead woman with a bullet through the eye." Harry paused, finally showing emotion. "Christ, I've never seen anyone do it like that. Street thugs don't shoot people in the face. Only professionals do." "Who found the body?" "A passerby. They've questioned him. His story seems to check out." "How long has she been dead?" "Just a few hours, which means she would have been killed in the late afternoon or early evening." "And no one heard the shot?" "No." "Perhaps the weapon was silenced." "Could have been." The superintendent came over. "Well, if it isn't Harry Dalton, the man who cracked the Spencer Thomas case." The superintendent glanced at Vicary, then his gaze returned to Harry. "I'd heard you were working for the irregulars now." Harry managed a weak smile. "Hello, Gov." Vicary said, "I'm declaring this a security matter as of now. You'll have the necessary paperwork on your desk in the morning. I want Harry to coordinate the investigation. Everything should go through him. Harry will draft a statement in your name. I want this described as a robbery that went wrong. Describe the wound accurately. Don't play around with the details of the crime scene. I want the statement to say the police are searching for a pair of refugees of undetermined origin seen in the park around the time of the murder. And I want your men to proceed with discretion. Thank you, Superintendent. Harry, I'll see you first thing in the morning." Harry and the superintendent watched Vicary limp down the hill and vanish into the soggy blackness. The superintendent turned to Harry. "Jesus Christ, what's his bloody problem?" Harry stayed in Hyde Park until the body was taken away. It was after midnight. He hitched a lift from one of the police officers. He could have called for a department car, but he didn't want the department to know where he was going. He got out of the car a short distance from Grace Clarendon's flat and walked the rest of the way. She had given him his old key back, and he let himself inside without knocking. Grace always slept like a child, on her stomach, arms and legs sprawled, a pale foot poking from beneath the covers. Harry undressed quietly in the dark and tried to slip into bed without waking her. The bed springs groaned beneath his weight. She stirred, rolled over, and kissed him. "I thought you'd left me again, Harry." "No, just a very long, very dirty night." She leaned on one elbow. "What happened?" Harry told her. Harry told her everything. "It's possible she was killed by the agent we're looking for." "You look like you've seen a ghost." "It was bad. She was shot in the face. It's hard to forget something like that, Grace." "Can I make you forget?" He had just wanted to sleep. He was exhausted, and being around a body always made him feel dirty. But she began to kiss him, very slowly at first, and softly. Then she was begging him to help her out of her flowered flannel nightshirt, and the madness began. She always made love to him as if she were possessed, clawing and scratching at his body, pulling at him as if trying to draw venom from a wound. And when he entered her, she wept and pleaded with him never to leave her again. And afterward, as she lay next to him sleeping, Harry was struck by the most awful thought of his life. He found himself hoping her husband would never come back from the war. Chapter 34. London. They gathered around a large model of a Mulberry Harbour the following afternoon in a secret room at 47 Grosvenor Square. Senior American and British officers assigned to the project, Churchill's personal chief of staff, General Sir Hastings Ismay, and a pair of generals from Eisenhower's staff who sat so still they might have been statues. The meeting began cordially enough, but after a few minutes tempers flared. There were charges and countercharges, accusations of foot-dragging and distortion, even a few quickly regretted personal insults. "The British construction estimates were too rosy. You Americans are being too impatient too. Well, too bloody American." It was the pressure, they all agreed, and they started over at the beginning. With little more than 3 months remaining until D-Day, the Mulberry project was falling hopelessly behind schedule. "It's the bloody Phoenixes," drawled an English officer who happened to be assigned to one of Mulberry's more successful components. But it was the truth. The giant concrete caissons, backbone of the entire project, were perilously behind schedule. There were so many problems it might have been funny if the stakes weren't so high. There were critical shortages of concrete and critical shortages of steel for reinforcement rods. There were too few construction sites and no room in Britain's south coast harbours to moor finished units. There were shortages of skilled workers, and the workers they had on the job were weak and malnourished because there were critical shortages of food. It was a disaster. Without the caissons acting as a breakwater, the entire Mulberry project was unworkable. They needed someone to go to the construction sites first thing in the morning to make a realistic assessment of whether the Phoenixes could be completed on time. Someone who had overseen large projects and knew how to make design modifications in the field once construction was underway. They chose the former chief engineer of the Northeast Bridge Company, Commander Peter Jordan. Chapter 35. London. The Hyde Park shooting made the first editions of the London evening papers. All the papers printed quotes from the bogus police statement. Investigators were treating the murder as a robbery that went wrong. Police were searching for two men thought to be Eastern European in origin, very probably Polish, seen near the site of the murder shortly before it occurred. Harry even had invented two rather vague descriptions of the suspects. The newspapers all bemoaned the shocking rise in violent street crime in the West End that had come with the war. The stories contained accounts of men and women who had been beaten and robbed in recent months by bands of roving refugees, drunken soldiers, and deserters. Vicary felt a tinge of guilt as he leafed through the newspapers at his desk early that afternoon. He believed in the sanctity of the written word and felt bad about misleading the press and the public. His guilt was easily assuaged. It was impossible to tell the truth, that Rose Morley might very well have been murdered by a German spy. By mid-afternoon, Harry Dalton and a team of officers from the Metropolitan Police had pieced together the final hours of Rose Morley's life. Harry was in Vicary's office, his long legs propped up on the desk, so that Vicary was treated to a view of his warm soles. "We interviewed the maid at the home of Commander Higgins," Harry said. "She said Rose had gone out to do her shopping. She went most afternoons before the children arrived home from school. The receipt we found in her bag was from a shop in Oxford Street near Tottenham Court Road. We interviewed the shopkeeper. He remembered her. In fact, he remembered almost every item she purchased. He said she bumped into another woman that she knew, a domestic like herself. They took tea together at a cafe across the street. We spoke to the waitress there. She confirmed it." Vicary was listening intently, studying his hands. "The waitress says Rose crossed Oxford Street and queued for a westbound bus. I put a man on as many buses as I could. About a half hour ago, we found the ticket collector who was on Rose's bus. He remembered her very well. Said she had a brief conversation with a very tall, very attractive woman who jumped off the bus in quite a hurry. Said that when the bus arrived at Marble Arch, the same very tall, very attractive woman was waiting there. He said he would have called us on his own, but the papers said the police already had their suspects, and neither one was a very tall, very attractive woman." A typist poked her head in the door and said, "Sorry to interrupt you, but you have a call, Harry. A Detective Sergeant Colin Meadows says it's urgent." Harry took the call at his desk. "You the same Harry Dalton that cracked the Spencer Thomas case?" "I'm the man," Harry said. "What can I do for you?" "It's concerning the Hyde Park shooting. I think I have something for you." "Spill it, Detective Sergeant. We're under a bit of time pressure over here." "I hear the real suspect is a woman," Meadows said. "Tall, attractive, 30 to 35 years old." "Could be. What do you know?" "I've been working the Pope murder." "I read about it," Harry said. "I can't believe someone had the balls to slit the throats of Vernon Pope and his girl." "Actually, Pope was stabbed in the eye." "Really?" "Yeah," Meadows said. "And his girlfriend got it in the heart. One stab wound. Surgical almost." Harry remembered what the Home Office pathologist had said about the body of Beatrice Pym. The last rib on her left side had been nicked. Possible stab wound to the chest. Harry said, "But the papers—" "You can't trust what you read in the papers, can you, Harry? We changed the descriptions of the wounds to weed out the crazies. You'd be surprised how many people want to take credit for killing Vernon Pope." "Not really. He was a right bastard. Keep going." "A woman matching your girl's description was seen entering the Pope's warehouse the night Pope was killed. I have two witnesses." "Jesus Christ." "It gets better. Immediately after the murder, Robert Pope said one of his muscle boys broke into a boarding house in Islington looking for a woman. It seems they had the wrong address. Took off like a pair of jackrabbits, but not before they roughed up the landlady." "Why am I hearing this only now?" Harry snapped. "Pope was killed nearly 2 weeks ago." "Because my super thinks I'm on a wild goose chase. He's convinced Pope was killed by a rival. He doesn't want us to waste time pursuing alternative theories, as he puts it." "Who's the super?" "Kidlington." "Oh, Christ. St. Andrew?" "One and the same. There's one other thing. I questioned Robert Pope once last week. I want to question him again, but he's gone to ground. We haven't been able to locate him." "Is Kidlington there now?" "I can see him sitting in his office doing his bloody paperwork." "Keep watching. I think you'll enjoy this." Harry nearly killed himself sprinting from his desk into Vicary's office. He told it very quickly, running over the details so fast that Vicary twice had to ask him to stop and go back to the beginning. When he was finished, Harry dialed the number for him and handed Vicary the receiver. "Hello, Detective Chief Superintendent Kidlington. This is Alfred Vicary calling from the War Office." "I'm fine, thank you. But I'm afraid I need your rather serious help. It's about the Pope murder. I'm declaring it a security matter as of now. A man from my staff will come to your office right away. His name is Harry Dalton. You may remember him." "You do? Good. I'd like a complete copy of the entire case file." "Why? I'm afraid I can't say any more, Superintendent. Thank you for your cooperation. Good afternoon." Vicary rang off. He slammed the palm of his hand onto the desk and looked up at Harry, smiling for the first time in weeks. Catherine Blake packed her handbag for the evening, her stiletto, her Mauser pistol, her camera. She was meeting Jordan for dinner. She assumed they would go back to his house together afterward to make love. They always did. She made tea and read the afternoon newspapers. The murder of Rose Morley in Hyde Park was the big news of the day. The police believed the murder was a robbery that spun out of control and ended in murder. They even had a pair of suspects, just as she thought. It was perfect. She undressed and took a long bath. She was toweling her wet hair when the telephone rang. Only one person in all of Britain knew her number, Peter Jordan. Catherine pretended to be surprised when she heard his voice at the other end of the line. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to cancel dinner. I apologize, Catherine. It's just that something very important has come up." "I understand." "I'm still at the office. I need to stay here very late tonight." "Peter, you're not obliged to give me an explanation." "I know, but I want to. I have to leave London very early tomorrow morning, and I have a lot of work to do before then." "I'm not going to pretend I'm not disappointed. I was looking forward to being with you tonight. I haven't seen you for 2 days. "It seems like a month. I wanted to see you, too." "Is it completely out of the question?" "I'm not going to be home until at least 11 o'clock. "That's fine." "And I have a car picking me up at my house at 5 in the morning. "That's fine, too." "But, Catherine—" "Here's my suggestion. I'll meet you in front of your house at 11. I'll make us something to eat. You can relax and get ready for your trip." "I need to get some sleep." "I'll let you sleep, I promise." "We haven't been sleeping much lately." "I'll do my best to restrain myself." "I'll see you at 11. "Wonderful." The red light shone over Boothby's double door for a very long time. Vicary reached out to press the buzzer a second time, a flagrant violation of one of Boothby's edicts, but stopped himself. From the other side of the heavy doors he heard two voices elevated in argument, one distinctly female, the other Boothby's. "You can't do this to me!" It was the woman's voice, suddenly loud and slightly hysterical. Boothby's voice grew calmer in response, a parent quietly lecturing an errant child. Vicary, feeling like an idiot, leaned his ear against the seam in the doors. "Bastard! Bloody bastard!" It was the woman again, then the sound of a door slamming. The light suddenly shone green. Vicary ignored it. Sir Basil's office had a private entrance, used only by the Lord and Master himself and by the Director General. It was not all that private. If Vicary waited long enough, the woman would turn the corner and he could get a look at her. He heard the sound of her high-heeled shoes smacking angrily against the corridor floor. She turned the corner. It was Grace Clarendon. She stopped walking and narrowed her vivid green eyes at Vicary in disgust. A tear tumbled down her cheek. She punched it away, then disappeared down the hallway. The office was dark except for the single lamp burning on Boothby's desk. The room reeked of the cigarette smoldering untouched at Boothby's elbow. Boothby was working through a file in his braces and his shirt sleeves. Without looking up, he commanded Vicary to sit by jabbing his gold pen at one of the chairs in front of the desk. "I'm listening," he said. Vicary brought him quickly up to date. He told Boothby about the results of the day-long investigation into the murder of Rose Morley. He told him about the possible link between the German agent and the murder of Vernon Pope. He explained that finding Robert Pope and questioning him was imperative. He requested every available man to assist in the search for Pope. Boothby maintained a stoic silence throughout Vicary's briefing. His habitual fidgeting and pacing had been suspended, and he seemed to be listening more intently than usual. "Well, Boothby said. "This is the first piece of good news we've had when it comes to this case. I do hope for your sake that you're right about the connection between these killings." He began making noises about the importance of patience and legwork. Vicary was thinking of Grace Clarendon. He was tempted to ask Boothby why she had just been in his office, but couldn't bear the thought of another lecture about need to know. Vicary felt terrible about it. He had miscalculated. He had put Grace's head on the block for the sake of scoring a useless point in a lost argument, and Boothby had chopped it off. He wondered if she had been sacked or had escaped with only a stern warning. She was a valuable member of the staff, intelligent and dedicated. He hoped Boothby had spared her. Boothby said, "I'll telephone the head of the watches straight away. Order him to give you as many men as he can possibly spare." "Thank you, Sir Basil," Vicary said, standing up to leave. "I know we've had our differences over this case, Alfred, and I do hope you're right about all this." Boothby hesitated. "I spoke with the Director General a few minutes ago." "Oh?" Vicary said. "He's given you the proverbial 24 hours. If all this doesn't produce a break, I'm afraid you're going to be removed from the case." When Vicary was gone, Boothby reached across his desk and picked up the receiver of his secure telephone. He dialed the number and waited for the answer. As usual, the man at the other end of the line did not identify himself, just said, "Yes?" Boothby did not identify himself either. "It seems our friend is closing in on his prey," Boothby said. "The second act is about to begin." The man at the other end of the line murmured a few words, then broke the connection. Her taxi stopped outside Peter Jordan's house at 5 minutes after 11. Catherine could see him standing on the pavement outside his front door, blackout torch in hand. She climbed out and paid the driver. An engine started somewhere down the street. The taxi drove off. She took a step toward Jordan and heard the roar of an engine, the sound of tires spinning on the wet street. She turned her head in the direction of the sound and saw a van bearing down on her. It was just a few feet off, too close to get out of the way. She closed her eyes and waited to die. Dickie Dobbs had never actually killed anyone before. Sure, he had broken his share of bones, ruined his share of faces. He'd even crippled one bloke who refused to cough up protection money. But he had never actually taken a human life. "I should enjoy killing the bitch." She had murdered Vernon and Vivie. She had given him the slip so many times he had lost count, and God knows what she was doing with the American officer. The taxi turned onto the darkened street. Dickie gently turned the key, igniting the van's engine. He opened the throttle a bit, feeding fuel to the motor. Then he placed his hand on the gear shift and waited. The taxi drove off. The woman started across the street. Dickie dropped the van into gear and opened the throttle full. A soft, warm darkness surrounded her. She was aware of nothing, only a distant ringing in her ears. She tried to open her eyes, but could not. She tried to breathe, but could not. She thought of her father and mother. She thought of Maria, and she dreamed she was in Spain again, lying on a warm rock beside the stream. There had never been a war. Kurt Vogel had never entered her life. Then, slowly, she became aware of a sharp pain at the back of her head and a great weight pressing down on her body. Her lungs cried out for oxygen. Her body retched, but she still could not breathe. She saw bright lights, like comets, shooting across a vast black emptiness. Something was shaking her. Someone was calling her name, and quite suddenly she realized she was not dead after all. The retching stopped, and she was finally able to draw a breath. Then she opened her eyes and saw Peter Jordan's face. "Catherine, can you hear me, darling? Are you all right? Jesus Christ, I think he was trying to kill you. Catherine, can you hear me?" Neither of them felt much like eating. Both of them wanted something to drink. Jordan had a briefcase chained to his wrist. It was the first time he had brought one home with him like that. He went to the study and unlocked it. Catherine heard him working the combination of the safe, pulling open the heavy door, then closing it again. He came out and went into the drawing room. He poured 2 very large glasses of brandy and carried them upstairs to the bedroom. They undressed slowly while they drank the brandy. Catherine was having trouble holding on to her glass. Her hands shook. Her heart was pounding inside her chest. She felt as if she were about to be sick. She forced herself to drink some of the brandy. The warmth of it took hold of her, and she felt herself begin to relax. She had made a terrible miscalculation. She should never have gone to the Popes. She should have thought of some other way. But she had made one other mistake. She should have killed Robert Pope and Dickie Dobbs, too, when she had the chance. Jordan sat down on the bed next to her. "I don't know how you can be so calm about this," he said. "After all, you were almost killed just now. You're allowed to show some emotion." Another mistake. She should be acting more frightened. She should be asking him to hold her and tell her everything was all right. She should be thanking him for saving her life. She was no longer thinking clearly. It was spinning out of control. She could feel it. Rose Morley, the Popes. She thought of the briefcase Jordan just locked away in his safe. She thought about the contents. She thought about the fact that he had brought it home chained to his wrist. The most important secret of the war, the secret of the invasion, might very well be within her grasp. And if it was really there? If she could really steal it? She wanted to come out. She no longer felt safe. No longer capable of living the double life she had lived for 6 years. No longer capable of carrying on this affair with Peter Jordan. No longer capable of giving him her body each night and then sneaking into his study. "One assignment, then out," Vogel had promised. She would hold him to it. Catherine finished undressing and lay down on the bed. Jordan was still sitting on the edge, drinking his brandy, staring into the darkness. "It's called English reserve," she said. "We're not allowed to show our emotions, even when we're nearly run over in the blackout." "When are you allowed to show your emotions?" he said, still staring away. "You could have been killed tonight too, Peter," she said. "Why did you do it?" "Because I realized something when I saw that damned idiot bearing down on you. I realized that I was desperately, madly, completely in love with you. I have been since the moment you walked into my life. I never thought anyone would ever make me happy again. But you have, Catherine, and I'm terrified it's all going away again." "Peter," she said softly. His back was to her. She reached up and took hold of his shoulder to pull him down, but his body had gone rigid. "I always wondered where I was the exact moment she died, what I was doing. I know it sounds morbid, but I was obsessed with it for the longest time. It was because I wasn't there for her. It was because my wife died alone in a rainstorm on a Long Island highway. I always wondered if there wasn't something I could have done. And standing there tonight, I saw the whole thing happening all over again. But this time I could do something to stop it. So I did." "Thank you very much for saving my life, Peter Jordan." "Believe me, the reasons were purely selfish. I waited a very long time to find you, Catherine Blake, and I don't ever want to be without you again." "Do you mean that?" "I mean it with all my heart." She reached for him again, and this time he came to her. She kissed him again and said, "God, I love you so much, Peter." She was surprised by how easily the lie came to her lips. He suddenly wanted her very badly. She lay down on her back and opened her legs to him, and when he entered her, Catherine felt her body rising toward his. She arched her back to him and felt him deep inside her. It happened so suddenly it made her gasp. When it was over, she found she was laughing helplessly. He laid his head on her breasts. "What's so damned funny? You just make me very happy, Peter. So very happy." Alfred Vicary maintained a restless vigil at St. James's Street. At 9 o'clock, he took the stairs to the canteen for something to eat. The fare was atrocious as usual, potato soup and some steamed white fish that tasted as though it came from the river. But he discovered he was ravenously hungry and actually had a second helping. Another officer, a former barrister who looked chronically hungover, asked Vicary for a game of chess. Vicary played poorly and without enthusiasm, but managed to pull out the game with a series of rather brilliant moves at the end. He hoped it was an allegory for the way the case would turn out. Grace Clarendon passed him in the stairwell. She was clutching a batch of files in her arms, like a schoolgirl carrying books. She shot Vicary a malevolent glance and clattered downward toward the dungeon of registry. Back in his office, he tried to work. The Becker network was demanding attention, but it was no good. "Why haven't you told us this before?" "I told Boothby." Harry checked in for the first time. Nothing. He needed an hour of sleep. The clatter of the teleprinters next door, once so pacifying, sounded like jackhammers. His tiny camp bed, once his deliverance from insomnia, became a symbol of all that was wrong with his life. For 30 minutes he moved it around his office, placing it first against one wall, then another, then in the center of the room. Mrs. Blanchard, the supervisor of the night typists, poked her head in Vicary's door, alarmed by the racket. She poured Vicary an enormous glass of whiskey, ordered him to drink it, and returned the cot to its usual place. Harry called again. Nothing. He picked up the telephone and dialed Helen's number. An annoyed man answered. "Hello? Hello? Damn it, who's there?" Vicary quietly replaced the receiver. Harry checked in for the third time. Still nothing. Vicary, dejected, drafted a letter of resignation. "Ever read Fogel's file?" "No." He tore the letter to shreds and placed the shreds in his burn bag. He lay on his bed, the desk lamp shining on his face, and stared at the ceiling. He wondered why she had become involved with the Popes. Were they operating in complicity with her, involved in espionage as well as black marketeering and protection rackets? Unlikely, he thought. Perhaps she went to them because of services they could provide. Black market petrol, weapons, men to mount a surveillance operation. Vicary could never be certain until he apprehended and questioned Robert Pope. Even then, he planned to put the Pope operation under a microscope. If he saw anything he didn't like, he would charge the lot of them with spying for Germany and throw them in prison for a very long time. And what about Rose Morley? Was it possible the whole thing was a dreadful coincidence? That Rose had recognized Anna Steiner and had paid for that with her life? Very possible, Vicary thought, but he would assume the worst-case scenario, that Rose Morley actually was an agent too. He would conduct a thorough investigation of her background before closing the book on her murder. He looked at his wristwatch. 1 o'clock in the morning. He picked up the telephone and dialed the number once more. This time it was Helen's voice on the other end of the line. It was the first time he had heard it in 25 years. "Hello? Hello? Who is this, please?" Vicary wanted to speak, but could not. "Oh, bloody hell!" And the connection was broken. Catherine unlocked the study door, went inside, and closed it softly behind her. She switched on the desk lamp. From her handbag she removed her camera and her Mauser pistol. She laid the pistol on the desk carefully, the butt facing her, so she could swing it up rapidly into the firing position if necessary. She knelt in front of the safe and rotated the dial back and forth. She turned the latch and the door was open. Inside was the briefcase, locked. She unlocked it with her own key, opened it, and looked inside. A black-bound book with the words "Top Secret, Bigot Only" on the cover. She felt her heart begin to beat faster. Catherine took the book to the desk, laid it down, and photographed the cover. She opened it and read the first page. Phoenix Project. 1. Design specifications. 2. Construction schedule. 3. Deployment. Catherine thought, "My God, I've actually done it." She photographed that page and turned another. Page after page of designs. She photographed all of them. A page labeled Crew Requirements. She photographed it. Another page labeled Towing Requirements. She photographed it. She ran out of film. She removed the spent film and reloaded the camera. She photographed 2 more pages. Then she heard the noise upstairs, Jordan getting out of bed. She turned another page and photographed it. Catherine heard him walking across the floor. She turned another page and photographed it. She heard water running in the bathroom. She photographed 2 more pages. She would never have access to this document again, that she knew. If it truly contained the secret of the invasion, she had to keep working. While she photographed, she thought what she would do if he walked in on her. Kill him with a Mauser. No one would hear it because of the silencer. She could finish photographing the documents, leave, go to Hampton Sands, find Neumann, and signal the submarine. Keep working. And what would happen when Schaeff counterintelligence found the body of an officer who knew the secret of the invasion? They would launch an immediate investigation. They would discover he had been seen with a woman. They would look for the woman and, unable to locate her, conclude she was an agent. They would conclude the documents in his safe had been photographed, that the secret of the invasion had been compromised. She thought, "Don't come in here, Peter Jordan, for your sake and mine." She heard the sound of the toilet flushing. Just a few more pages. She photographed them quickly. Done. She closed the binder, returned it to the briefcase, and placed the briefcase back in the safe. She closed the door quietly and spun the lock. She picked up the Mauser, pulled the slide into the firing position, and turned out the light. She opened the door and crept out into the hall. Jordan was still upstairs. Think quickly, Catherine. She walked down the hallway and pushed back the door of the drawing room. She put the Mauser in the handbag, and the handbag on the floor. She turned on the light and walked to the drinks trolley. Calm down. Take a deep breath. She picked up a glass and was pouring herself a brandy when Peter Jordan walked in. Harry Dalton was waiting outside the Pope's warehouse in a department surveillance van. He had 2 men with him, Detective Sergeant Meadows from the Metropolitan Police and a watcher named Clive Roach. Harry was in the front passenger seat, Roach behind the wheel. Meadows was getting a few minutes of sleep in the back. It was dawn. It had been a long and dreadfully boring night. Harry was exhausted, but each time he tried to sleep, he saw one of 2 disparate visions. Rose Morley lying dead in Hyde Park, or Grace Clarendon's face as they made love. He wanted to climb into her bed and sleep around the clock. He wanted to hold her in his arms and never let go. He was under her spell again. The visions of Grace were broken by the sound of a van drawing up in front of the warehouse. A tall, thick man climbed out of the driver's side door. Harry could make him out in the weak morning light. "Know him?" Clive Roach asked. Harry said, "Yeah, his name is Dickie Dobbs. Looks like trouble. He's Pope's main muscle boy and enforcer. If I was on the run, I think I'd want that one around for protection." "You're right," Harry said. "Wake up Sleeping Beauty back there." Dobbs unlocked the Judas gate and went inside the warehouse. A moment later, the main door was pulled upward. Dobbs emerged and climbed back inside the van. Roach started the engine as Meadows sat up. Dobbs pulled the van inside the warehouse. Roach opened the throttle and gunned the motor, nosing the van inside the warehouse before Dobbs could close the door again. Harry jumped out of the van. Dobbs yelled, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Meadows said, "Turn around, put your fucking hands in the air, and shut the fuck up!" Harry stepped forward and threw open the rear door of the van. Robert Pope was sitting on the floor. He looked up, smiled, and said, "Well, if it isn't my old friend Harry Dalton." Catherine Blake took a taxi to her flat. It was early, just after dawn, the sky a flat mother-of-pearl grey. She had 6 hours until she was to meet Horst Neumann on Hampstead Heath. She washed her face and neck and changed out of her clothes into a nightgown and a bathrobe. She desperately needed a few hours of sleep, but she had something to do first. It had been too close tonight. If Jordan had come downstairs a few seconds earlier, she would have been forced to kill him. She told him she had been unable to sleep. She was upset about nearly being killed and thought a glass of brandy would help to calm her nerves. He seemed to accept her excuse for leaving his bed in the middle of the night, but she doubted he would buy it twice. She went into the sitting room and sat down at the writing table. She opened the drawer and removed a single sheet of paper and a pen. On the paper she wrote 4 words, "Get me out now." She placed the piece of paper on the desk and adjusted the lamp so the light was at the proper angle. She removed her camera from her handbag and held it to her eye. She placed her left hand next to the paper. Fogel would recognize it. There was a scar across the thumb where she had been cut during one of his damned silent killing classes. She photographed her hand and the note twice, then burned the note in the bathroom sink. Chapter 36. London. Harry Dalton thought, "One more minute of this bullshit, and I'm going to handcuff Pope to a chair and beat his face bloody." They were in a small glass-enclosed office on the warehouse floor. Pope seated on an uncomfortable wooden chair, Harry pacing like a caged jungle cat. Vicary had settled himself quietly in the shadows and seemed to be listening to different music. Harry and Vicary had not revealed their true affiliation. To Pope, they were just a pair of Metropolitan Police officers. For 1 hour, Pope had denied any knowledge of the woman whose photograph Harry kept waving in front of him. Pope's face remained bored, placid, and insolent, the look of a man who had broken the law his entire life and never seen the inside of a prison cell. Harry thought, "I'm not getting to him. He's beating me." Harry said, All right, let's try this one more time. Pope looked at his watch. Not again, Harry. I've business to attend to. Harry felt himself losing control. You've never seen this woman before? I've told you 100 times. No. I've got a witness who says this woman entered your warehouse the day your brother was murdered. Then your witness is wrong. Let me talk to him. I'm sure I could make him see the error of his ways. I'm sure you could. Where were you when your brother was killed? At one of my clubs. I've got 100 witnesses that will tell you that. Why have you been avoiding the police? I haven't been avoiding the police. You blokes managed to find me. Pope looked over at Vicary, who was looking down at his hands. That one ever speak? Shut up and look at me, Pope. You have been avoiding the police because you know who killed Vernon and you want to pay them back your own way. You're talking nonsense, Harry. There's a very nice lady in Islington who says you broke into her boarding house 2 hours after Vernon's murder, looking for a woman. Your very nice lady in Islington is obviously mistaken. Don't bullshit me, Pope. Temper, Harry. You've been looking for her for days, and you haven't been able to find her. Do you ever wonder why she was able to elude you and your thugs? No, I never wondered that because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you ever wonder why you were never able to find out where she lives? I never tried because I never met the woman. Harry noticed a sheen of perspiration on Pope's face. He thought, I'm finally getting to him. Vicary must have noticed it too, because he chose that moment to speak for the first time. You're not being honest with us, Mr. Pope, he said politely, still studying his hands. Then he looked up and said, But then, we haven't been exactly honest with you, have we, Harry? Harry thought, Perfect timing, Alfred. Well done, he said. No, Alfred, we haven't been completely honest with Mr. Pope here. Pope looked thoroughly confused. What the fuck are you two talking about? We're connected with the War Office. We deal in security. A shadow passed over Pope's face. What does my brother's murder have to do with the war? His voice had lost conviction. I'm going to be honest with you. We know this woman is a German spy, and we know she came to you for help. And if you don't start talking, we're going to be forced to take some rather drastic action. Pope turned to Harry, as if Harry had been appointed his lawyer. I can't tell him what he wants to know because I don't know anything. I've never seen that woman in my life. Vicary seemed disappointed. Well then, you're under arrest, Mr. Pope. On what bloody charges? Espionage. Espionage? You can't do that. You have no evidence. I have enough evidence and enough power to lock you away and throw away the fucking key. Vicary's voice had taken on a menacing edge. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life in a filthy, stinking jail, I suggest you start talking now. Pope blinked rapidly, looking first at Vicary, then at Harry. He was defeated. I begged Vernon not to take the job, but he wouldn't listen, Pope said. He just wanted to get under her skirt. I always knew there was something wrong with her. Vicary said, What did she want from you? She wanted us to follow an American officer. She wanted a complete report on his movements around London. Paid us 200 quid for it. She's been seeing a lot of him ever since. Where? In restaurants. At his house. How do you know? We've been following them. What does she call herself? Catherine. No last name. And what was the officer's name? Commander Peter Jordan, U.S. Navy. Vicary immediately detained Robert Pope and Dickie Dobbs. He saw no reason to keep his word to a professional thief and liar. Besides, he couldn't have them running around loose on the street. Vicary made arrangements to have them stored on ice at an MI5 lockup outside London. Harry Dalton telephoned the Americans at Grosvenor Square and asked whether there was a naval officer named Peter Jordan assigned to SHAEF headquarters. 15 minutes later, someone else called back and said, Yeah, who wants to know? When Harry asked about Jordan's assignment, the American said, Above your pay grade, fella. Yours and mine. Harry told Vicary about the conversation. Vicary felt the blood drain from his face. For 90 minutes no one could find Basil Boothby. It was still early, and he had not arrived at his office. Vicary rang his home at Cadogan Square, and a testy butler said Sir Basil was no longer there. His secretary professed a guarded ignorance about Sir Basil's whereabouts. She expected him quite soon. Boothby, according to the gossip mill, believed he was stalked by his enemies and was notoriously vague about his personal movements. Finally, shortly after 9 o'clock, he arrived at his office looking inordinately pleased with himself. Vicary, who hadn't bathed, slept, or changed his clothes in nearly 2 days, followed him inside and broke the news. Boothby walked to his desk and picked up the receiver of his secure telephone. He dialed a number and waited. "Hello, General Betts. This is Boothby calling from 5. I need to run a check on an American naval officer named Peter Jordan." A pause. Boothby drummed his fingers on the desk. Vicary softly kicked at the pattern in Boothby's Persian rug with the scuffed toe of his shoe. Boothby said, "Yes, I'm still here." "He is? Oh, bloody hell. You'd better find General Eisenhower. I need to see him straight away. I'll contact the Prime Minister's office myself. I'm afraid we have a rather serious problem." Boothby slowly replaced the receiver and looked up at Vicary, his face the color of ash. Frozen fog hung like gun smoke over Hampstead Heath. Catherine Blake, sitting on a bench surrounded by beech trees, lit a cigarette. She could see for several hundred yards in every direction. She was confident she was alone. Neumann appeared out of the fog, hands pushed deeply into his coat pockets, walking like a man with somewhere to go. When he was a few feet away, Catherine said, "I want to talk to you. It's all right, we're alone." He sat down on the bench next to her, and she gave him a cigarette, which he lit with hers. She handed him an envelope containing the film. "I'm fairly certain this is what they're looking for," she said. "He brought it home with him last night. A book detailing the project he's working on. I photographed the entire thing." Neumann pocketed the envelope. "Congratulations, Catherine. I'll make sure it gets safely into the hands of our friend from the Portuguese embassy." "There's something else on that film," she said. "I've asked Fogel to pull us out. Some things have gone wrong. I don't think my cover is going to hold up much longer." "Would you like to tell me about it?" "The less you know, the better, believe me." "You're the professional. I'm just the errand boy." "Just be ready to pull out at a moment's notice." She stood up and walked away. "Come in and sit down, Alfred," Boothby said. "I'm afraid we have a Force 12 disaster on our hands." Boothby gestured toward one of the chairs in front of his desk. He had just walked in the door, and his cashmere overcoat still hung like a cape from his shoulders. He shed the coat and handed it to his secretary, who was eyeing him with the intensity of a retriever, waiting for his next command. "Coffee, please, and no interruptions. Thank you." Vicary lowered himself into the chair. He was feeling peeved. Sir Basil had been gone 3 hours. The last time Vicary had seen Boothby, he was rushing out the door, muttering something about mulberries. The code word meant nothing to Vicary. For all he knew, it was a tree that produced sweet fruit. Vicary had spent the entire time pacing his office, wondering how bad the damage really was. But there was something else that bothered him. The case had been his from the beginning, and yet it was Boothby who was briefing Eisenhower and Churchill. The secretary came in, bearing a tray with a silver pot of coffee and dainty china cups. She placed it carefully on Boothby's desk and went out again. Boothby poured. "Milk, Alfred? It's real?" "Yes, thank you." "What I am about to tell you is highly classified," Boothby began. "Very few people even know of its existence. A handful of top invasion planners and the men on the project itself. Even I knew only the barest details. Until today, that is." Boothby reached inside his briefcase, withdrew a chart, and spread it over the surface of the desk. He put on his reading glasses, which he had never worn in Vicary's presence, and used his gold pen as a pointer. "Here are the beaches of Normandy," he began, tapping the map with his pen. "Here is the Baie de la Seine. The invasion planners have concluded that the only way to bring men and supplies ashore quickly enough to sustain the operation is through a large, fully functioning harbor. Without one, the invasion would be a complete fiasco." Vicary, listening intently, nodded. "There is just one problem with a harbor. We aren't planning on capturing one," Boothby said. "The result is this. Boothby reached inside his briefcase again and withdrew another chart of the same section of the French coast, except this one had a series of markings depicting a structure along the shoreline. "It's called Operation Mulberry. We're constructing 2 complete artificial harbors here in Britain and towing them across the Channel on D-Day." "Good Lord," Vicary muttered. "You're about to be inducted into a very small fraternity, Alfred. Pay close attention." Boothby was using his pen as a pointer again. "These are giant steel floats that will be moored a couple of miles from the coastline. They're designed to dampen the waves as they roll toward shore. Here, they're going to sink several old merchantmen in a line to create a breakwater. That part of the operation is codenamed Gooseberry. These are floating roadways with pierheads at the end. The Liberty ships will dock at the pierheads. The supplies will be loaded directly onto trucks and brought to shore." "Remarkable," Vicary said. "The backbone of the entire project is these things here, here, and here," Boothby said, tapping 3 points on the chart with his pen. "Their code name is Phoenix. They do not rise, however. They sink. They're giant concrete and steel caissons that will be towed across the channel and sunk in a row to create an inner breakwater. They are the most critical component of Operation Mulberry." Boothby hesitated a moment. "Commander Peter Jordan is assigned to that operation." "My God," Vicary muttered. "It gets worse, I'm afraid. The Phoenix project is in trouble. They're planning to build 145 of them. The structures are huge, 60 feet high. Some have their own crew quarters and anti-aircraft batteries. They require immense amounts of concrete, steel reinforcement, and highly skilled labor. The project has been hampered with shortages of raw materials and construction delays from the beginning." Boothby folded up the charts and locked them in his desk drawer. "Last night, Commander Peter Jordan was ordered to tour the construction sites in the south and make a realistic assessment of whether the Phoenix units can be completed on time. He walked out of 47 Grosvenor Square with a briefcase chained to his wrist. Inside that briefcase were the plans for the Phoenixes." "Good God Almighty," Vicary said. "Why the hell did he do that?" "His family owns the home he's living in here in London. There's a secure safe inside. Chafe Intelligence inspected it and gave it their stamp of approval." Vicary thought, "None of this would have happened if Boothby had passed on my damned security alert." He said, "So if Commander Jordan has been compromised, it's possible a major portion of the plans for Operation Mulberry have fallen into German hands." "I'm afraid so," Boothby said. "And there's more bad news. Mulberry, by its nature, could betray the secret of the invasion. The Germans know we need ports to successfully carry out an invasion of the continent. They expect us to stage a frontal assault on a port and reopen it as quickly as possible. If they discover we're building an artificial harbor, some means of circumventing the heavily fortified ports of Calais, they may very well conclude we're coming at Normandy." "My God! Who in the bloody hell is Commander Peter Jordan?" Boothby dug in his briefcase again. He brought out a thin file and tossed it across the desk. "He used to be the chief engineer at the Northeast Bridge Company. It's one of the largest bridge construction companies in America. He's considered something of a wunderkind. He was brought onto Operation Mulberry because of his experience overseeing large construction projects." "Where is he now?" "Still in the south, inspecting the sites. He's due back at Grosvenor Square at 7 o'clock. He was supposed to meet with Eisenhower and Ismay at 8 o'clock to brief them on his findings. I want you and Harry to pick him up at Grosvenor Square, very quietly, and take him to the house at Richmond. We'll question him there. I want you to handle the interrogation." "Thank you, Sir Basil." Vicary rose. "At the very least, you're going to need Jordan's help to roll up your network." "True," Vicary said, "but we may need more help, depending on the extent of the damage." "You have an idea, Alfred?" "The beginnings of one." Vicary rose. "I'd like to see the inside of Jordan's house before I question him. Any objections?" "No," Boothby said. "But softly, Alfred, very softly. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. Some of the watchers specialize in that sort of thing, breaking and entering, you know. Actually, I have someone in mind for the job." Harry Dalton worked the thin metal tool inside the lock on Peter Jordan's front door. Vicary stood facing the street, shielding Harry from view. After a moment, Vicary heard the faint click of the lock giving way. Harry, like a consummate professional thief, opened the door as if he owned the place and led them inside. "You're damned good at that," Vicary said. "I saw someone do it in a movie once." "Somehow I don't believe that story. I always knew you were an intelligent bloke." Harry closed the door. "Wipe your feet." Vicary opened the door to the drawing room and went inside. His eyes ran over the leather-covered furniture, the rugs, the photographs of bridges on the walls. He walked to the fireplace and examined the silver-framed photos on the mantel. "Must be his wife," Harry said. "She was beautiful." "Yes," Vicary said. He had quickly read the copy of Jordan's service file and background check given to him by Boothby. "Her name was Margaret Lauterbach Jordan. She was killed in an automobile accident on New York's Long Island shortly before the war broke out." They crossed the hall and looked inside the dining room and the kitchen. Harry tried the next door and found it was locked. Vicary said, "Open it." Harry knelt down and worked the tool inside the lock. A moment later, he turned the latch and they went inside. It was furnished as a working office, certainly for a man. A desk of dark-stained wood, a chair of fine leather, and a unique feature that said much about the occupant, a drafting table and stool that an engineer or an architect might use. Vicary switched on the desk lamp and said, "What a perfect place to photograph documents." The safe was next to the desk. It was old and looked as though it weighed at least 500 pounds. Vicary looked closely at the legs and noticed they were bolted to the floor. He said, "Let's take a look upstairs." There were 3 bedrooms, 2 overlooking the street, a third larger room at the back of the house. The 2 in front were obviously guest rooms. The wardrobes were empty, and there were no personal touches of any kind. Vicary led them into Jordan's room. The double bed was unmade, the shades raised on windows overlooking a small, unkempt walled garden. Vicary opened the Edwardian wardrobe and looked inside. 2 U.S. Navy uniforms, several pairs of wool civilian trousers, a stack of sweaters, and several neatly folded shirts bearing the name of a men's shop in Manhattan. He closed the wardrobe and looked around the room. If she had been here, she had left no trace, only a faint breath of perfume that hung in the air and reminded Vicary of the fragrance that Helen had worn. "Who is this, please? Oh, bloody hell!" Vicary looked at Harry and said, "Go downstairs, quietly open the door to the study, go inside, and close it again." Harry came back 2 minutes later. "Did you hear anything?" "Not a sound." "So it's possible she may be slipping into his study at night and photographing everything he brings home." "We have to assume that, yes. Check out the bathroom. See if she's left any personal items here at all." Vicary could hear Harry rattling around inside the medicine chest. He came back into the bedroom and said, "Nothing belonging to a woman in there." "All right, I've seen enough for now." They went downstairs again, made certain the door to the study was locked, and let themselves out the front door. They had parked around the corner. As they turned onto the pavement, Vicary looked up at the terrace of houses across the street. He looked down again very quickly. He could have sworn he saw a face in a darkened window looking back at him. A man's face. Dark eyes, black hair, thin lips. He glanced upward again, but this time the face was gone. Horst Neumann played a game with himself to help ease the tedium of waiting. He memorized faces. He had become good at it. He could glance at several faces, on the train or in a crowded square, commit each to memory, then mentally flip through them, the way one looks at photographs in an album. He was spending so much time on the Hunstanton to Liverpool Street run that he was beginning to see familiar faces all the time. The chubby salesman who always fondled his girlfriend's leg before kissing her goodbye at Cambridge and going home to his wife. The spinster who seemed forever on the verge of tears. The war widow who always gazed out the window and, Neumann imagined, saw her husband's face in the passing grey-green countryside. In Cavendish Square he knew all the regulars, the residents of the houses surrounding the square, the people who liked to come and sit on the benches among the dormant plants. It was monotonous work, but it kept his mind sharp and helped pass the time. The fat man came at 3 o'clock, the same grey overcoat, the same bowler hat, the same jittery air of a decent man embarking on a life of crime. The diplomat unlocked the door to the house and went inside. Neumann crossed the square and slipped the envelope through the slot. He heard the familiar grunt as the chubby diplomat scooped to retrieve it. Neumann returned to his spot on the square and waited. The diplomat came out a few minutes later, found a taxi, and was gone. Neumann waited for a few minutes to make certain the taxi was not being followed. Neumann had 2 hours before his train. He stood up and started walking toward Portman Square. He passed by the bookshop and saw the girl through the window. The shop was empty. She was sitting behind the counter reading the same volume of Eliot she had sold him last week. She seemed to sense someone was watching her, because she looked up suddenly as if startled. Then she recognized him, smiled, and gestured for him to come inside. Neumann opened the door and walked in. "It's time for my break now," she said. "There's a cafe across the street. Will you join me? My name's Sarah, by the way." Neumann thought, "Oh, what the hell," he said. "I'd love to, Sarah." Rain beat softly on the roof of the Humber. Cold infiltrated the interior, so they saw their breath when they spoke. Grosvenor Square was unusually quiet, indistinguishable in the blackout. They might have been parked outside the Reichstag, for all Vicary could tell. An American staff car slipped into the square, headlamps shrouded. The street shone with the rain and the puddle of light thrown off by the vehicle. 2 men climbed out. Neither was Jordan. A moment later, a motorcycle courier plunged through the darkness. Vicary reflexively thought of France. He closed his eyes to squeeze away the images, and instead saw the face of the man in the Kensington window. Probably nothing more than a nosy neighbor, he told himself. Something troubled him, though. The way the man stood a few feet back from the glass, the way the room was in darkness. He pictured the face, dark hair, dark eyes, a narrow mouth, pale skin, the features arranged in a way to obscure national origin. Maybe German, maybe Italian, maybe Greek or Russian, or English. Harry lit a cigarette, then Vicary lit a cigarette, and after a moment the back of the Humber was thick with smoke. Vicary wound down his window an inch to release the cloud. The cold poured in and sliced at his face. Vicary said, "I never knew you were such a star, Harry. Every policeman in London knows your name." "The Spencer Thomas case," Harry said. "How did you catch him?" "The dumb bastard wrote everything down." "What do you mean?" "He wanted to remember the details of the murders, but he didn't trust his memory. So he kept this bizarre diary. I found it when I searched his room. You'd be surprised at the things some people put in writing." "No, I wouldn't," thought Vicary, remembering the letter from Helen. "I have proven my love for you in a way that I can do for no other man, but I am unwilling to sacrifice my relationship with my father for the sake of a marriage." "How's Grace Clarendon?" Vicary asked. He had never asked about her before, and the question sounded unnatural, as though he had just asked Harry about rugby or cricket. Harry said, "She's fine. Why do you ask?" "I saw her outside Boothby's office last night." "Boothby always asks for Grace to deliver files to his office personally. Grace thinks it's because he likes to look at her legs. Half the people in the department think she's having it off with him." Vicary had heard those rumors once upon a time himself. Boothby had slept with everything in the department that wasn't nailed down, and Grace Clarendon had been one of his favorite conquests. "You can't do this to me! Bastard! Bloody bastard!" Vicary had assumed Boothby disciplined Grace over the Fogel file, but it was possible he had just overheard a lovers' quarrel. He decided he would not tell Harry any more about it. The car entered the square a moment later. Vicary's first image of Jordan would linger with him for a long time, faintly irritating, like the odor of foul cooking trapped in clothes. He heard the low rumble of the approaching staff car and spun his head in time to see Jordan slip past his window. He saw him for less than a split second, but his mind had frozen Jordan's likeness as surely as film traps light. He saw the eyes, looking across the square as if for hidden enemies. He saw the jawline, taut and crisp, as if steeled for a contest. He noted the cap, pulled tightly to the brow, and the overcoat, buttoned tightly to the throat. Jordan's staff car stopped in front of number 47. The engine started, and they pulled forward very quickly. Harry got out of the car and pursued Jordan across the pavement. The rest Vicary watched like a pantomime, Harry asking Jordan to come away and get in the second Humber, which seemed to have materialized from thin air, Jordan looking at Harry as though he were from outer space. Harry identifying himself in the overpolite manner of a London police officer. Jordan telling him very clearly to fuck off. Harry seizing Jordan's arm a little too firmly and leaning over to murmur something into his ear. All colour bleeding from Jordan's face. Chapter 37. Richmond upon Thames, England. The red brick Victorian mansion was not visible from the road. It stood atop the highest point of the grounds at the end of a ragged ribbon of gravel. Vicary, alone in the back of the freezing Humber, doused the light as he approached the house. During the drive, he had read the contents of Jordan's briefcase. His eyes burned and his head was throbbing. If this document was in German hands, it was possible the Abwehr could use it to unlock the secret of the invasion. They could use it to peer through the smoke and the fog of double cross and fortitude. They could use it to win the war. Vicary imagined the scene in Berlin. Hitler would be dancing on the tabletops, clicking the heels of his jackboots. And it's all because I couldn't find a way to catch that damned spy. Vicary rubbed a clear patch in his fogged window. The mansion was dark, except for a single yellow light burning over the entrance. MI5 had purchased it before the war from bankrupt relatives of the original owner. The plan had been to use it for clandestine meetings and interrogations, and as lodgings for sensitive guests. Used infrequently, it had grown seedy and derelict, and looked as though it had been abandoned by a retreating army. The only signs of habitation were the dozen staff cars parked haphazardly in the weedy drive. A Royal Marine Guard appeared out of the darkness and opened Vicary's door. He led him into the cold, time-worn hall and through a series of rooms, a drawing room of covered furniture, a library of empty bookshelves, and finally through a pair of double doors that led into a large room overlooking the darkened grounds. It smelled of wood smoke and brandy, and faintly of wet dog. A billiards table had been pushed aside, and a heavy oaken banquet table laid in its place. A bonfire burned in the huge fireplace. A pair of dark-eyed Americans from Chafe Intelligence sat quietly as altar boys in the chairs nearest the flames. Basil Boothby paced slowly in the shadows. Vicary found his spot at the table. He placed Jordan's briefcase on the floor next to his chair and began slowly unpacking his own. He looked up, caught Boothby's eye, and nodded. Then he looked down again and continued preparing his place. He heard doors opening and two pairs of footsteps crossing the wooden floor. He recognized one set as Harry's and knew the other to be Peter Jordan's. A moment later, Vicary heard Jordan's weight settling into the chair directly across the table from him. Still, he did not look at him. He removed his notebook and a single yellow pencil and laid them on the table carefully, as if arranging a place setting for royalty. Next, he removed Jordan's file and laid it on the table. He sat down, opened the first page of his notebook, and licked the tip of his pencil. Then, finally, Vicary lifted his head and looked Peter Jordan directly in the eye for the first time. "How did you meet her?" "I bumped into her in the blackout." "What do you mean by that?" "I was walking down the sidewalk without a blackout torch, and we collided. She was carrying a bag of groceries. They spilled everywhere." "Where did this happen?" "Kensington, outside the Van Dyke Club." "When?" "About 2 weeks ago." "When exactly?" "Jesus, I don't remember. It might have been a Monday." "What time in the evening?" "Around 6 o'clock." "What did she call herself?" "Catherine Blake." "Had you ever met her before that night?" "No." "Had you ever seen her before that night?" "No." "You didn't recognize her?" "No." "And how long were you with her that first night?" "Less than a minute." "Did you make arrangements to see her again?" "Not exactly. I asked her to have a drink sometime. She said she'd like that, and then she walked away." "She gave you her address?" "No." "A telephone number?" "No." "So how were you supposed to contact her?" "Good question. I assumed she didn't want to see me again." "When did you see her again?" "The next night." "Where?" "The bar of the Savoy Hotel." "What were the circumstances?" "I was having a drink with a friend." "The friend's name?" "Shepard Ramsey." "And you saw her in the bar?" "Yes." "And she came to your table?" "No, I went to her." "What happened next?" "She said she was supposed to meet a fellow there, but she'd been stood up. I asked if I could buy her a drink. She said she would rather leave, so I left with her." "Where did you go?" "To my house." "What did you do?" She cooked dinner and we ate. We talked for a while and she went home. Did you make love to her that night? Listen, I'm not going to... Yes, you bloody well are, Commander Jordan. Now answer the question. Did you make love to her that night? No. Are you telling me the truth? What? I said, are you telling me the truth? Of course I am. You don't intend to lie to me tonight, do you, Commander Jordan? No, I don't. Good, because I wouldn't advise it. You're in enough trouble as it is. Now let's continue. Vicary abruptly changed course, guiding Jordan into calmer waters. For 1 hour he walked Jordan through his personal history, his childhood on the west side of Manhattan, his education at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, his work with the Northeast Bridge Company, his marriage to the wealthy and beautiful debutante Margaret Lauterbach, her death in an automobile accident on Long Island in August 1939. Vicary asked the questions without notes, and as if he did not know the answers, even though he had memorized Jordan's file during the drive. He made certain he controlled the pace and the cadence of the conversation. When Jordan seemed to be too comfortable, Vicary would derail him. All the while, Vicary was writing religiously in his notebook. The interrogation was being recorded with hidden microphones. Yet Vicary was scribbling as if his little notebook would be the permanent chronicle of the evening's proceedings. Whenever Jordan spoke, there was the maddening sound of Vicary's pencil scratching across the page. Every few minutes, Vicary's pencil would dull. He would apologize, force Jordan to stop, then make a vast show of fishing out a new one. Each time he would retrieve just one new pencil, never an extra, just one. Each search seemed to take longer than the last. Harry, watching from the shadows, marveled at Vicary's performance. He wanted Jordan to underestimate him, to think him something of a dolt. Harry thought, "Go ahead, you dumb bastard, and you'll cut your balls off." Vicary turned to a fresh page in his notebook and withdrew a new pencil. Her name isn't really Catherine Blake, and she isn't really English. Her real name is Anna Katharina von Steiner, but I will never refer to her by that name again. I would like you to forget you ever heard it. My reasons will be made clear to you later. She was born in London before the First War to an English mother and a German father. She returned to England in November 1938 using this false Dutch passport. Do you recognize the photograph? It's her. She looks different now, but that's her. We assume she came to the attention of German intelligence because of her background and her language ability. We believe she was recruited in 1936 and sent to a camp in Bavaria, where she was given training in codes and radios, taught how to assess an army, and taught how to kill. In order to conceal her own entry into the country, she brutally murdered a woman in Suffolk. We think she's murdered 3 other people as well. That's very difficult to believe. Well, believe it. She's different from the rest. Most of Canaris' spies were useless idiots, poorly trained and ill-suited to espionage. We rolled up their networks at the beginning of the war, but we think Catherine Blake is one of their stars, a different kind of agent. We call them sleepers. She never used her radio, and it appears she never engaged in any other operation. She simply melted into British society and waited to be activated. Why did she choose me? Allow me to phrase the question differently, Commander Jordan. Did she choose you, or did you choose her? What are you talking about? It's simple, really. I want to know why you've been flogging our secrets to the Germans. I haven't! I want to know why you've been betraying us. I haven't betrayed anybody! I want to know why you're acting as an agent of German intelligence. That's ridiculous! Is it? What are we supposed to think? You've been carrying on an affair with Germany's top agent in Britain. You bring home a briefcase full of classified material. Why did you do that? Why couldn't you just tell her the secret of Operation Mulberry? Did she ask you to bring home the documents so she could photograph them? No! I mean, did you volunteer to bring them home? No! Well, why were you walking around with this in your briefcase? Because I was leaving early in the morning to inspect the construction sites in the south. 20 people will verify that. Personnel security inspected my home and the vault in my study. Under certain circumstances, I was allowed to take classified documents there if they were locked in the vault. Well, that was obviously an enormous mistake, because I think you've been bringing those documents home and handing them over to Catherine Blake. That's not true. I'm just not sure whether you're a German agent or whether you've been seduced into spying. Go fuck yourself! I've had enough of this! I want to know if you've betrayed us for sex. No! I want to know if you've betrayed us for money. I don't need money. Are you working in collusion with the woman known to you as Catherine Blake? No. Have you knowingly or willingly supplied Allied secrets to the woman known to you as Catherine Blake? No. Are you working directly for German military intelligence? That's a ridiculous question. Answer it. No. God damn it, no. Are you involved in a sexual relationship with the woman known to you as Catherine Blake? That's my business. Not anymore, Commander. I ask you again. Are you involved in a sexual relationship with Catherine Blake? Yes. Are you in love with Catherine Blake? Commander, did you hear the question? Commander? Commander Jordan, are you in love with Catherine Blake? Until a couple hours ago, I was in love with a woman I thought was Catherine Blake. I didn't know she was a German agent, and I didn't willingly give her Allied secrets. You must believe me. I'm not sure I do, Commander Jordan, but let's move on. You enlisted in the Navy last October. That's correct. Why not sooner? My wife is dead. I didn't want to leave my son alone. Why did you change your mind? Because I was asked to join the Navy. Tell me how it was done. 2 men came to my office in Manhattan. It was clear they had already checked out my background, both personal and professional. They said my services were required for a project connected with the invasion. They didn't tell me what that project was. They asked me to go to Washington, and I never saw them again. What were their names? One was called Lehman. I don't recall the other man's name. Were they both American? Lehman was an American, the other one was British. But you don't remember his name? No. How did he look? He was tall and thin. Well, that narrows it to about half the country. What happened when you went to Washington? After my security clearance came through, I was briefed on Mulberry and shown the actual plans. Why did they need you? They wanted someone who had had experience on large construction projects. My company had built some of the biggest bridges in the East. And what were your initial impressions? I thought Mulberry was feasible technically, but I thought the construction schedule was a farce, far too optimistic. I could see right away that there would be delays. And what were your conclusions after the inspection you carried out today? That the project is dangerously behind schedule, that the chance of actually completing the Phoenix is on time is about 1 in 3. Did you share these conclusions with Catherine Blake? Please, let's not go through this again. You're not answering my question. No, I did not share those conclusions with Catherine Blake. Did you see her before we picked you up at Grosvenor Square? No, I went to Schaeff directly from the construction sites. Vicary reached in his briefcase and laid 2 photographs on the table, one of Robert Pope and the other of Dickie Dobbs. Have you ever seen these men? They look vaguely familiar, but I can't tell you where I've seen them. Vicary opened Jordan's file and flipped a page. Tell me about the house you're living in. My father-in-law purchased it before the war. He spent a fair amount of time in London on business and pleasure, and wanted a comfortable place to stay when he was in town. Anyone else use the house? Margaret and I used it when we came to Europe on vacation. Did your father-in-law's bank have German investments? Yes, many, but he liquidated most of them before the war. Did he oversee that liquidation personally? Most of the work was done by a man named Walker Hardigan. He's the number 2 man at the bank. He also speaks fluent German and knows the country inside and out. Did he travel to Germany before the war? Yes, several times. Did you ever accompany him? No. I have nothing to do with my father-in-law's business. Did Walker Hardigan use the house in London? He may have. I'm not certain. How well do you know Walker Hardigan? I know him very well. Then I suppose you're good friends. No, not really. You know him well, but you're not friends. That's right. Are you enemies? Enemies is a strong word. We just don't get along well. Why not? He dated my wife before I met her. I think he was always in love with her. He drank quite a bit at my going-away party. He accused me of killing her to make a business deal. I think someone who made a remark like that to me would be my enemy. I thought about knocking the hell out of him at the time. Do you blame yourself for your wife's death? Yes, I always have. If I hadn't asked her to come into the city for that goddamned business dinner, she'd still be alive. How much does Walker Hardigan know about your work? Nothing. He knows you're a gifted engineer? Yes. He knows you were sent to London to work on a secret project? He could probably deduce that, yes. Have you ever mentioned Operation Mulberry in your letters home? Never. They were all cleared by the censor. Did you ever tell any other member of your family about Operation Mulberry? No. Ever tell any of your friends? No. This fellow Shepherd Ramsay, ever tell him? No. Does he ever ask about it? All the time. In a joking manner, of course. Did you have plans to see Catherine Blake again? I don't have plans to see her. I never want to see her again. Well, that may not be possible, Commander Jordan. What are you talking about? In due time. It's late. I think we all could use some sleep. We'll continue in the morning. Vicary rose and walked to where Boothby was sitting. He leaned down and said, I think we should talk. Yes, Boothby said. Let's go in the next room, shall we? He uncoiled himself from his chair and took Vicary by the elbow. You did a marvelous job with him, he said. My God, Alfred, when did you become such a bastard? Boothby pulled open a door and held out his hand for Vicary to enter first. Vicary brushed past Boothby and stepped inside the room. He couldn't believe his eyes. Winston Churchill said, Hello, Alfred. So good to see you again. I wish it could be under different circumstances. I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. Professor Alfred Vicary, meet General Eisenhower. Dwight Eisenhower rose from his seat and stuck out his hand. The room had been a study once. There were bookshelves built into the walls, a writing desk, and a pair of wing chairs where Churchill and Eisenhower sat now. A wood fire burned brightly in the hearth, but it had failed to take the chill off the room. A woolen blanket lay across Churchill's knees. He was gnawing on the damp end of a dead cigar and drinking brandy. Eisenhower lit a cigarette and sipped black coffee. On the table between them was a small speaker, which they had used to monitor the interrogation of Jordan. Vicary knew this because the microphones were still turned on, and he could hear a scrape of chairs and a murmur of voices coming from the next room. Boothby glided forward and turned down the volume. The door opened, and a fifth man entered the room. Vicary recognized the tall, bear-like build, Brigadier General Thomas Betts, the Deputy Chief of Intelligence at SHAEF, and the man charged with safeguarding the secret of the invasion. Is he telling the truth, Alfred? Churchill asked. I'm not sure, Vicary said, pouring himself a cup of coffee at the sideboard. I want to believe him, but something is bothering me, and I'm damned if I know what it is. Boothby said, Nothing in his background would suggest he's a German agent or that he's willingly betrayed us. After all, we came to him. He was recruited to work on Mulberry. He didn't volunteer. If he was an agent the entire time, he would have been banging on the door early in the war, trying to work himself into a position of importance. I agree, Eisenhower said. His background is sterling, Boothby continued. You saw his file. His FBI background check didn't turn up a thing. He has all the money in the world. He's not a communist. He doesn't bugger little boys. We have no reason to think he's sympathetic to the German cause. In short, we have no reason to suspect this man is a spy or has been coerced into spying. All true, Vicary said, thinking. When the hell did Boothby become chairman of the Peter Jordan fan club? But what about this man, Walter Hardigan? Was he checked out before Jordan came to the Mulberry team? Thoroughly, General Betts said. The FBI was concerned about his German contacts long before the War Department ever approached Jordan about working on Mulberry. They looked into Hardigan's background with a microscope. They didn't turn up a blessed thing. Hardigan is clean as a whistle. Well, I'd feel better if they took another look, Vicary said. How in the bloody hell did she know to go after him? And how's she getting the material? I've been inside his house. It's possible she's getting into his papers without his knowledge, but it would be very dangerous. And what about his friend Shepherd Ramsay? I'd like to put him under surveillance and have the FBI look deeper into his background. Churchill said, I'm sure General Eisenhower won't have a problem with that. would you, General? No, Eisenhower said. I want you gentlemen to take whatever steps you feel are necessary. Churchill cleared his throat. This debate is very interesting, but it doesn't address our most pressing problem, he said. It appears this fellow, intentionally or not, has delivered a very significant portion of the plans for Operation Mulberry directly into the hands of a German spy. Now, what are we going to do about it? Basil? Boothby turned to General Betts. How much can the Germans discern about Operation Mulberry from that one document? It's difficult to say, Betts said. The document Jordan had in his briefcase doesn't give them a complete picture, just a damned important slice of it. There are many more components of Mulberry, as I'm sure you're well aware. This just tells them about the Phoenixes. If that document is truly on its way to Berlin, their analysts and engineers are going to be poring all over it. If they're able to determine the purpose of the Phoenixes, it won't be difficult for them to unlock the secret of the artificial harbor project. Betts hesitated, his face grave. And, gentlemen, if they're convinced we're building an artificial harbor, it's very possible they could make the leap and conclude we're coming at Normandy, not Calais. Vicary said, I think we should assume that is the case and proceed accordingly. My suggestion is that we use Jordan to lure Catherine Blake into the open, Boothby said. We arrest her, put her under the bright lights, and turn her. We use her to funnel smoke back to the Germans, confuse them, try to convince them that Mulberry is anything but an artificial harbor meant for Normandy. Vicary cleared his throat gently and said, I fully agree with the second half of that proposal, Sir Basil, but I suspect the first half wouldn't be quite as easy as it sounds. Your point, Alfred? Everything we know about this woman suggests she is highly trained and thoroughly ruthless. I doubt we'd succeed in convincing her to cooperate with us. She's not like the others. It's been my experience that everyone cooperates when they're faced with the prospect of hanging, Alfred. But what are you suggesting? I suggest that Peter Jordan continue to see her. But from now on, we control what's inside that briefcase and what goes home into that safe. We let her run, and we watch her. We discover how she's getting the material back to Berlin. We discover the other agents in the network. Then we arrest her. If we roll up the network cleanly, we'll be able to feed double-cross material directly to the highest levels of the Abwehr, right up to the invasion. Churchill said, Basil, what do you think of Alfred's plan? It's brilliant, Boothby said. But what if Alfred's fears about Commander Jordan are correct? What if he truly is a German agent? Jordan would be in a position to do irreparable damage. That would be true under your scenario as well, Sir Basil. I'm afraid it's a risk we're going to have to take. But Jordan will never be alone with her or anyone else for a second. As of now, he is under round-the-clock surveillance. Wherever he goes, we go. If we see or hear anything we don't like, we move in, arrest Catherine Blake, and do it your way. Boothby nodded. Do you think Jordan can pull it off? After all, he just told us he was in love with this woman. She betrayed him. I don't think he's going to be in any condition to continue carrying on a romantic relationship with her. Well, he simply has to, Vicary said. He's the one who got us into this damned mess, and he's the only one who can get us out. It's not as though we could move the chairs around and slip a professional in there. They chose him. No one else will do. They'll believe what they see in Jordan's briefcase. Churchill looked at Eisenhower. General? Eisenhower crushed out his cigarette, thinking for a moment, and then said, If there's truly no other way to do it, I support the professor's plan. General Betts and I will make certain you have the necessary support from Schaeff to make it work. Then it's done, Churchill said. And God help us if it doesn't work. My name is Vicary, by the way, Alfred Vicary. This is Harry Dalton. He works with me. And this gentleman is Sir Basil Boothby. He's in charge. It was early the next morning, an hour after dawn. They were walking a narrow footpath through the trees, Harry a few paces ahead, like a scout, Vicary and Jordan side by side, Boothby looming over them from behind. The rain had stopped during the night, but the sky was still thick with cloud. The nickeled winter light bleached all color from the trees and the hills. A gauze of fog covered the ground in the low spots, and the air smelled of wood smoke from the fires burning inside the house. Jordan's gaze settled briefly on each of them as they were introduced, but he did not offer his hand. Both remained jammed in the pockets of the jacket that had been left in his room, along with a pair of woolen trousers and a heavy country sweater. They moved along the path in silence for a time, like old schoolmates walking off a heavy breakfast. The cold felt like a nail in Vicary's knee. He walked slowly, hands clasped behind his back, head down as if looking for a lost object. The trees broke and the Thames appeared before them. A pair of wooden benches stood on the bank. Harry sat on one, Vicary and Jordan on the other. Boothby remained standing. Vicary explained to Jordan what they wanted him to do. Jordan listened without looking at anyone. He sat motionless, hands still in his pockets, legs stretched out before him, gaze fixed on some obscure point on the surface of the river. When Vicary finished, Jordan said, "Find some other way to do it. I'm not up to it. You'd be a fool to use me." "Believe me, Commander Jordan, if there were some other way to reverse the damage that's been done, I'd do it. But there isn't. You must do this. You owe it to us. You owe it to all the men who will risk their lives trying to storm the beaches of Normandy." He paused a moment and followed Jordan's gaze onto the water. "And you owe it to yourself, Commander Jordan. You made a terrible mistake. Now you have to help repair the damage." "Is that supposed to be a pep talk?" "No, I don't believe in pep talks. It's the truth." "How long will it last?" "As long as necessary." "You're not answering my question." "That's right. It could be 6 days or 6 months. We just don't know. This isn't an exact science, but I will end it as soon as I can. On that you have my word." "I didn't think that truth counted for much in your line of work, Mr. Vicary." "Not usually, but it will in this case." "What about my work on Operation Mulberry?" "You'll go through the motions of being an active member of the team, but the truth is, you're finished." Vicary stood up. "We should get back to the house, Commander Jordan. We have a few papers for you to sign before we leave." "What sort of papers?" "Oh, just something that binds you to never breathe a word of this for the rest of your life." Jordan turned away from the river and finally looked at Vicary. "Believe me, you don't need to worry about that." Chapter 38. Rastenburg, Germany. Kurt Vogel was fussing with his collar. He was wearing his Kriegsmarine uniform for the first time in longer than he could remember. It fit before the war, but Vogel, like almost everyone else, had lost weight. Now his tunic hung on him like prison pajamas. He was nervous as hell. He had never met the Führer. In fact, he had never been in the same room with the man. Personally, he thought Hitler was a lunatic and a monster who had led Germany to the brink of catastrophe. But he found he was eager to meet him, and for some inexplicable reason, he wanted to make a good impression. He wished he had a better speaking voice. He chain-smoked to ease his nerves. He had smoked the entire flight from Berlin, and now he was smoking again in the car. Canaris finally pleaded with him to put the damned thing out for the sake of the Dachshunds. They were lying at Vogel's feet like fat sausages, glaring up at him malevolently. Vogel cracked the window and tossed his cigarette into the swirling snow. The staff Mercedes stopped at the outer checkpoint of Hitler's Wolfschanze. 4 SS guards descended on the car, threw open the hood and the trunk, and used mirrors to search the undercarriage. The SS men waved them forward, and they drove a half-mile toward the compound. It was late afternoon, but the forest floor burned with brilliant white arc light. Guards with Alsatians patrolled the footpaths. The car stopped again in the compound, and again they were set upon by SS men. This time the inspection was personal. They were ordered out of the car and body-searched. Vogel was shocked at the sight of Wilhelm Canaris, the chief of Germany's intelligence service, standing with his arms in the air, an SS man patting him down as if he were a beer-hall drunk. A guard demanded Vogel's briefcase, and he reluctantly handed it over. It contained the photographs of the Allied documents and the hastily produced analysis from the Abwehr technical staff in Berlin. The SS man dug inside the briefcase with a gloved hand, and then returned it to Vogel, satisfied it contained no weapons or explosives. Vogel joined Canaris, and they walked wordlessly toward the stairs that descended into the bunker. 2 of the photographs Vogel had left behind in Berlin, locked in his file cabinets. The photographs of the note. The hand was hers. Vogel recognized the jagged scar at the base of her thumb. He was torn. Accede to her wishes and extract her from Britain or leave her in place. He suspected the decision would be made for him. Another SS man waited at the top of the stairs, just in case the Führer's visitors were somehow able to arm themselves during the walk across the compound. Canaris and Vogel stopped and submitted to yet another search. Canaris looked at Vogel and said, "Welcome to Camp Paranoia." Vogel and Canaris were the first to arrive. "Smoke now before the chicken farmer gets here," Canaris said. Vogel cringed at the remark. Surely the room was thoroughly bugged. Leafing through his files, he fought off the craving for tobacco. Vogel watched as the most powerful men of the Third Reich filed into the room one by one. Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, Brigadeführer Walter Schellenberg, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, and Hermann Göring. They all rose when Hitler entered the room, 20 minutes behind schedule. He wore slate-gray trousers and a black tunic. He remained standing after everyone else sat. Vogel watched him, fascinated. The hair was graying, the skin sallow, the eyes red-rimmed. The dark circles beneath them were so pronounced they looked like bruises. Yet there was a daunting energy about him. For 2 hours he dominated the other men in the room as he led the conference on preparations for the invasion, probing, challenging, dismissing information or insight deemed irrelevant. It was clear to Vogel that Adolf Hitler knew as much, if not more, about the disposition of his forces in the West than his senior military officers. His attention to detail was astonishing. He demanded to know why there were 3 fewer anti-aircraft guns in the Pas-de-Calais than in the previous week. He wanted to know the exact kind of concrete used for the Atlantic Wall fortifications and the precise thickness at which it was laid. Finally, at the end of the conference, he turned to Canaris and said, "So, I'm told the Abwehr has uncovered another piece of information that might shed some light on the enemy's intentions." "Actually, my Führer, the operation was conceived and executed by Captain Vogel. I'll allow him to brief you on his findings." "Fine," Hitler said. "Captain Vogel?" Vogel remained seated. "My Führer, 2 days ago in London, one of our agents took possession of a document. As you know, we have discovered the enemy's engaged in something called Operation Mulberry. Based on these new documents, we are now closer to learning exactly what Mulberry is." "Closer?" Hitler said, his head tilting back. "So you are still engaging in guesswork, Captain?" "If I may continue, my Führer." "Please, but I have limited patience this evening." "We now know much more about the giant concrete and steel structures being built at several points around England. We now know they are codenamed Phoenix. We also know that when the invasion comes, they will be towed across the English Channel and sunk off the coast of France." "Sunk? For what possible purpose, Captain Vogel?" "For the past 24 hours, our technical analysts have been poring over the documents stolen in London. Each of the submersible units contains quarters for a crew and a large anti-aircraft gun. It is possible the enemy is planning to create a huge coastal anti-aircraft complex to provide additional cover for their troops during the invasion." "Possible," Hitler said. "But why go to so much trouble to construct an anti-aircraft facility? All your estimates indicate the British are desperately short of raw materials. Steel, concrete, aluminum. You've been telling me that for months. Churchill has bankrupted Britain with this foolish war. Why waste precious supplies on such a project?" Hitler turned and glared at Göring. "Besides, I'm afraid we must assume that the enemy will enjoy supremacy in the air during the invasion." Hitler turned back toward Vogel. "Do you have a second theory, Captain Vogel?" "We do, my Führer. It is a minority opinion, very preliminary and still open to a great deal of interpretation." "Let's hear it," he snapped. "One of our analysts believes the submersible units might actually be components of some sort of artificial harbor, a device that could be constructed in Britain, towed across the Channel, and installed along the French coast during the first hours of the invasion." Hitler, intrigued, was pacing again. "An artificial harbor? Is such a thing possible? Himmler cleared his throat gently. Perhaps your analysts are misreading the information provided by the agent, Captain Vogel. An artificial harbor sounds a little far-fetched to me. No, Herr Reichsführer, Hitler said. I think Captain Vogel may be onto something here. Hitler paced the room violently. An artificial harbor! Imagine the arrogance, the audacity of such a project. I see the fingerprints of that madman Churchill all over this. My Führer, Vogel said hesitantly, an artificial harbor is only one possible explanation for these concrete units. I would caution against putting too much emphasis on these early findings. No, Captain Vogel. I'm intrigued by this theory of yours. Let's take it to the next level, just for argument's sake. If the enemy is actually engaged in an attempt to build something as elaborate as an artificial harbor, where would he put it? Von Rundstedt, you first. The old field marshal rose, walked to the map, and tapped at it with his baton. If one studies the failed enemy assault on Dieppe in 1942, one can learn valuable lessons. The enemy's primary objective was to seize and open a major port as quickly as possible. The enemy failed, of course. The problem is this. The enemy knows we will deny him the use of ports for as long as possible, and that we will cripple those ports before surrendering them. I suppose it is possible the enemy might be constructing facilities in Britain that would allow him to reopen the ports more quickly. That makes sense to me. If that is the case, and I stress that Captain Vogel and his colleagues have no conclusive proof it is so, I still believe it is Calais. An invasion at Calais still makes the most sense militarily and strategically. This cannot be ignored. Hitler listened carefully, then turned to Vogel. What do you think of the Field Marshal's analysis, Captain Vogel? Vogel looked up. Von Rundstedt's icy gaze had settled on him. He knew he had to proceed very carefully. Field Marshal von Rundstedt's argument is extremely sound. Vogel paused as von Rundstedt nodded in acknowledgement. But for the sake of discussion, may I offer a second interpretation? Do so, Hitler said. As the Field Marshal has pointed out, the enemy desperately needs port facilities if he is to build up supplies quickly enough to sustain an invasion force. We estimate that would require at least 10,000 tons of supplies each day during the first phase of the operation. Any of the ports on the Pas de Calais could sustain such a massive build-up. Calais, Boulogne, Dunkirk, for example. But as Field Marshal von Rundstedt pointed out, the enemy knows we will demolish those ports before surrendering them. The enemy also knows those ports will be heavily defended. A frontal assault on any one of them would be very costly. Vogel could see that Hitler was fidgeting, growing impatient. He hurried things along. Along the Normandy coast there are a number of small fishing ports, none of them large enough to handle the necessary build-up of material and heavy equipment. Even Cherbourg might not be large enough. Remember, it was designed as a passenger terminal for transatlantic liners, not for discharging cargo. Your point, Captain Vogel, Hitler said, an edge to his voice. My Führer, what if it were possible for the enemy to build up his supplies and equipment on open beaches rather than through a port? If that were indeed possible, the enemy could avoid our strongest defenses, land on the less heavily defended beaches of Normandy, and attempt to supply an invasion force through the use of an artificial harbor. Hitler's eyes flickered. He was clearly intrigued by Vogel's analysis. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was shaking his head. A scenario such as yours would be a recipe for disaster, Captain Vogel. Even in spring, the weather along the Channel coast can be extremely hazardous. Rain, high winds, heavy seas. My staff has studied the patterns. If history is a guide, the enemy can expect periods of good weather for no more than 3 or 4 days at a time. If he attempts to build up his forces on an open beach, with no harbor and no sheltered water, the enemy will be totally at the mercy of nature. And no portable device, no matter how ingenious, will survive a springtime gale on the English Channel. Hitler stepped in. A fascinating discussion, gentlemen, but enough. Obviously, Captain Vogel, your agent needs to discover more about the project. I assume the agent is still in place? Vogel proceeded carefully.
"There is a problem, my Führer,"
Vogel said.
"The agent feels the British security forces may be closing in, that it may not be safe to remain in England much longer."
Walter Schellenberg spoke for the first time. "Captain Vogel, our own source in London says quite the opposite, that the British know there is a leak, but have been unable to plug it. Your agent is imagining the danger at this time." Vogel thought, "Arrogant ass. Who's this great source the SD has in London?" He said,
"The agent in question is highly trained and exceptionally intelligent. I think—"
Himmler cut Vogel off. "Surely you don't assume Brigadeführer Schellenberg's source is less credible than your own, Captain Vogel?"
"With respect, I have no way to judge the credibility of the Brigadeführer's source, Herr Reichsführer."
"A very diplomatic answer, Herr Captain," Himmler said. "But clearly your agent should remain in place until we know the truth about these concrete objects. Wouldn't you agree?" Vogel was trapped. To disagree with Himmler would be like signing his own death warrant. They could manufacture evidence of treason against him and hang him with piano wire like they did the others. He thought of Gertrude and the children. The barbarians would go after them, too. He trusted Anna's instincts, but to pull her out now would be suicide. He had no choice. She would remain in place.
"Yes, I agree, Herr Reichsführer."
Himmler invited Vogel for a walk around the grounds. Night had fallen. Beyond the sphere of arc light, the forest was very dark. A sign warned not to stray from the footpath because of mines. Wind stirred the tops of the conifers. Vogel could hear a dog barking. It was difficult to tell how far away because the new snow reduced all sound to a dull muffle. It was bitter cold. During the tense meeting, he had perspired heavily beneath his tunic. Now, in the cold, it felt as if his clothes had frozen to his body. He craved a cigarette, but decided not to risk offending Himmler further for one day. Himmler's voice, when he finally spoke, was nearly inaudible. Vogel wondered if it was possible to bug a forest.
"A remarkable achievement, Captain Vogel.
You are to be commended."
"I'm honored, Herr Reichsführer."
"Your agent in London is a woman." Vogel said nothing. "It was always my impression that Admiral Canaris distrusted female agents, that he believed they are too susceptible to emotion for clandestine work and lack the necessary objectivity."
"I can assure you, Herr Reichsführer, that the agent involved has none of those shortcomings."
"I must admit I find the practice of inserting female agents behind enemy lines a bit distasteful myself. The SOE persists in sending women into France. When they are arrested, I'm afraid the women suffer the same fate as the men. To inflict such suffering on a woman is regrettable, to say the least." He paused, cheek muscle twitching, and breathed deeply of the cold night air. "Your achievement is even more remarkable because you succeeded in spite of Admiral Canaris."
"I'm not sure what you mean, Herr Reichsführer."
"What I mean is that the Admiral's days at the Abwehr are numbered. We have been unhappy with his performance for some time. He is at least an incompetent, and if my suspicions are correct, he's a traitor to the Führer as well."
"Herr Reichsführer, I've never—"
Himmler cut him off with a wave of his hand. "I know you feel a certain loyalty to Admiral Canaris. After all, he is personally responsible for your rapid rise through the ranks of the Abwehr. But nothing you can say now can possibly change my opinion of Canaris. And a word to the wise, be careful when coming to the aid of a drowning man. You may be dragged under as well." Vogel was stunned. He said nothing. The barking of the dog faded slowly away, then was gone. The wind rose and blew snow across the path, erasing the border with the forest. Vogel wondered how close they laid the mines. He turned his head and glimpsed a pair of SS men trailing softly after them. "It is now February," Himmler resumed. "I can predict with some certainty that Admiral Canaris will be dismissed soon, perhaps even by the end of the month. I intend to bring all the security and intelligence agencies of Germany under my control, including the Abwehr." Vogel thought, the Abwehr under Himmler's control? It would be laughable if he wasn't serious. "You are obviously a man of considerable talent," Himmler continued. "I want you to remain at the Abwehr. with a considerable promotion, of course.
Thank you, Herr Reichsführer.
It was as if someone else said the words for him. Himmler stopped. It's cold. We should start back. They walked past the security men, who waited until Himmler and Vogel were out of earshot before falling in quietly behind them. Himmler said, "I am glad we were able to reach agreement on the matter of leaving the agent in place. I think it is the prudent course of action at this time. And besides, Herr Vogel, it is never wise for one's personal feelings to cloud one's judgment." Vogel stopped walking and looked into Himmler's desolate eyes.
What do you mean by that?
"Please don't treat me like a fool," Himmler said. "Brigadeführer Schellenberg spent some time in Madrid on another matter this past week. He met a friend of yours there, a man named Emilio Romero. Senor Romero told Brigadeführer Schellenberg all about your most prized possession." Vogel thought, damn Emilio for talking to Schellenberg. Damn Himmler for sticking his nose into places it doesn't belong. The SS men seemed to sense tension, and they drifted silently forward. "I understand she's very beautiful," Himmler said. "It must have been difficult to give up a woman like that. It must be tempting to bring her home and lock her away. But she is to remain in place in England. Is that clear, Captain Vogel?"
Yes, Herr Reichsführer.
Schellenberg has his faults, arrogant, too flashy, and this obsession with pornography. Himmler shrugged. "But he's a clever and resourceful intelligence officer. I know you're going to enjoy working more closely with him." Himmler turned abruptly and walked away. Vogel stood alone, shivering in the intense cold.
You don't look well,
Canaris said when Vogel returned to the car.
I usually feel that way after conversations with the chicken farmer, but I must admit I do a better job of hiding it than you.
There was a scratching at the side of the car. Canaris opened his door, and the dogs scampered inside and settled at Vogel's feet. Canaris rapped his knuckle on the glass divider. The engine turned over, and the car crunched over the snow toward the gate. Vogel felt relief wash over him as the glare of the compound receded behind them, and they returned once more to the gloom of the forest. "The little corporal was very proud of you tonight," Canaris said, contempt in his voice. "And what about Himmler? Did you stick the dagger in me during your little moonlight stroll?"
Herr Admiral!
Canaris leaned over and put his hand on Vogel's arm. There was a look in his ice-blue eyes Vogel had never seen.
Be careful, Kurt, he said. It is a dangerous game you are playing. A very dangerous game.
And with that, Canaris leaned back, closed his eyes, and was immediately asleep. Chapter 39. London. The operation was hastily codenamed Kettle Drum. Who chose the name and why, Vicary did not know. It was too complex and too sensitive to be run from his cramped quarters in St. James's Street, so for his command post, Vicary procured a stately Georgian house in a terrace in West Halkin Street. The drawing room was converted into a situation room, with extra telephones, a wireless set, and a large-scale map of metropolitan London tacked to the wall. The upstairs library was turned into an office for Vicary and Harry. There was a rear entrance for the watchers and a pantry stocked with food. The typists volunteered to do the cooking, and Vicary, arriving at the house early that evening, was struck by the aroma of toast and bacon and the lamb stew bubbling on the stove. A watcher led him upstairs to the library. A coal fire burned in the fireplace. The air was dry and warm. He struggled out of his sodden mackintosh, hung it on a hanger, and hung the hanger on the back of the door. One of the girls had left him a pot of tea, and he poured himself a cup. Vicary was exhausted. He had slept poorly after interrogating Jordan, and his hope of catching a little sleep in the car had been dashed by Boothby, who suggested they ride back to the office together so they could use the time to talk. Overall control of Kettledrum was Boothby's. Vicary would run Jordan and be responsible for keeping Catherine Blake under surveillance. At the same time, he would try to discover the rest of the agents in the network and their means of communication with Berlin. Boothby would be the liaison to the 20 Committee, the interdepartmental group that supervised the entire double-cross apparatus, so named because the symbol of double-cross and the Roman numeral for 20 are the same, XX. Boothby and the 20 committee would produce the misleading documents for Jordan's briefcase and integrate Kettledrum into the rest of Double Cross and Bodyguard. Vicary did not ask about the nature of the misinformation, and Boothby did not tell him. Vicary knew what it meant. He had discovered the existence of the new German network and traced the leak back to Jordan. But now he was being shoved into a supporting role. Basil Boothby was fully in command. "Nice digs," Harry said as he entered the room. He poured himself a cup of tea and warmed his backside against the fire. "Where's Jordan?" "Upstairs, sleeping." "Dumb bastard," Harry said, his voice lowered. "He's our dumb bastard now, Harry. Don't forget that. What have you got?" "Fingerprints." "What?" "Fingerprints. Latent fingerprints from someone other than Peter Jordan, all over the inside of that study. On the desk, on the exterior of the safe. He says the cleaning lady was never allowed to go in. We should assume those latent fingerprints were left by Catherine Blake." Vicary shook his head slowly. "Jordan's house is ready to go," Harry continued. "We put so many microphones in that place you can hear a mouse fart. We evicted the family across the street and established a static post. The view is perfect. Anyone goes near that house gets their picture taken." "What about Catherine Blake?" "We traced her telephone number to a flat in Earl's Court. We took over a flat in the building opposite." "Good work, Harry." Harry looked at Vicary a long moment, then said, "Don't take this the wrong way, Alfred, but you look like hell." "I can't remember the last time I slept. What's keeping you going?" "A couple of Benzedrine and 10 quarts of tea." "I'm going to have a bite to eat, then try to get some sleep. What about you?" "Actually, I had plans for the evening." "Grace Clarendon?" "She asked me to dinner. I thought I'd take the opportunity. I don't think we're going to have much free time the next few weeks." Vicary rose and poured himself another cup of tea. "Harry, I don't want to take advantage of your relationship with Grace, but I'm wondering if she could do me a favor. I'd like her to run a couple of names quietly through registry and see what comes up." "I'll ask her. What are the names?" Vicary carried his tea across the room and stood in front of the fire next to Harry. "Peter Jordan, Walker Hardigan, and anyone or anything called Broom." Grace never liked to eat before making love. Afterward, Harry lay in her bed, smoking a cigarette, listening to Glenn Miller on the gramophone and the clatter of Grace cooking in her tiny kitchen. She came back into the bedroom 10 minutes later. She wore a robe loosely tied at her slender waist and carried a tray with their supper on it, soup and bread. Harry sat up against the headboard and Grace leaned against the footboard. The tray was between them. She handed him a bowl of the soup. It was nearly midnight, and they both were starved. Harry loved to watch her, the way she seemed to take such pleasure from the simple meal, the way her robe parted to reveal her taut, perfect body. She noticed him looking at her and said, "What are you thinking, Harry Dalton?" "I was thinking how much I never want this to end. I was thinking how much I wish every night of my life could be just like this." Her face became very grave. She was absolutely incapable of hiding her emotions. When she was happy, her face seemed to light up. When she was angry, her green eyes smoldered. And when she was sad, like now, her body became very still. "You mustn't say things like that, Harry. It's against the rules." "I know it's against the rules, but it's the truth." "Sometimes it's better to keep the truth to yourself. If you don't say it out loud, it doesn't hurt so much." "Grace, I think I'm in love." She slammed down her spoon on the tray. "Jesus, Harry, don't say things like that. You make it so damned hard sometimes. First you say you can't see me because you're feeling guilty, and now you're telling me you're in love with me." "I'm sorry, Grace. It's just the truth. I thought we could always tell each other the truth." "All right. Here's the truth. I'm married to a wonderful man I care for very much and don't want to hurt. But I've fallen desperately in love with a detective-turned-spy-catcher named Harry Dalton. And when this damned war is over, I have to give him up. And it hurts like bloody hell every time I let myself think about it." Her eyes welled with tears. "Now shut up and eat your soup. Please. Let's talk about something else. I'm stuck in dreary registry all day with Jago and his wretched pipe. I want to know what's going on in the rest of the world." "All right. I have a favor to ask of you." "What kind of favor?" "A professional favor." She smiled at him wickedly.
Damn, I was hoping it was a sexual favor.
I need you to quietly run a couple of names through the registry index. See if anything comes up.
Sure, what are they?
Harry told her.
Okay, I'll see what I can find.
She finished the soup, leaned back, and watched Harry while he ate the rest of his soup. When he was done, she stacked the dishes on the tray and set the tray on the floor next to the bed. She turned out the lights and lit a candle on the bedstand. She took off her robe, and she made love to him in a way she never had before, slowly, patiently, as if his body were made of crystal. Her eyes never strayed from his face. When it was over, she fell forward onto his chest, her body limp and damp, her warm breath against his neck.
You wanted the truth, Harry? That's the truth.
I have to be honest with you, Grace. It didn't hurt. It began a few minutes past 10 o'clock the following morning when Peter Jordan, standing in the upstairs library of Vicary's house in West Hawkins Street, dialed the number for Catherine Blake's flat. For a long time, the recording of this one-minute conversation held the distinction of the most listened-to wiretap in the history of the Imperial Security Service. Vicary himself would listen to the damned thing 100 times, searching for imperfections like a master jeweler examining a diamond for flaws. Boothby did the same. A copy of the recording was rushed back to St. James's Street by motorcycle courier, and for 1 hour the red light burned over Sir Basil's door as he listened over and over again. The first time Vicary heard only Jordan. He was standing a few feet away, his back politely turned, his eyes fixed on the fire. Listen, I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to call sooner. I've just been busy as hell. I was out of town a day longer than I expected, and there was no way for me to call. Silence, while she tells him there's no need to apologize. I missed you very much. I thought about you the entire time I was away. Silence, while she tells him she missed him terribly and can't wait to see him again. I want to see you, too. In fact, that's why I'm calling. I booked us a table at the Mirabelle. I hope you're free for lunch. Silence, while she tells him that sounds wonderful. Good. I'll meet you there at 1 o'clock. Silence, while she says she loves him very much. I love you too, darling. Jordan was quiet when it was over. Vicary, watching him, was reminded of Carl Becker and the dark mood he slipped into whenever Vicary forced him to send a double-cross message. They killed the rest of the morning with chess. Jordan played a precise mathematical match. Vicary engaged in deception and subterfuge. While they played, they could hear the banter of the watchers and the clatter of the typists downstairs in the Situation Room. Jordan was beating Vicary badly, so Vicary resigned. At noon, Jordan went to his room and dressed in his uniform. At 12:15, he walked out the rear door of the house and clambered into the back of a department van. Vicary and Harry settled into their places downstairs in the Situation Room, while Jordan was driven at speed up Park Lane like a high-security prisoner. He was taken to a secluded rear door of SHAEF headquarters in Blackburn Street and went inside. For the next 6 minutes, no one from Vicary's team saw him. Jordan emerged from the front entrance of SHAEF at 12:35. He walked across the square, a briefcase chained to his wrist, and vanished into another doorway. This time his absence was 10 minutes. When he reappeared, the briefcase was gone. From Grosvenor Square he walked to South Audley Street, and from South Audley Street to Curzon Street. During his journey he was quietly shadowed by 3 of the department's best watchers, Clive Roach, Tony Blair, and Leonard Reeves. None of them saw any signs that Jordan was under surveillance by the opposition. At 12:55, Jordan arrived at the Mirabelle. He waited outside, just as Vicary had instructed him to do. At precisely 1 o'clock, a taxi braked to a halt in front of the restaurant, and a tall, attractive woman stepped into view. Ginger Bradshaw, the department's best surveillance photographer, was crouched in the back of a department van parked across the street. As Catherine Blake took Peter Jordan's hand and kissed his cheek, he quickly shot 6 photographs. The film was rushed back to West Hawkins Street, and the prince was sitting in front of Vicary in the Situation Room by the time they had finished lunch. When it was over, Blair would say it was his fault. Reeves said no, it was his. Roach, being the senior man, took responsibility himself. All 3 agreed she was a cut above every other German agent they had ever followed, the best, bar none. And if they ever made a mistake, got too close, fingers would surely be burned. After leaving the Mirabelle, Catherine and Peter walked together back to Grosvenor Square. They stopped on the southwest corner of the square and talked for 2 minutes. Ginger Bradshaw took several more photographs, including one of their very brief kiss goodbye. When Jordan walked away, Catherine flagged down a taxi and climbed inside. Blair, Roach, and Reeves jumped into the surveillance van and followed the taxi east to Regent Street. The taxi then headed north to Oxford Street, where Catherine paid off the cabbie and climbed out. Later, Roach would call her stroll along Oxford Street the best demonstration of streetcraft he had ever seen. She paused in at least a half-dozen storefronts. She doubled back twice, once so quickly that Blair had to dive into a cafe to get out of the way. At Tottenham Court Road, she descended into the underground and purchased a ticket for Waterloo. Roach and Reeves both managed to get on the train with her. Roach 20 feet away in the same car, Reeves in the next one. When the doors opened at Leicester Square, she remained still, as if she were going to continue on. Then suddenly she stood up and stepped onto the platform. Roach had to squeeze through the closing doors to stay with her. Reeves was stuck on the train. He was out of the game. She melted into the crowd on the staircase, and Roach lost her momentarily. When she reached street level, she quickly crossed Charing Cross Road and took the stairs back into the Leicester Square station. Roach could have sworn he saw her climb onto a waiting bus, and for the rest of the afternoon he berated himself for making such a stupid mistake. He rushed across the street and jumped onto the bus as it pulled away from the curb. 10 seconds later, he realized he had the wrong woman. He got off the bus at the next stop and telephoned Vicary at West Halkin Street to tell him she had given them the slip.
"Clive Roach has never lost a German agent before," Boothby said, glaring at the watch report that evening in his office. He looked up at Vicary. "The man could follow a gnat through Hampstead Heath." "He's the best. She's just damn good." "Look at this. A taxi, a long walk to check her tail, then into the underground, where she buys a ticket for one station and gets out at another." "She's extremely careful. That's why we've never caught on to her." "There's another explanation, Alfred. It's possible she spotted the tail." "I know. I've thought about that possibility." "And if that's the case, the entire operation is blown even before it started." Boothby tapped the thin metal attaché case containing the first batch of kettledrum material. "If she knows she's under surveillance, and we give her this, we might as well publish the secret of the invasion in the Daily Mail under a bloody banner headline. They'll know they're being deceived, and if they know they're being deceived, they'll know the opposite is true." Roach is convinced she didn't spot him. "Where is she now?" "She's in her flat." "What time is she supposed to meet Jordan?" 10 o'clock at Jordan's house. He told her he was working late tonight." "What were Jordan's impressions?" "He said he detected no change in her demeanor, no sign of nerves or tension." Vicary paused. "He's good, our Commander Jordan. Damned good. If he weren't such an excellent engineer, he'd make a marvelous spy." Boothby tapped the metal attaché case with his thick forefinger. "If she spotted the tail, why is she sitting in her flat? Why isn't she making a run for it?" Vicary said, "Perhaps she wants to see what's inside that briefcase." "It's not too late, Alfred. We don't have to go through with this. We can arrest her right now and think of some other way to repair the damage." "I think that would be a mistake. We don't know the other agents in the network, and we don't know how they're communicating with Berlin." Boothby rapped his knuckle against the attaché case. "You haven't asked what's inside this briefcase, Alfred." "I didn't want another lecture about needs to know." Boothby chuckled and said, "Very good. You're learning. You don't need to know this, but since it's your brilliant idea, I'm going to tell you. The 20 Committee wants to convince them that Mulberry is actually an offshore anti-aircraft complex bound for Calais. The Phoenix units already have crew quarters and anti-aircraft guns, so it's a rather neat fit. They've just altered the drawings a bit." "Perfect," Vicary said. "They have some other schemes in mind to help sell the deception through other channels. You'll be briefed on those as necessary." "I understand, Sir Basil." They sat in silence for a time, each studying his own private spot on the panelled walls. "It's your call, Alfred," Boothby said. "You control this part of the operation. Whatever you recommend, I'll back you up on it." Vicary thought, "Why do I feel as though I'm being measured for the drop?" He did not take comfort from Boothby's offer of support. The first sign of trouble, and Boothby would be diving for the nearest foxhole. The easiest thing to do would be to arrest Catherine Blake and do it Boothby's way, try to turn her and force her to cooperate with them. Vicary remained convinced it would not work, that the only way to funnel the double-cross material directly through her was to do it without her knowledge. "I remember a time when men didn't have to make decisions like this," Boothby said wistfully. "If we make the wrong one, we could very well lose the war." "Thank you for reminding me," Vicary said. "You don't have a crystal ball behind that desk, do you, Sir Basil?" "I'm afraid not." "How about a coin?" "Alfred!" "A poor attempt at levity, Sir Basil." Boothby was tapping on the attaché again. "What's your decision, Alfred?" "I say we let her run," Boothby said. "I hope to God you're right. Give me your right arm." Vicary stuck out his arm. Boothby shackled the attaché case to his wrist. Half an hour later, Grace Clarendon was standing in Northumberland Avenue, stomping her feet against the pavement for warmth, as she watched the evening traffic rushing past. Finally, she spotted Boothby's large black Humber when the driver winked the shaded headlamps. The car pulled over. Boothby threw open the back door, and Grace climbed inside. Grace shivered. "Bloody cold outside. You were supposed to meet me 15 minutes ago. I don't know why we can't just do this in your office." "Too many watchful eyes, Grace. Too much at stake." She stuck a cigarette into her mouth and lit it. Boothby closed the glass partition. "Now, what do you have for me?" "Vicary wants me to run a couple of names through registry for him." "Why doesn't he come to me for a chit?" "I suppose he thinks he won't give it to him." "What are the names?" "Peter Jordan and Walker Hardigan." "Clever bastard," Boothby murmured. "Anything else?" "Yes. He wanted me to run a trace on the word broom." "How broad?" "Names of our own personnel, code names of agents, German and British, operational code names, existing or closed." "For Christ's sake," Boothby said. He turned and watched the traffic. "Did Vicary come to you directly, or did he make the request through Dalton?" "Harry did it." "When?" "Last night." Boothby turned and smiled at her. "Grace, have you been a naughty girl again?" She didn't respond, just said, "What do you want me to tell him?" "Tell him you searched for the names of Jordan and Hardigan in every index you could think of and found nothing. The same for Broom. Understood, Grace?" She nodded. Boothby said, "Don't look so glum. You're making an invaluable contribution to your nation's defense." She turned at him, narrowed her green eyes in anger. "I'm deceiving someone I care about very much, and I don't like it." "It will all be over soon. When it is, I'll treat you to a nice dinner out, just like the old days." She pulled the door latch a little too forcefully and put a foot out the door. "I'll let you take me to an expensive dinner, Basil, but that's all. The old days are definitely over." She got out, slammed the door, and watched Boothby's car vanish into the dark. Vicary waited upstairs in the library. The girls brought him the updates, one by one. 21:15 hours. The static post at Earl's Court spots Catherine Blake leaving her flat. Photographs to follow. 21:17 hours. Catherine Blake walks north towards Cromwell Road. One watcher trailing on foot. Surveillance van following. 21:20 hours. Catherine Blake catches a taxi and heads east. Surveillance van collects watcher on foot and tails the taxi. 21:35 hours. Catherine Blake arrives Marble Arch and leaves taxi. New watcher leaves the surveillance van and follows on foot. 21:40 hours. Catherine Blake catches another taxi in Oxford Street. Surveillance van nearly loses her, unable to pick up watcher on foot. 21:50 hours. Catherine Blake leaves taxi at Piccadilly Circus, walking west on Piccadilly. New watcher trailing on foot. Surveillance van following. 21:53 hours. Catherine Blake catches bus. Surveillance van following. 21:57 hours. Catherine Blake leaves bus. Enters Green Park on footpath. One watcher following. 5 minutes later, Harry came into the room. "We lost her in Green Park," he said. "She doubled back. The watcher had to keep going." "That's all right, Harry. We know where she's going." But for the next 20 minutes, no one saw her. Vicary came downstairs and nervously paced the Situation Room. Through the microphones, Vicary could hear Jordan prowling the inside of his house, waiting for her. Had she seen the watchers? Did she spot the surveillance van? Had she been attacked in Green Park? Was she meeting with another agent? Was she trying to escape? Outside, Vicary heard the rattle of the surveillance van returning, then the soft footfalls of the dejected watchers slipping back into the house. She had beaten them again. Then Boothby telephoned. He was monitoring the operation from his office and wanted to know what the hell was going on. When Vicary told him, Boothby muttered something unintelligible and rang off. Finally, the static post outside Jordan's house came on the air. 22:25 hours. Catherine Blake approaching Jordan's door. Catherine Blake pressing the buzzer. This piece of information Vicary did not need to know, for Jordan's house had been bugged and wired so thoroughly that the door buzzer over the speakers in the Situation Room sounded like an air raid alert. Vicary closed his eyes and listened. Their voices rose and fell as they moved from room to room, out of the range of one microphone and into the next. Vicary, listening to them trade banalities, was reminded of the dialogue in one of Alice Simpson's romance novels. "Can I top up your drink?" "No, it's fine." "How about something to eat? You must be famished." "No, I had a little something earlier. But there is something I want desperately right now." He listened to the sound of their kissing. He searched her voice for false notes. He had a team of officers waiting in the house across the street, just in case it all went wrong and he decided to arrest her. He listened to her telling him how much she loved him, and for some horrid reason he found himself thinking of Helen. They had stopped talking. Clinking glass, running water, footsteps ascending the stairs. Silence as they moved through a dead zone on the microphone coverage. The sound of Jordan's bed creaking beneath the weight of their bodies. The sound of clothing being removed. Whispers. Vicary had heard enough. He turned to Harry and said, "I'm going upstairs. Come get me when she makes her move." Clive Roach heard it first, then Ginger Bradshaw. Harry had fallen asleep on the couch, his long legs dangling over the armrest. Roach reached out and smacked him on the sole of his shoe. Harry, startled, sat up, listening intently. He bounded up the stairs and nearly broke down the door to the library. Vicary had brought his camp bed from his office. He slept, as was his habit, with the light shining on his face. Harry reached down and shook his shoulder. Vicary came awake suddenly and looked at his own wristwatch. 2:45 a.m. He followed Harry wordlessly down the stairs and into the Situation Room. Vicary had experimented with captured German cameras and recognized the sound immediately. Catherine Blake was locked inside Jordan's study, rapidly photographing the first batch of kettledrum material. After a minute, it stopped. Vicary heard the sound of papers being straightened and the door to the safe being closed. Then a click as she turned out the lights and walked back upstairs. Chapter 40. London. "Well, if it isn't the man of the hour," Boothby sang, flinging open the rear door of his Humber. "Come inside, Alfred, before you freeze to death out there. I just finished briefing the 20 committee. Needless to say, they're thrilled. They've asked me to pass on their congratulations to you. So, congratulations, Alfred." "Thank you, I suppose," Vicary said, thinking, when did he have time to brief the 20 committee? It was barely 7 in the morning. Raining, colder than hell, London veiled in the dull half-light of wintry dawn. The car pulled away from the curb into the silent, shimmering street. Vicary slumped down on the seat, leaned his head back and closed his eyes, just for a moment. He was beyond exhaustion. Fatigue pulled at his limbs. It pressed on his chest like the winner of a schoolyard wrestling match, squeezed his head like a vice. He had not slept again, not after listening to Catherine Blake photographing the kettledrum material. What was it that kept him awake? The excitement of so skillfully deceiving the enemy, or disgust at the manner in which it was done? Vicary opened his eyes. They were heading east, across the Georgian bleakness of Belgravia, then Hyde Park Corner, then Park Lane to Bayswater Road. The streets were deserted, a few taxis here and there, a lorry or two, solitary pedestrians rushing along the pavement like scared survivors of a plague. Vicary, closing his eyes again, said, "What's this all about, anyway?" "Remember I told you the 20 committee was considering using some of our other double-cross assets to help bolster the credibility of kettledrum in Berlin?" "I remember," Vicary said. He also remembered he had been stunned by the speed at which the decision had been reached. The 20 committee was notorious for bureaucratic warfare. Each and every double-cross message had to be approved by the 20 Committee before it could be sent to the Germans through turned agents. Vicary sometimes waited days for the committee to approve double-cross messages for his Becker network. Why were they able to move so quickly now? He was too tired to search his brain for possible answers. He closed his eyes again. Where are we going? East London. Hoxton, to be precise. Vicary opened his eyes to a slit, then let them close again. If we're going to East London, why are we travelling west along Bayswater Road? To make certain we're not being followed by members of any other service, friendly or hostile. Who's going to be following us, Sir Basil? The Americans? Actually, Alfred, I'm more worried about the Russians. Vicary lifted his head and twisted it around at Boothby before letting it fall back onto the leather seat. I'd ask for an explanation of that remark, but I'm too tired. In a few minutes, everything will be made clear to you. Will there be coffee there? Boothby chuckled. Yes, I can guarantee that. Good. You won't mind if I use this opportunity to get a few minutes of sleep? But Vicary had drifted off and didn't hear Boothby's answer. The car jerked to a halt. Vicary, floating in a light sleep, felt his head roll forward, then snap back. He heard the metallic crunch of a door latch giving way, felt a blast of cold air clawing at his face. He came awake suddenly. He looked to his left and seemed surprised to see Boothby sitting there. He glanced at his wristwatch. Good heavens, nearly 8 o'clock. They had been driving the London streets for an hour. His neck ached from the awkward position in which he had slept, slumped down in his seat with his chin pressing against the top of his rib cage. His head throbbed with a craving for caffeine and nicotine. He took hold of the armrest and pushed himself into a sitting position. He looked out the window. East London, Hoxton, an ugly Victorian terrace that looked like a factory fallen on hard times. The terrace on the other side had been bombed. A house here, a pile of rubble there, then a house, then rubble, like a mouth of rotting teeth. He heard Boothby say, Wake up, Alfred, we're here. What on earth were you dreaming about, anyway? He felt suddenly self-conscious. What had he dreamt? Had he talked in his sleep? He hadn't dreamt of France since when? Since they cornered Catherine Blake. He wondered if he had dreamt of Helen. Climbing out of the car, he was overcome by a wave of fatigue and had to steady himself by putting a hand on the rear fender of the car. Boothby seemed not to notice, for he was standing on the pavement, glaring back at Vicary impatiently, rattling loose change in his pocket. Rain fell harder now. The bleak landscape somehow made it seem colder. Vicary, joining Boothby on the pavement, breathed deeply of the raw, damp air and immediately felt better. Boothby led the way through the front door into the hall. The house must have been turned into flats, because there were metal letterboxes on one wall. At the back of the hall, directly opposite the door, was a staircase. Vicary let the door close, and they were enveloped in darkness. He reached out and groped for a light switch. He had seen one there, somewhere. He found it, flipped it. Nothing. They take the blackout a little more seriously here than we do up west, Boothby said. Vicary dug a blackout torch from the pocket of his mackintosh. He handed it to Boothby, and Boothby led the way up the wooden stairs. Vicary could see almost nothing, just the outline of Boothby's broad back and a puddle of listless light leaking from the weak torch. Like a blind man, the rest of his senses were suddenly alive. He was treated to a tour of foul odors, urine, stale beer, disinfectant, dried egg frying in old fat. Then the sounds, a parent striking a child, a couple quarreling, another couple noisily copulating. Somewhere he heard notes on an organ and a chorus of male voices. He wondered if there was a church nearby, then realized it was the BBC. Only then did he comprehend that it was Sunday. Kettledrum and the search for Catherine Blake had robbed him of the days of the week. They reached the landing on the top floor. Boothby shone the torch down the hall. The light reflected in the yellow eyes of a skinny cat. It hissed at them in anger before scurrying away. Boothby followed the sound of the church services. The singing had stopped, and the congregation was reciting the Lord's Prayer. Boothby had a key. He stuck it in the lock and switched off the torch before going inside. It was a squalid little room, an unmade bed no larger than Vicary's at MI5 headquarters, a tiny gallery kitchen where coffee burned on a gas ring, a small cafe table where 2 men sat still as statues, listening to the radio. Both had vile Gauloise cigarettes in their mouths, and the air was blue with smoke. The lights were doused. The only illumination came from narrow windows that looked over the back of a terrace on the next street. Vicary walked to the window and looked out at an alley strewn with rubbish. 2 little boys were tossing tin cans into the air and hitting them with sticks. A wind rose, lifting old newspaper into the air like circling gulls. Boothby was dumping the burnt coffee into 2 suspect enamel mugs. He gave one to Vicary and kept one for himself. The coffee was vile, bitter, stale, and too strong, but it was hot, and it had caffeine. Boothby used his chipped cup to make the introductions, tipping it first toward the older and larger of the 2 men. "Alfred Vicary, this is Pelican. That's not his real name, mind you. That's his code name. You don't get to know his real name, I'm afraid. I'm not sure even I know his real name." He tipped his mug at the second man, sitting at the table. "And this fellow is Hawk. That's not a code name. That's his real name. Hawk works for us. Don't you, Hawk?" But Hawk gave no indication he had heard Boothby speak. He was not a hawk, more like a stick, or a rod, or a cane, cadaverous and painfully thin. His cheap wartime suit hung from his bony shoulders as if it had been thrown over a valet. He had the pallor of someone who worked at night and beneath ground. His blonde hair was thinning and going rapidly grey, even though he was no older than the boys Vicary had tutored his last term at the university. He held his Gauloise like a Frenchman, between the tip of his long thumb and forefinger. Vicary had the uncomfortable feeling he had seen him somewhere before. In the canteen, maybe, or leaving registry with a batch of files beneath his arm. Or was it leaving Boothby's office by the secret passageway, the way he had seen Grace Clarendon leave that night? Hawk didn't look at Vicary. The only time he moved was when Boothby took a couple of steps toward him. Then he only inclined his head away a fraction of an inch and tightened his face, as if he feared Boothby might strike him. Vicary looked next at Pelican. He might have been a writer, or he might have been a dock worker. He might be German, or he might be French. Polish, perhaps. They were everywhere. Unlike Hawk, Pelican stared straight back at Vicary, holding him in a steady, slightly bemused gaze. Vicary couldn't quite see Pelican's eyes because he wore the thickest glasses Vicary had ever seen, tinted slightly, as if he was sensitive to bright light. Beneath his black leather coat, he wore 2 sweaters, a grey roll-neck and a frayed beige cardigan that looked as though it had been made for him by a well-meaning relative with eyes as good as his. He smoked his Gauloise to a stub, then crushed it out, using the cracked nail of his thick thumb. Boothby removed his coat and turned down the radio. Then he looked at Vicary and said, "Well now, where should I begin?" Hawk didn't work for us. Hawk worked for Boothby. Boothby knew Hawk's father, worked with him in India, security. He met young Hawk in Britain in 1935 at a luncheon at the family's Kent estate. Young Hawk was drinking and talking too much, berating his father and Boothby for the kind of work they did, reciting Marx and Lenin like Shakespeare, waving his arms at the splendid gardens as though they were proof of the corruption of the English ruling classes. After lunch, Hawk Sr. smiled weakly at Boothby to apologize for his son's abominable behavior. Children these days, you know, rot their learning at school, expensive education gone to waste. Boothby smiled too. He had been looking for a Hawk for a very long time. Boothby had a new job, keeping an eye on the communists, especially at the universities, Oxford and Cambridge. The Communist Party of Great Britain, with love and encouragement from its Russian masters, was trolling the universities for new members of the flock. The NKVD was looking for spies. Hawk went to work for Boothby at Oxford. Boothby seduced Hawk. Boothby gave direction to his directionless heart. Boothby was good at that. Hawk ran with the communists, drank with them, quarreled with them, played tennis with them, fornicated with them. When the party came for him, Hawk told them to fuck off. Then the Pelican came for him. Hawk called Boothby. Hawk was a good boy. The Pelican was German, Jewish, and a communist. Boothby saw the possibilities immediately. He had been a communist street brawler in Berlin in the 1920s, but with Hitler in power, he thought it best to find safer shores. He emigrated to England in 1933. The NKVD knew about the Pelican from his days in Berlin. When they found out he had settled in England, they recruited him as an agent. He was supposed to be a talent spotter only, no heavy lifting. The first talent he spotted was Boothby's agent, Hawk. At the next meeting between Hawk and the Pelican, Boothby appeared out of nowhere and put the fear of God into him. Pelican agreed to go work for Boothby. "Are you still with me, Alfred?" Vicary, listening at the window, thought, "Oh, yes. In fact, I'm 4 moves ahead of you." In August 1939, Boothby brought Hawke to MI5. On Boothby's orders, the Pelican told his Moscow controllers that his star recruit was now working in British intelligence. Moscow was ecstatic. Pelican's star rose. Boothby used Pelican to funnel true but harmless material back to the Russians, all of it allegedly from his source inside MI5, Hawke. All information the Russians could verify from other sources. Pelican's star soared. In November 1939, Boothby sent the Pelican to the Netherlands. A young, arrogant SS intelligence officer named Walter Schellenberg was making regular trips into Dutch territory under an assumed name to meet with a pair of MI6 agents. Schellenberg was posing as a member of the Schwarze Kapelle and was asking the British for assistance. In truth, he wanted the British to give him the names of real German traitors so he could arrest them. The Pelican met Schellenberg in a cafe in a Dutch town just across the border and offered to work for him as a spy in Britain. He admitted he had done a job or two for the NKVD, including recruiting an Oxford boy named Hawke, who had just joined MI5 and with whom Pelican was still in regular contact. As a sign of goodwill, the Pelican presented Schellenberg with a gift, a collection of Asian erotica. Schellenberg gave Pelican £1,000, a camera, and a radio transmitter, and sent him back to Britain. In 1940, MI5 reorganized. Vernon Kell, the old Director General who founded the department in 1909, was abruptly fired by Churchill. Sir David Petrie took charge. Boothby knew him from India. Boothby was kicked upstairs. He turned over the Pelican to a case officer. "An amateur like you, Alfred. A solicitor, though, not a professor." But he kept a firm hand on him. Pelican was too important to be left to someone who barely knew his way to the canteen. Besides, the Pelican's dealings with Schellenberg were getting damned interesting. Schellenberg was impressed with the Pelican's first reports. The material was all good, but harmless stuff. Munitions production, troop movements, bomb damage assessment. Schellenberg drank greedily of it, even though he knew it was coming from a Jewish communist who had worked as a talent spotter for the NKVD. He and the rest of the SS despised Canaris and the professional intelligence officers at the Abwehr. They mistrusted the information Canaris was giving the Führer. Schellenberg saw his opportunity. He could create a separate network in Britain that reported directly to him and Heinrich Himmler, bypassing the Abwehr altogether. Boothby saw an opportunity too. He could use the Pelican network for 2 purposes: to verify misinformation being sent to Canaris through the double-cross system, and at the same time to sow mistrust between the 2 rival intelligence organizations. It was a delicate balancing act. MI5 wanted Canaris to remain on the job. After all, his agency had been totally compromised and manipulated. But a little palace intrigue was good, too. British intelligence could blow gently on the flames of dissension and treachery. Boothby started feeding Schellenberg information through the Pelican that raised questions about Canaris's loyalty. Not enough for Schellenberg to plunge the dagger into the old fox's back, mind you, just enough to put the bloody thing in his hand. In 1942, Boothby thought the game had spun out of control. Schellenberg compiled a lengthy list of Canaris' sins and presented it to Himmler. The double-cross committee decided to throw Canaris a bone or two to untie the noose around his neck. High-grade intelligence he could show to the Führer to prove the Abwehr's effectiveness. It worked. Himmler stuck Schellenberg's file in the drawer, and the old fox stayed on the job. Boothby was pouring another cup of the obscene coffee. Vicary had been unable to finish his first cup. It sat half-empty in the window next to a dead moth that was slowly turning to powder. The little boys had been chased from the alley by the wind. It gusted, hurling rain against the glass. The room was in darkness. The house had gone quiet after the morning's activities. The only sound was the floor creaking beneath Boothby's restless pacing. Vicary turned from the window and watched him. He looked out of place in the grimy flat, like a priest in a cat house, but he seemed to be enjoying himself thoroughly. Even spies like telling secrets sometimes. Boothby reached inside the breast pocket of his suit, pulled out a single sheet of paper, and handed it to Vicary. It was the memorandum he had written to Boothby weeks ago, asking him to issue a security alert. Vicary looked at the top left corner. It had been stamped Action. Next to the stamp were 2 nearly illegible initials, BB. Boothby reached out his hand and took the note back from Vicary. Then he gave it to Pelican. Pelican moved for the first time. He laid Vicary's memo on the table and switched on the light. Vicary, standing over him, could see Pelican's eyes crinkle in discomfort behind the dark glasses. From his pocket he removed a German-issue camera, the same one Schellenberg had given him in 1940. He carefully took 10 photographs of the document, like a professional, adjusting the light and the camera angle each time to make certain he had at least one clear negative. Then he raised the camera and pointed it at Hawke. The camera clicked twice, and he put it back in his pocket. "The Pelican is going to Lisbon tonight," Boothby said. "Schellenberg and friends have requested a meeting with him. We think they're going to give him a very thorough going over. Before they begin their interrogation, Pelican is going to give them this film. The next time Schellenberg and Canaris ride together in the Tiergarten, Schellenberg will tell him about it. Canaris and Vogel will take it as proof that Kettledrum is good as gold. Their agent has not been compromised. British intelligence is in a panic. Therefore, the information she's sending about Operation Mulberry must be accurate. Get the picture, Alfred?" Vicary and Boothby left first, Boothby leading, Vicary behind him again. Descending the stairs in the dark was harder than climbing them. Twice Vicary had to reach out in the gloom and steady himself on the soft shoulder of Boothby's cashmere coat. The cat reappeared and spat at them from a corner. The foul smells were the same, only the order was reversed. They reached the bottom of the stairs. Vicary felt the soles of his shoes scraping over the soiled linoleum of the hall. Boothby pushed open the door. Vicary, stepping back outside, felt the rain on his face. He was never happier to be out of a place in his life. Walking to the car, he watched Boothby, who was watching him. Vicary felt as though he had just peered through the looking-glass. He had been given a guided tour of a secret world of deception he never imagined existed. Vicary climbed into the car. Boothby got in next to him and closed the door. They were driven to Kingsland Road, then south toward the river. Vicary glanced at Boothby once, then averted his eyes. Boothby looked pleased with himself. Vicary said, "You didn't have to show me all that. Why did you?" "Because I wanted to." "What happened to need to know?" "I had no need to know all that. You could have funneled my memo to Schellenberg and never told me about any of it." "That's true." "So why did you do it? To impress me?" "In a way, yes," Boothby said. "You've impressed a great many people with your idea to leave Catherine Blake in place, including me. I realized I've underestimated you, Alfred, your intelligence and your ruthlessness. It takes a cold-hearted bastard to send Peter Jordan back into that bedroom with a briefcase full of double-cross. I wanted to show you the next level of the game." "Is that how you think of this, Sir Basil? A game?" "Not just a game, Alfred. The game." Boothby smiled. It could be his greatest weapon. Vicary, gazing at his face, imagined it was the same smile he used on his wife, Penelope, when assuring her he had given up his latest little love. The illusion of Kettledrum required Vicary to spend much of his day in his cramped office in St. James's Street. After all, they were trying to convince the Abwehr and the rest of the department that Vicary was still pursuing a German agent with access to top-secret material. He closed the door and sat down at his desk. He desperately needed sleep. He laid his head on the desk like a drowsy student and closed his eyes. When he did, he was immediately back in the grimy Hoxton flat. He saw the Pelican and he saw the Hawk. He saw the little boys in the filthy alleyway, pale, malnourished legs poking from their shorts. He saw the moth turning to dust. He heard the organ music echoing through the grand cathedral. He thought of Matilda. Guilt over missing her funeral flashed over him like hot water poured down his neck. Damn, why can't I turn it off just for a few minutes and sleep? Then he saw Boothby, striding around the flat, telling the story of the Hawk and the Pelican and the elaborate deception he had foisted on Walter Schellenberg. He realized he had never seen Boothby happier. Boothby in the field, surrounded by his agents. Boothby drinking vile coffee from a chipped enamel mug. He realized he had misjudged Boothby, or, more accurately, he had been misled by Boothby. The entire department had been. Boothby was a lie, the comic bureaucrat preening around his grand office, the silly personal maxims, the red light and the green light, the ridiculous fetish about moisture rings on his precious furniture. It was all a lie. That was not Basil Boothby. Basil Boothby was not a pusher of paper. Basil Boothby was a runner of agents. a liar, a manipulator, a deceiver. Vicary, drifting off to sleep, found he loathed Boothby just a little less. But one thing troubled him. Why had Boothby lowered the veil? And why now? Vicary felt himself descending into a dreamless sleep. In the distance, Big Ben tolled 10 o'clock. The chimes faded, only to be replaced by the muffled clatter of the teleprinters outside his closed door. He wanted to sleep for a long time. He wanted to forget about it all, just for a few minutes. But after a short while, the shaking began, gentle at first, then violent. Then the sound of a girl's voice, at first downy and pleasant, then slightly alarmed. "Professor Vicary! Professor Vicary! Please wake up! Professor Vicary! Can you hear me?" Vicary, his head still resting on his folded hands, opened his eyes. For an instant he thought it was Helen, but it was only Prudence, a flaxen angel from the typing pool. "I'm so sorry to wake you, Professor, but Harry Dalton's on the line, and he says it's urgent. Let me bring you a cup of hot tea, you poor lamb." Chapter 41. London. Catherine Blake left her flat shortly before 11 a.m., a light, cold rain falling. The darkening skies promised worse weather to come. She had 3 hours before her rendezvous with Neumann. On dreary days like these, she was tempted to skip her painstaking ritual sojourns across London and proceed straight to the rendezvous site. It was monotonous, exhausting work, constantly stopping and checking her tail, jumping on and off underground trains and in and out of taxicabs, but it was necessary, especially now. She paused in the door, knotting a scarf beneath her chin, looking into the street. A quiet Sunday morning, traffic light, shops still closed. Only the cafe across the street was open. A bald man sat in a window table, reading a newspaper. He looked up for an instant, turned the page, and looked down again. Outside the cafe, a half-dozen people waited for a bus. Catherine looked at the faces and thought she had seen one of them before, maybe at the bus stop, maybe somewhere else. She looked up at the flats across the street. "If they're watching you, they'll do it from a fixed position, a flat or a room over a shop." She scanned the windows, looking for any changes, any faces looking back at her. She saw nothing. She finished tying her scarf, put up her umbrella, and started walking through the rain. She caught her first bus in Cromwell Road. It was nearly empty. A pair of old ladies, an old man who mumbled to himself, a slight man who had shaved poorly, wore a soggy mackintosh, and read a newspaper. Catherine got off at Hyde Park Corner. The man with the newspaper did too. Catherine headed into the park. The man with the newspaper headed in the opposite direction, toward Piccadilly. What was it Fogel had said about the watchers of MI5? "Men you would walk past on the street and never give a second look." If Catherine was selecting men to be MI5 watchers, she would have chosen the man with the newspaper. She walked north on a footpath bordering Park Lane. At the northern edge of the park, at Bayswater Road, she turned around and walked back to Hyde Park Corner. Then she turned around and walked north again. She was confident no one was following her on foot. She walked a short distance along Bayswater Road. She stopped at a letterbox and dropped an empty, unmarked envelope into the slot, using the opportunity to check her tail once more. Nothing. The clouds thickened, the rain fell harder. She found a taxi and gave the driver an address in Stockwell. Catherine sat back in her seat, watching the rain running in patterns down the window. Crossing Battersea Bridge, the wind gusted, causing the taxi to shudder. The traffic was still very light. Catherine turned around and looked through the small porthole of a rear window. Behind them, perhaps 200 yards away, was a black van. She could see 2 people in the front seat. Catherine turned around and noticed the cabbie was watching her in his rear-view mirror. Their eyes met briefly. Then he returned his gaze to the road. Catherine instinctively reached inside her handbag and touched the grip of her stiletto. The cab turned into a street lined with bleak, identical Victorian houses. There was not another human being in sight. No traffic, no pedestrians on the pavement. Catherine turned around again. The black van was gone. She relaxed. She was especially anxious to make today's rendezvous. She wanted to know Fogel's response to her demand to be taken out of England. Part of her wished she had never sent it. She felt certain MI5 was closing in on her. She had made terrible mistakes. But at the same time, she was gathering remarkable intelligence from Peter Jordan's safe. Last night, she photographed a document emblazoned with the sword and shield of Schaeff and stamped Most Secret. It was quite possible she was stealing the secret of the invasion. She could not be sure from her vantage point. Peter Jordan's project was just one piece in a giant, complex puzzle. But in Berlin, where they were trying to fit that puzzle together, the information she was taking from Peter Jordan's safe might be invaluable, pure gold. She found she wanted to continue, but why? It was illogical, of course. She had never wanted to be a spy. She had been blackmailed into it by Vogel. She had never felt any great allegiance to Germany. In fact, Catherine felt no allegiance to anything or anyone. She supposed that's what made her a good agent. There was something else. Vogel had always called it a game. Well, she was hooked on the game. She liked the challenge of the game, and she wanted to win the game. She didn't want to steal the secret of the invasion so Germany could win the war and the Nazis could rule Europe for 1,000 years. She wanted to steal the secret of the invasion to prove she was the best, better than all the bumbling idiots the Abwehr sent to England. She wanted to show Vogel that she could play his game better than he could. The taxi stopped. The cabbie turned around and said, "Are you sure this is the place?" She looked out the window. They had stopped along a row of bombed and deserted warehouses. The streets were deserted. If anyone was following her, they could not go undetected here. She paid off the driver and got out. The taxi drove away. A few seconds later, a black van approached, 2 men in the front seat. It drove past her and continued down the road. Stockwell Underground Station was just a short distance away. She threw up her umbrella against the rain, walked quickly to the station, and bought a ticket for Leicester Square. The train was about to leave as she reached the platform. She stepped through the doors before they could close and found a seat. Horst Neumann, standing in the doorway near Leicester Square, ate fish and chips from the newspaper wrapping. He finished the last bite of the fish and immediately felt sick. He spotted her entering the square amid a small knot of pedestrians. He crushed the oily newspaper, dropped it into a rubbish bin, and followed her. After a minute of walking, he pulled alongside her. Catherine looked straight ahead, as if she did not know Neumann was walking next to her. She reached out her hand and placed the film into his. He wordlessly gave her a small slip of paper. They separated. Neumann sat down on a bench in the square and watched her go. Alfred Vicary said, "Then what happened?" "She went into Stockwell Underground Station," Harry said. "We sent a man into the station, but she had already boarded a train and left." "Damn it," Vicary muttered. "We put a man on the train at Waterloo and picked up her trail again." "How long was she alone?" "About 5 minutes. Plenty of time to meet another agent." "Afraid so, Alfred." "Then what?" "Usual routine. Ran the watchers all over the West End for about an hour and a half. She finally went into a cafe and gave us a break for half an hour. Then to Leicester Square. She made one pass across the square and headed back to Earl's Court. No contact with anyone?" "None that we observed." "What about on Leicester Square?" "The watchers didn't see anything." "The letterbox on Bayswater Road?" "We confiscated the contents. We found an unmarked empty envelope on top of the pile. It was just a ploy to check her tail." "Damn it, but she's good." "She's a pro." Vicary made a church steeple of his fingers. "I don't believe she's out there running around because she likes fresh air, Harry. She either made a dead drop somewhere or she met an agent." "Must have been the train," Harry said. "Could have been bloody anywhere," Vicary said. He thumped his arm on the side of the chair. "Damn it!" "We just have to keep following her. Eventually she'll make a mistake." "I wouldn't count on that, Harry. And the longer we keep her under tight surveillance, the greater the chances are that she'll spot the tail. And if she spots the tail, we're dead," Harry said, finishing Vicary's thought for him. "That's right, Harry. We're dead." Vicary tore down his church steeple to free his hands to smother a long yawn. "Did you talk to Grace?" "Yeah. She ran the names every way she could think of. She came up with nothing." "What about Broom?" "Same thing. It's not a code name for any operation or agent." Harry looked at Vicary for a long moment. "Would you like to explain to me, now, why you asked Grace to run those names?" Vicary looked up and met Harry's gaze. "If I did, you'd have me committed." "It's nothing, just my eyes playing tricks on me." Vicary looked at his wristwatch and yawned again. "I have to brief Boothby and collect the next batch of kettledrum material." "We're moving forward, then?" "Unless Boothby says otherwise, we're moving forward." "What are you planning for tonight?" Vicary struggled to his feet and pulled on his mackintosh. I thought some dinner and dancing at the 400 Club would be a nice change of pace. I'll need someone on the inside to keep an eye on them. Why don't you ask Grace to join you? Have a nice evening at the department's expense.
Chapter 42. Berchtesgaden. I'd feel better if those bastards were in front of us instead of behind us, Wilhelm Canaris said morosely, as the staff Mercedes sped along the white concrete autobahn toward the tiny 16th century village of Berchtesgaden. Vogel turned and glanced through the rear window. Behind them, in a second staff car, were Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler and Brigadeführer Walter Schellenberg. Vogel turned away and looked out his own window. Snow drifted gently over the picturesque village. In his foul mood, he thought it made the place look like a cheap postcard. Come to beautiful Berchtesgaden, home of the Führer. He was annoyed at being dragged so far from Tirpitz-Ufer at such a critical time. He thought, why can't he stay in Berlin like the rest of us? He's either buried in his Wolfschanze in Rustenburg or atop his Adler's Nest in Bavaria. Vogel had decided to make something good out of the trip. He planned to have dinner and spend the night with Gertrude and the girls. They were staying with Trude's mother in a village a 2-hour drive from Berchtesgaden. God, how long had it been? 1 day at Christmas, 2 days in October before that. She had promised him a dinner of pork roast, potatoes, and cabbage, and, in that playful voice of hers, promised to do wonderful things to his body in front of the fire when the children and her parents had gone off to bed. Trude always liked to make love that way, somewhere insecure where they might be caught. Something about it always made it more exciting for her, the way it had been 20 years ago when he was a student at Leipzig. For Vogel, the excitement had gone out of it long ago. She had done it intentionally, as punishment for sending her to England. Watch me, and remember this the next time you're with your wife. Vogel thought, my God, why am I thinking of that now? He had managed to hide his feelings from Gertrude the way he had managed to hide everything else from her. He was not a born liar, but he had become a good one. Gertrude still believed he was a personal in-house counsel to Canaris. She had no idea he was the control officer of the Abwehr's most secret spy network in Britain. As usual, he had lied to her about what he was doing today. Trude believed he was in Bavaria on a routine errand for Canaris, not ascending Kehlstein Mountain to brief the Führer on the enemy's plans to invade France. Vogel feared she would leave him if she knew the truth. He had lied to her too many times, deceived her for too long. She would never trust him again. He often thought it would be easier to tell her about Anna than confess he had been a spymaster for Hitler. Canaris was feeding biscuits to the dogs. Vogel glanced at him, then looked away. Was it really possible? Was the man who had plucked him from the law and made him a top spy for the Abwehr a traitor? Canaris certainly made no attempts to conceal his disdain for the Nazis. His refusal to join the party, the constant stream of sarcastic remarks about Hitler. But had his disdain turned to treachery? If Canaris was a traitor, the consequences for the Abwehr networks in Britain were disastrous. Canaris was in a position to betray everything. Vogel thought, if Canaris is a traitor, why are most of the Abwehr networks in England still functioning? It didn't make sense. If Canaris had betrayed the networks, the British would have rolled them up overnight. The mere fact that the overwhelming majority of the German agents sent to England were still in place could be taken as proof that Canaris was not a traitor. Vogel's own network was theoretically immune from treachery. Under their arrangement, Canaris knew only the vaguest details of the V-chain. Vogel's agents did not cross paths with other agents. They had their own radio codes, rendezvous procedures, and separate lines of finance. And Vogel stayed clear of Hamburg, the control center for English networks. He remembered some of the idiots Canaris and the other control officers had sent to England, especially in the summer of 1940, when the invasion of Britain seemed at hand and Canaris threw all caution to the wind. His agents were poorly trained and poorly financed. Vogel knew some were given only £200, a pittance, because the Abwehr and the General Staff believed Britain would fall as easily as had Poland and France. Most of the new agents were morons, like that idiot Karl Becker, a pervert, a glutton, in the espionage game only for the money and the adventure. Vogel wondered how a man like that managed to avoid capture. Vogel didn't like adventurers.
He distrusted anyone who actually wanted to go behind enemy lines to work as a spy. Only a fool would actually want to do that. And fools make bad agents. Vogel wanted only people who had the attributes and intelligence necessary to be a good spy. The rest of it, the motivation, the tradecraft, the willingness to use violence when necessary, he could provide. Outside, the temperature was dropping by degrees as they climbed higher along the winding Kehlsteinstrasse. The car's motor labored, tires skidding on the icy surface of the roadway. After a few moments, the driver stopped in front of the two huge bronze doors at the base of Kehlstein Mountain. A team of SS men carried out a rapid inspection, then opened the doors with the press of a single button. The car left the swirling snow of the Kehlsteinstrasse and entered a long tunnel. The marble walls shone in the light of the ornate bronze lanterns. Hitler's famous elevator awaited them. It was more like a small hotel room, with plush carpet, deep leather chairs, and a bank of telephones. Vogel and Canaris stepped in first. Canaris sat down and immediately lit a cigarette so that the elevator was filled with smoke when Himmler and Schellenberg arrived. The four men sat silently, each looking straight ahead, as the elevator whisked them toward the Obersalzberg, 6,000 feet above Berchtesgaden. Himmler, annoyed by the smoke, raised his gloved hand to his mouth and coughed gently. Vogel's ears popped with a rapid altitude change. He looked at the three men riding upward with him, the three most powerful intelligence officers in the Third Reich, a chicken farmer, a pervert, and a fussy little admiral who might very well be a traitor. In the hands of these men rested the future of Germany. Vogel thought, God help us all. The Nordic giant who served as the chief of Hitler's personal SS bodyguard showed them inside the salon. Vogel, normally indifferent to natural scenery, was stunned by the beauty of the panoramic view. Below, he could see the steeples and hills of Salzburg, the birthplace of Mozart. Near Salzburg was Untersberg, the mountain where Emperor Frederick Barbarossa awaited his legendary call to rise and restore the glory of Germany. The room itself was 50 feet by 60 feet, and by the time Vogel reached the seating area next to the fire, he was light-headed from the altitude. He settled down in the corner of a rustic couch while his eyes scanned the walls. Huge oil paintings and tapestries covered them. Vogel admired the Führer's collection, a nude believed to have been painted by Titian, a landscape by Spitzweg, Roman ruins by Panini. There was a bust of Wagner and a vast clock crowned by a bronze eagle. A steward silently poured coffee for the guests and tea for Hitler. The doors flew open a moment later, and Adolf Hitler pounded into the room. Canaris, as usual, was the last one on his feet. The Führer gestured for them to return to their seats, then remained standing so he could pace. "Captain Vogel," Hitler said without preamble, "I understand your agent in London has scored another coup." "We believe so, my Führer." "Please, let's not keep it a secret any longer." Vogel, under the watchful gaze of an SS man, opened his briefcase. "Our agent has stolen another remarkable document. This document provides us further clues about the nature of Operation Mulberry." Vogel hesitated. "We can now predict with much greater certainty just what role Mulberry will play in the invasion." Hitler nodded. "Please continue, Captain Vogel." "Based on the new documents, we believe Operation Mulberry is an anti-aircraft complex. It will be deployed along the French coastline in an effort to provide protection from the Luftwaffe during the critical first hours of the enemy invasion." Vogel reached into his briefcase again. "Our analysts have used the designs in the enemy document to render a sketch of the complex." Vogel laid it on the table. Schellenberg and Himmler both looked at it with interest. Hitler had walked away and stared out the windows toward his mountains. He believed he did his best thinking at the Berghof, where he was above it all. "And in your opinion, where will the enemy place this anti-aircraft complex, Captain Vogel?" "The plans stolen by our agent do not specify where Mulberry will be deployed," Vogel said. "But based on the rest of the intelligence collected by the Abwehr, it would be logical to conclude that Mulberry is destined for Calais." "And your old theory about an artificial harbor at Normandy?" "It was—" Vogel hesitated, searching for the right word. Premature, my Führer. I made a rush to judgment. I reached a verdict before all the evidence was in. I am a lawyer by training, my Führer, so you will forgive the metaphor. No, Captain Vogel. I believe you were right the first time. I believe Mulberry is an artificial harbor, and I believe it is destined for Normandy. Hitler turned and faced his audience. This is just like Churchill, that madman. A grandiose, foolish contraption that betrays his intentions because it tells us where he and his American friends will strike. The man thinks of himself as a great thinker, a great strategist. But he's a fool when it comes to military matters. Just ask the ghosts of the boys he led to the slaughterhouse in the Dardanelles. No, Captain Vogel, you had it right the first time. It is an artificial harbor, and it is bound for Normandy. I know this! Hitler thumped his chest. Here! Walter Schellenberg cleared his throat. My Führer, we do have other evidence to support Captain Vogel's intelligence. Let's hear it, Herr Brigadeführer. 2 days ago in Lisbon, I debriefed one of our agents in England. Vogel thought, oh Christ, here we go again. Schellenberg dug a document out of his briefcase. This is a memorandum written by an MI5 case officer named Alfred Vicary. It was approved by someone with the initials BB and forwarded to Churchill and Eisenhower. In it, Vicary warns that there is a new threat to security and that extra precautions should be taken until further notice. Vicary also warns that all Allied officers should be especially careful of approaches by women. Your agent in London? It's a woman, is it not, Captain Vogel? Vogel said, May I see that? Schellenberg handed it to him. Hitler said, Alfred Vicary. Why does that name sound familiar to me? Canaris said, Vicary is a personal friend of Churchill's. He was part of the group that had Churchill's ear during the 1930s. Churchill brought him to MI5 when he became Prime Minister in May 1940. Yes, I remember now. Didn't he write a bunch of vile articles about National Socialism throughout the 30s? Canaris thought, all of which turned out to be true. He said, Yes, he's the one. And who's BB? Basil Boothby. He heads a division within MI5. Hitler was pacing again, but slowly. The tranquility of the silent Alps always had a soothing effect on him. Vogel, Schellenberg, and Canaris are all convinced. Well, I am not. An interesting turn of events, wouldn't you say, Herr Reichsführer? The storm had moved off. Hitler was watching the sun vanishing in the west, the mountain peaks purple and pink with the high alpine dusk. Everyone had gone except Himmler. First, Captain Vogel tells me Operation Mulberry is an artificial harbor, then it is an anti-aircraft complex. Quite interesting, my Führer. I have my theories. Hitler turned away from the window. Tell me. Number one, he is telling the truth. He has received new information that he trusts, and he truly believes what he has told you. Possible? Go on. Number two, the intelligence he has just presented to you is totally fabricated, and Kurt Vogel, like his superior Wilhelm Canaris, is a traitor bent on the destruction of the Führer and of Germany. Hitler crossed his arms and tilted his head back. Why would they deceive us about the invasion? If the enemy succeeds in France and the German people see the war is lost, Canaris and the rest of the Schwarze Kapelle scum will turn on us and try to destroy us. If the conspirators succeed in grabbing power, they will sue for peace, and Germany will end up the way she was after the First War, castrated, weak, the beggar of Europe, living off scraps from the tables of the British and the French and the Americans. Himmler paused. And the Bolsheviks, my Führer. Hitler's eyes seemed to catch fire, the very thought of Germans living under Russian domination too painful to imagine. We must never let that happen to Germany, he said, then looked at Himmler carefully. I see by that look on your face that you have another theory, Herr Reichsführer. Yes, my Führer. Let's hear it. Vogel believes the information he is presenting to you is true, but he has been drinking from a poisoned well. Hitler seemed intrigued. "Go on, Herr Reichsführer."
My Führer, I have always been frank with you about my feelings for Admiral Canaris. I believe he is a traitor. I know he has had contact with British and American agents. If my fears about the Admiral are correct, wouldn't it be logical to assume he has compromised the German networks in Britain? Wouldn't it also be logical to assume that the information from Canaris' spies in England is also compromised? What if Captain Vogel actually discovered the truth, and Admiral Canaris silenced him in order to protect himself? Hitler was pacing restlessly again.
"Brilliant, as usual, Herr Reichsführer. You are the only one I can trust."
Remember, my Führer, a lie is the truth, only backward. Hold the lie up to a mirror, and the truth will be staring back at you in the glass.
"You have a plan. I can see it."
"Yes, my Führer, and Kurt Vogel is the key. Vogel can bring us the secret of the invasion and proof of Canaris' treachery once and for all."
"Vogel strikes me as an intelligent man."
"He was considered one of the brightest legal minds in Germany before the war. But remember, he was recruited by Canaris personally. Therefore, I have my doubts about his loyalty. He will have to be handled very carefully."
"That's your specialty, isn't it, Herr Reichsführer?"
Himmler smiled his cadaverous smile. "Yes, my Führer." The house was dark when Vogel arrived. A heavy snowstorm had stretched the 2-hour drive to 4. He stepped from the back of the car and collected his small grip from the trunk. He sent the driver on his way. He had booked a room for him at the small hotel in the village. Trude was standing in the open door, arms folded tightly against her body for warmth. She looked absurdly healthy, her fair skin pink with the cold, her brown hair streaked by the mountain sun. She wore a heavy ski sweater, wool trousers, and mountain boots. Despite the chunky clothing, Vogel could see she was fit from the outdoors. When Vogel took her into his arms, she said, "My God, Kurt Vogel, you're nothing but a bag of bones. Are things so bad in Berlin?" Everyone was in bed already. The girls shared a room upstairs. While Trude prepared his dinner, Vogel went up to look in on them. The room was cold. Nicole had climbed in bed with Lisbeth. In the darkness, it was hard to tell where one left off and the other began. He stood and he listened to their breathing, and he smelled their scents, their breath, their hair, their soap, their warm bodies releasing the fragrance of the bedclothes. Trude always thought it was strange, but he loved the way they smelled more than anything else. A plate of food and a glass of wine awaited him downstairs. Trude had eaten hours ago, so she just sat next to him and talked while he devoured the roast pork and potatoes. He was surprisingly hungry. He finished the first plate and she filled a second, which he forced himself to eat more slowly. Trude talked about her parents and the girls, and how the Wehrmacht had come to the village and taken the remaining men and the schoolboys. She thanked God they had been given 2 daughters and no sons. She asked no questions about his trip, and he volunteered no details. He finished eating. Trude cleared away the dishes. She had made a pot of ersatz coffee and was standing at the stove, pouring him a cup, when there was a very faint tapping at the door. She crossed the room and opened the door, staring in disbelief at the figure, dressed all in black, standing before her. "Oh, my God," she murmured as the cup and saucer fell from her grasp and shattered at her feet. "I still can't believe Heinrich Himmler actually set foot in this house," Trude said, her voice flat, as though she was speaking to herself. She was standing before a weak fire in their bedroom, ramrod straight, arms folded. In the dim light, Vogel could see her face was damp and her body was trembling. "When I first saw that face, I thought I was dreaming. Then I thought we were all under arrest, and then it dawned on me. Heinrich Himmler was in my parents' house because he needed to confer with my husband." She turned from the fire and looked at him. "Why is that, Kurt? Tell me you don't work for him. Tell me you're not one of Himmler's henchmen. Tell me, even if it's a lie."
"I don't work for Heinrich Himmler."
"Who was that other man?"
"His name is Walter Schellenberg."
"What does he do?" Vogel told her. "What do you do? And don't tell me you're just Canaris' lawyer."
Before the war, I looked for very special people. I trained them and sent them to England to be spies.
Trude absorbed this information as if part of her had suspected it for a long time. Why didn't you tell me this before?
I wasn't allowed to tell anyone, not even you. I deceived you in order to protect you. I had no other reason.
Where were you today? It was no use lying to her any longer.
I was at Berchtesgaden garden for a meeting with the Führer.
God Almighty, she muttered, shaking her head. What else have you lied to me about, Kurt Vogel?
I've lied to you about nothing else, only my work.
The look on her face said she didn't believe him. Heinrich Himmler in this house. What happened to you, Kurt? You were going to be a great lawyer. You were going to be the next Hermann Heller. Maybe even sit on the Supreme Court. You loved the law.
There is no law in Germany, Trude. There is only Hitler.
What did Himmler want? Why did he come here so late at night?
He wants me to help him kill a friend.
I hope you said you won't help him. Vogel looked up at her.
If I don't help him, he'll kill me. And then he'll kill you and he'll kill the girls. He'll kill us all, Trude.
Part 4. Chapter 43. London, February 1944.
Same thing as before, Alfred. She led the watchers on a merry chase for 3 hours, and then headed back to her flat. Nonsense, Harry. She's meeting another agent, or she's making a dead drop somewhere. If she did, then we missed it. Again. Damn!
Vicary used the stub of his cigarette to light another. He was disgusted with himself. Smoking cigarettes was bad enough. Using one to light the next was intolerable. It was just the tension of the operation. It had entered its 3rd week. He had allowed Catherine Blake to photograph 4 batches of kettledrum documents. 4 times she had led the watchers on long chases around London, and 4 times they had failed to detect how she was getting the material out. Vicary was getting edgy. The longer the operation continued in this manner, the greater the chances of a mistake. The watchers were exhausted, and Peter Jordan was ready to revolt. Vicary said, "Perhaps we're just going about this the wrong way."
What do you mean?
We're following her, hoping we can detect her drop. What if we changed our tactics and started looking for the agent who's making the pickup?
But how? We don't know who he is or what he looks like.
Actually, we might. Every time Catherine goes out, we go with her, and so does Ginger Bradshaw. He's taken dozens and dozens of photographs. Our man is bound to be in a couple of them.
It's possible. Certainly worth a try.
Harry returned 10 minutes later with a stack of photographs a foot high.
150 photographs, to be exact, Alfred.
Vicary sat down at his desk and put on his half-moon reading glasses. He picked up the photographs one at a time and scanned the images for faces, clothing, suspicious looks, anything. Cursed with a near photographic memory, Vicary stored each of the images in his mind and moved on to the next. Harry drank tea and paced quietly in the shadows. 2 hours later, Vicary thought he had a match. "Look, Harry, here he is in Leicester Square, and here he is again outside Euston Station. Could be coincidence, could be 2 different people, but I doubt it."
Well, I'm damned.
Harry studied the figure in the photographs. Small, dark-haired, with square shoulders and conventional clothing. Nothing about his appearance called attention to him. Perfect for pavement work. Vicary gathered up the remaining photographs and divided them in half. "Start looking for him, Harry. Just him. No one else." Half an hour later, Harry picked him out of a photograph taken on Trafalgar Square, which proved to be the best one yet. "He needs a code name," Vicary said.
"He looks like a Rudolph."
"All right," Vicary said. "Rudolph it is." Chapter 44. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. At that moment, Horst Neumann was pedaling his bicycle from Doherty's cottage toward the village. He wore his heavy roll-neck sweater, a reefer coat, and trousers tucked inside Wellington boots. It was a bright, clear day. Plump white clouds, driven by the strong northerly winds, drifted across a sky of deep blue. Their shadows raced across the meadows and the hillsides and disappeared over the beach. It was the last decent day they would see for a while. Heavy weather was forecast for the entire east coast of the country, beginning midday tomorrow and lasting several days. Neumann wanted to get out of the cottage for a few hours while he had the chance. He needed to think. The wind gusted, making it nearly impossible to keep the bicycle upright on the pitted single-lane track. Neumann put his head down and pedaled harder. He turned and looked over his shoulder. Doherty had given up. He had climbed off his bicycle and was pushing it morosely along the path. Neumann pretended not to notice and continued toward the village. He leaned forward over the handlebars, elbows thrust out, and cycled furiously up a small hill. He reached the top and coasted down the other side. The track was hard with the previous night's freeze, and the bicycle rattled along the deep ruts so viciously Neumann feared the front tire might break loose. The wind eased, and the village appeared. Neumann pedaled across the bridge over the sea creek and stopped on the other side. He laid the bicycle in the deep grass at the edge of the track and sat down next to it. He lifted his face toward the sun. It felt warm, despite the crisp air. A squadron of gulls circled silently overhead. He closed his eyes and listened to the beating of the sea. He was struck by an absurd notion. He would miss this little village when it was time to leave. He opened his eyes and spotted Doherty atop the hill. Doherty removed his cap, wiped his brow, and waved. Neumann called, "Take your time, Sean!" Then he gestured at the sun to explain why he was in no hurry to move. Doherty climbed back onto the bicycle and coasted down. Neumann watched Doherty. Then he turned and looked at the sea. The message he had received from Vogel early that morning troubled him. He had avoided thinking about it, but he could avoid it no longer. The wireless operator in Hamburg had transmitted a code phrase that meant Neumann was to conduct counter-surveillance on Catherine Blake in London. Counter-surveillance, in the lexicon of the trade, meant he was supposed to follow Catherine to make certain she wasn't being followed by the opposition. The request could mean anything. It could mean that Vogel just wanted to make certain the information Catherine was receiving was good. Or it could mean he suspected she was being manipulated by the other side. If that was the case, Neumann might be walking straight into a very dangerous situation. If Catherine was under surveillance and he followed her too, he would be walking side by side with MI5 officers trained to recognize counter-surveillance. He would be walking right into a trap. He thought, "Damn you, Vogel, what are you playing at?" And what if she was being followed by the other side? Neumann had two choices. If possible, he was to contact Vogel by wireless and request authorization to extract Catherine Blake from England. If there was no time, he had Vogel's permission to act on his own. Doherty coasted across the bridge and stopped next to Neumann. A large cloud passed before the sun. Neumann shivered in the cold. He stood up and walked with Doherty toward the village, each man pushing his bicycle. The wind gusted, whistling through the crooked headstones in the graveyard. Neumann turned up the collar of his coat. "Listen, Sean, there's a chance I may need to be leaving soon, in a hurry." Doherty looked at Neumann, his face blank, then looked forward again. Neumann said, "Tell me about the boat." "Early in the war, I was instructed by Berlin to create an escape route along the Lincolnshire coast, a way for an agent to get to a U-boat 10 miles offshore. His name is Jack Kincaid. He has a small fishing boat in the town of Cleethorpes, at the mouth of the River Humber. I've seen the boat. It's a bit of a wreck, otherwise it would have been seized by the Royal Navy, but it will do the trick." "And Kincaid, what does he know?" "He thinks I'm involved in the black market. Kincaid's into a lot of shady things, but I suspect he'd draw the line at working for the Abwehr. I paid him £100 and told him to be ready to do the job on short notice. Any time, day or night." "Contact him today," Neumann said. "Tell him we might be coming soon." Doherty nodded. Neumann said, "I'm not supposed to make you this offer, but I'm going to anyway. I want you and Mary to consider coming out with me when I leave." Doherty laughed to himself. "And what am I supposed to do in bloody Berlin?" "You'll be alive, for one thing," Neumann said. "We've left too many footprints, and the British aren't stupid, as much as you'd like to believe they are. They'll find you, and when they do, they'll march you straight to the gallows." "I've thought of that already. A lot of good men have given their life for the cause. My brother did, and I'm not afraid to give mine. That's a lovely speech, Sean, but don't be a fool. I'd say you bet on the wrong horse. You wouldn't be dying for the cause, you'd be dying because you engaged in espionage on behalf of the enemy, Nazi Germany. Hitler and his friends don't give a damn about Ireland, and helping them now isn't going to free Northern Ireland from English oppression. Not now, not ever. You understand me? Doherty said nothing. And there's something else you need to ask yourself. You may be willing to sacrifice your own life, but what about Mary's? Doherty looked up at him sharply. What do you mean? Mary knows you were spying for the Abwehr, and she knows I was an agent. If the British find out about that, they're not going to be happy, to say the least. She'll go to prison for a very long time, if she's lucky. If she's not lucky, they'll hang her, too. Doherty waved his hand. They won't touch Mary. She doesn't have any part in it. It's what they call being an accessory, Sean. Mary was an accessory to your espionage. Doherty walked in silence for a while, thinking over Neumann's words. Finally he said, What the hell would I do in Germany? I don't want to go to Germany. Vogel can arrange passage for you to a third country, Portugal or Spain. He might even be able to get you back into Ireland. Mary will never go. She'll never leave Hampton's hands. If I go with you, I'd have to go on my own. Leave her behind to face the bloody British. They arrived at the Hampton Arms pub. Neumann leaned his bicycle against the wall, and Doherty did the same. Let me think about it tonight, Doherty said. I'll talk to Mary and give you an answer in the morning. They went inside the Arms, empty except for the publican, who was behind the bar polishing glasses. A large fire burned on the hearth. Neumann and Doherty removed their coats, hung them on a row of hooks next to the door, and sat down at the table nearest the fire. There was only one thing on the menu that day, pork pie. They ordered 2 pies and 2 glasses of beer. The fire was incredibly hot. Neumann removed his sweater. The publican brought the pies a few minutes later, and they ordered more beer. Neumann had helped Sean repair some fencing that morning, and he was starved. The only time Neumann looked up from his plate was when the door opened and a large man stepped inside. Neumann had seen him around the village and knew who he was. Jenny's father, Martin Colville. Colville ordered whiskey and stayed at the bar. Neumann, finishing the last of his pork pie, glanced up at him at regular intervals. He was a large, powerful man with black hair that fell into his eyes and a black beard flecked with grey. His coat was filthy and smelled of motor oil. His huge hands were cracked and permanently soiled. Colville drank the first whiskey in one gulp and ordered a second. Neumann ate the last of his pie and lit a cigarette. Colville finished the second whiskey and glared in Neumann and Doherty's direction. I want you to stay away from my daughter, Colville said. I hear you two have been seen together around the village, and I'm not happy about it. Doherty, through clenched teeth, said, Stay out of it, mate. Jenny and I spend time together because we're friends, Neumann said. Nothing more. You expect me to believe that? You want to get under her skirt? Well, Jenny's not that kind of girl. Frankly, I don't give a damn what you believe. I put up with her hanging around Paddy here and his wife, but I won't put up with the likes of you. You're no good for her, and if I ever hear about you two being together again... Colville thrust out his forefinger at Neumann. I'll be coming after you. Doherty said, Just nod and smile and be done with it. She spends time with Sean and Mary because they care about her. They give her a pleasant, safe home, which is more than I can say for you. Jenny's home is none of your affair. Just keep your nose out of it. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay the fuck away from her. Neumann crushed out his cigarette. Doherty was right. He should just sit there and keep his mouth shut. The last thing he needed now was to provoke a fight with a villager. He looked up at Colville. He knew the type. The bastard had terrorized everyone his entire life, including his own daughter. Neumann relished the opportunity to put him in his place. He thought, if I show him what it's like, maybe he'll never hurt Jenny again. He said, What are you going to do? Hit me? That's your answer for everything, isn't it? Whenever something happens that you don't like, you just hit someone. That's why Jenny spends so much time with the Dohertys. That's why she can't stand to be around you.
Colville's face tightened. He said,
"Who the fuck are you? I don't believe your story."
He crossed the pub in a few quick steps, took hold of the table, and threw it out of the way.
"You're mine, and I'm going to enjoy this."
Neumann got to his feet. Lucky me. A small knot of villagers, sensing trouble, gathered outside the pub around the two men. Colville threw a wild right hook that Neumann avoided easily. Colville threw two more punches. Neumann avoided them by moving his head just a few inches, keeping his hands protectively around his face and his eyes locked on Colville's, staying back on the defensive. If he tried to move close enough to land a punch, Colville might be able to grab him with his powerful arms, and he might never get away again. He had to wait for Colville to make a mistake. Then he would go on the offensive and end this thing as quickly as possible. Colville threw several more wild punches. He was already out of breath and laboring. Neumann could see frustration building in his face. Colville reached out his arms and charged like a bull. Neumann stepped quickly to the side and tripped Colville as he stormed past. He landed face down with a heavy thud. Neumann moved in quickly as Colville was rising to his hands and knees and kicked him twice rapidly in the face. Colville raised a heavy forearm, absorbing a third blow, and scrambled back onto his feet. Neumann had managed to break his nose. Blood streamed from both nostrils into his mouth. Neumann said, "You've had enough, Martin. Let's stop this and go back inside." Colville said nothing. He stepped forward, jabbed with his left hand, and unleashed a powerful roundhouse right. The blow landed high on Neumann's cheekbone, splitting the flesh. Neumann felt as if he'd been hit by a sledgehammer. His head rang. Tears flowed into his eyes. His vision blurred. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs and thought of Paris. Lying in the filthy alley behind the cafe, his own blood running into the puddles of rainwater, the SS men above him, kicking him with their jackboots, beating him with their fists, their pistol butts, wine bottles, anything. Colville unleashed another reckless punch. Neumann crouched, then pivoted and kicked sideways, landing a savage blow on Colville's right kneecap. The bigger man screamed in agony. Neumann rapidly kicked him 3 more times. Colville was crippled. Neumann wondered if he had dislodged the kneecap. Colville was also terrified. He had obviously never encountered anyone who fought like Neumann. Neumann kept moving to his right, forcing Colville to put weight on his damaged leg. Colville could barely remain standing. Neumann thought his opponent was finished. When Neumann's back was toward the pub, Colville shifted all his weight to his good leg and lunged. Neumann, surprised, couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Colville smashed into him and drove him back against the wall. It was like being hit by a speeding lorry. Neumann struggled to regain his breath. Colville raised his head viciously, catching Neumann beneath his chin. Neumann bit his own tongue and blood poured into his mouth. Before Colville could strike again, Neumann raised the knee into his groin. Colville doubled over, groaning deep in his throat. Neumann raised his knee again, this time into Colville's face, shattering bone. Neumann stepped forward, raised his arm, and drove his elbow downward into the side of Colville's head. Colville's knees buckled and he collapsed, barely conscious. Neumann said, "Don't get up, Martin. If you know what's good for you, stay right where you are." Then Neumann heard screaming. He looked up and saw Jenny running toward him. That night Neumann lay awake in his bed. He had slept for a while, but the pain had awakened him. Now he lay very still, listening to the wind beating against the side of the cottage. In the distance he could hear the rush of the waves against the shoreline. He did not know the time. His wristwatch was lying on the little table next to the bed. He rose onto one elbow, reached out for it, groaning with pain, and looked at the luminous face. Nearly midnight. He fell back onto his pillow and stared at the ceiling. Fighting with Martin Colville was a foolish mistake. He had endangered his cover and the security of the operation, and he had hurt Jenny. Outside the pub, she had screamed at him and beat her fists against his chest. She was furious with him for hurting her father. He had just wanted to teach the bastard a lesson, but it had all backfired. Now, lying in bed, listening to the confused rhythm of the ceaseless wind, he wondered whether the entire operation was doomed. He thought of Catherine's warning on Hampstead Heath. "Some things have gone wrong. I don't think my cover is going to hold up much longer." He thought of Fogel's order to conduct counter-surveillance. He wondered whether all of them, Fogel, Catherine, himself, had already made fatal mistakes. Neumann took stock of his injuries. He seemed to hurt everywhere. His ribs were bruised and tender. Every breath hurt, but it appeared he had suffered no broken bones. His tongue was swollen, and when he rubbed it along the roof of his mouth, he felt the cut on the surface. He raised his hand and touched his cheek. Mary had done her best to close the wound without stitches. Going to a doctor was out of the question. He checked to make certain the dressing was securely in place. Even the lightest touch made his face pound with pain. Neumann closed his eyes and tried to sleep. He was beginning to drift off when he heard a footfall on the landing outside his door. Instinctively, he reached for his Mauser. He heard another footfall, then the floor creaking beneath the weight of a body. He raised the Mauser and leveled it at the door. He heard the rattle of someone turning the latch. He thought, if MI5 was coming for me, they certainly wouldn't be trying to sneak into my bedroom at night. But if it wasn't MI5 or the police, who the hell was it? The door pushed back and a small figure stood in the open space. Neumann, in the dim light of his open shade, could see it was Jenny Colville. He quietly laid the Mauser on the floor next to the bed and whispered, "What do you think you're doing?" "I came to see if you were all right." "Do Sean and Mary know you're here?" "No, I let myself in." She sat down on the edge of the small bed. "How are you feeling?" "I've been through worse. Your father packs quite a punch. But then you know that better than anyone else." She reached out in the darkness and touched his face. "You should have seen a doctor. That was quite a cut on your face." "Mary did an excellent job." Jenny smiled. "She's had a lot of practice with Sean. She said that when Sean was young, Saturday night wasn't Saturday night unless it ended with a good fight outside the pub." "How's your father?" "I think I hit him one too many times." "He'll be all right. Oh, his face is a mess. He was never very good looking to begin with." "I'm sorry, Jenny. The whole thing was ridiculous. I should have known better. I should have just ignored him." "The publican said my father started it. He deserved what he got. He's had it coming for a long time." "You're not angry with me anymore?" "No. No one's ever stood up for me before. That was a very brave thing you did. My father is as strong as an ox. He could have killed you." She removed her hand from his face and ran it across his chest. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" "In the army." "It was terrifying. My God, but your body is covered with scars." "I've lived a very rich and fulfilling life." She came closer to him. "Who are you, James Porter? And what are you doing in Hampton Sands?" "I came here to protect you." "Are you my knight in shining armor?" "Something like that." Jenny stood up abruptly and pulled her sweater over her head. "Jenny, what do you think you're—" "Shh! You'll wake Mary. You can't stay here." "It's after midnight. You wouldn't send me out into a night like this, would you?" Jenny had removed her Wellington boots and her trousers before he could answer the question. She climbed into bed and curled up next to him, beneath his arm. Neumann said, "If Mary finds you here, she'll kill me." "You're not afraid of Mary, are you?" "Your father I can handle, but Mary's another story altogether." She kissed him on the cheek and said, "Good night." After a few minutes, her breathing assumed the rhythm of sleep. Neumann leaned his head against hers, listening to the wind, and after a few moments, he slept too. Chapter 45. Berlin. The Lancasters came at 2 o'clock in the morning. Vogel, sleeping fitfully on the army cot in his office, rose and went to the window. Berlin shuddered beneath the impact of the bombs. He parted the blackout curtain and looked out. The car was still there, a large black sedan, parked across the street. It had been there all night and all afternoon before that. Vogel knew there were at least 3 men inside, because he could see the embers of their cigarettes glowing in the dark. He knew the engine was running, because he could see the exhaust drifting from the tailpipe into the freezing night air. The professional in him marveled at the shoddiness of their surveillance. Smoking, knowing full well the embers would be visible in the dark, running the engine so they could have heat, even though the worst amateur could spot the exhaust. But then the Gestapo didn't need to worry much about technique and tradecraft. They relied on terror and brute force, hammer blows. Vogel thought about his conversation with Himmler at the house in Bavaria. He had to admit Himmler's theory made a certain amount of sense.
The fact that most of the German intelligence networks in Britain were still operational was not proof of Canaris' loyalty to the Führer. It was proof of the opposite, his treachery. If the head of the Abwehr is a traitor, why bother to publicly arrest and hang his spies in Britain? Why not use those spies and, together with Canaris, try to fool the Führer with false and misleading intelligence? Vogel thought it was a plausible scenario, but a deception of that magnitude was almost unimaginable. Every German agent would have to be in custody or turned by the other side. Hundreds of British case officers would have to be involved in the project, turning out reams of false intelligence reports to be transmitted by wireless back to Hamburg. Could there be such a deception? It would be a mammoth and risky undertaking, but Vogel concluded it was possible. The concept was brilliant, but Vogel recognized one glaring weakness. It required total manipulation of the German networks in Britain. Every agent had to be accounted for, turned or locked away where they could do no harm. If there was a single agent outside MI5's web of control, that one agent could file a contradictory report and the Abwehr might smell a rat. It could use the reports from the one genuine agent to conclude that all the other intelligence it was receiving was bogus. And if all the other intelligence was pointing toward Calais as the invasion point, the Abwehr could conclude that in fact the opposite was true. The enemy was coming at Normandy. He would have his answer soon. If Neumann discovered that Catherine Blake was under surveillance, Vogel could dismiss the information she was sending as smoke concocted by British intelligence, part of a deception. He turned from the window and lay on his army cot. A chill ran down him. He might very well uncover evidence that British intelligence was engaged in a grand deception, and that in turn would strongly suggest that Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, the head of German military intelligence, was a traitor. Himmler would certainly take it as ironclad proof. There was only one punishment for such an offense: piano wire around the neck, a slow, torturous death by strangulation, all captured on film so Hitler could watch it over and over again. And what if he did uncover proof of a deception? The Wehrmacht would be waiting with their panzers at the invasion point. The enemy would be slaughtered. Germany would win the war, and the Nazis would rule Germany and Europe for decades.
There is no law in Germany, Trude. There is only Hitler.
Vogel closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but it was no good. The two incompatible aspects of his personality were in full conflict. Vogel the spy master and manipulator, and Vogel the believer in the rule of law. He was tantalized by the prospect of uncovering a massive British deception, of outwitting his British opponents, of destroying their little game. At the same time, he was terrified by what that victory would bring. Prove a British deception, destroy his old friend Canaris, win the war for Germany, secure the Nazis in power forever. He lay on his cot awake, listening to the rumble of the bombers.
Tell me you don't work for him, Kurt?
Vogel thought. I do now, Trude. I do now. Chapter 46. London.
Hello, Alfred.
Hello, Helen. She smiled and kissed his cheek and said,
Oh, it's so good to see you again.
It's good to see you, too. She threaded her arm through Vicary's and placed her hand inside his coat pocket, the way she used to do. They turned and walked silently along the footpath in St. James's Park. Vicary did not find the quiet awkward. In fact, he found it rather pleasant. 100 years ago, it was one of the reasons why he knew he truly loved her, the way he felt when there was silence between them. He could enjoy her company when they talked and laughed, but he enjoyed her just as much when she said nothing at all. He loved sitting quietly with her on the veranda of her home, or walking through the woods, or lying by the lake. Just to have her body next to his, or her hand in his, was enough. The afternoon air was thick and warm, a breath of August in February, the sky dark and unsettled. Wind moved in the trees, made waves on the surface of the pond. A fleet of ducks bobbed with the current, as if lying at anchor. He looked at her closely for the first time. She had aged well. In many ways, she was more beautiful than before. She was tall and erect, and the little bit of weight she had put on over the years was hidden nicely behind her carefully tailored suit. Her hair, which she used to wear down the center of her back in a blonde cape, was pulled back and pinned neatly in place. On her head she wore a grey pillbox hat. Vicary allowed his gaze to settle on her face. Her nose, once a little too long for her face, now seemed perfectly appropriate. Her cheeks had hollowed a bit with age, making the bones of her face more prominent. She turned and noticed Vicary was staring at her. She smiled at him, but the smile did not extend to the eyes. There was a distant sadness there, as if someone close to her had died recently. Vicary was the first to break the silence. He looked away from her and said, "I'm sorry about lunch, Helen. Something came up at work and I wasn't able to get away or even call you."
"Don't worry, Alfred. I just sat at a table alone at the Connaught and became miserably drunk."
Vicary looked up sharply at her.
"I'm only teasing you, but I won't pretend I wasn't disappointed. It took me a very long time to work up the courage to approach you. I acted so horribly before—"
Her voice trailed off, and she left her thought unfinished. Vicary thought, "Yes, you did, Helen," he said. "It was a long time ago. How on earth did you find me?" She had telephoned him at the office 20 minutes ago. He had picked up the receiver, expecting to hear anything but her voice. Boothby telling him to come upstairs for another display of his brilliance. Harry telling him Catherine Blake had shot someone else in the face. Peter Jordan telling him to fuck off. He wouldn't see her anymore. The sound of Helen's voice nearly made him choke.
"Hello, darling, it's me,"
she had said, and, like a good agent, she had not used her name.
"Will you still see me? I'm in a phone box opposite your office. Oh, please, Alfred." "My father is friends with your Director General," she said, "and David is good friends with Basil Boothby. I've known for some time that you've been pulled in."
"Your father, David, and Basil Boothby. All my favorite people."
"Don't worry, Alfred. They don't sit around discussing you."
"Well, thank heavens for that." She squeezed his hand.
"How in the world did you end up doing this?"
Vicary told her the story. How he befriended Churchill before the war. How he was drawn into Churchill's circle of advisers at Chartwell. How Churchill put the hooks into him that afternoon in May 1940.
"He actually did it in the bath?"
Helen exclaimed. Vicary nodded, smiling at the memory of it.
"What does the Prime Minister look like naked?"
"He's very pink. It was awe-inspiring. I found myself humming Rule Britannia for the rest of the day." Helen laughed.
"Your work must be terribly exciting."
"It can be, but it can also be dreadfully boring and tedious."
"Are you ever tempted to tell anyone all the secrets you know?"
"Helen!"
"Are you?" she insisted.
"No, of course not."
"I am," she said, and looked away.
After a moment, she looked back at him.
"You look wonderful, Alfred. You're very handsome. This bloody war seems to be agreeing with you."
"Thank you."
"I must admit I missed the corduroy and tweed, though. Now you're all grey, just like the rest of them."
"It's the official uniform of Whitehall, I'm afraid. I've become accustomed to it. I've also enjoyed the change, but I'll be glad when it's over so I can get back to University College where I belong."
He couldn't believe the words had actually come out of his mouth. He had once thought of MI5 as his salvation. He knew now it definitely was not. He had enjoyed his time at MI5, the tension, the long hours, the inedible fare in the canteen, the battles with Boothby, the remarkable group of dedicated amateurs just like himself who toiled away in secret. He had once toyed with the idea of asking to stay on after the war. But it wouldn't be the same, not without the threat of national destruction hanging over them like Damocles' sword. There was something else. While he was well suited intellectually to the actual business of intelligence, its very nature was abhorrent to him. He was a historian. By nature and training, he was dedicated to searching out truth. Intelligence was about lying and deception, about betrayal, about means justifying ends, about stabbing one's enemy in the back, and maybe stabbing a friend in the back if necessary. He was not at all certain he liked the person he had become. Vicary said, "How's David, by the way?" Helen exhaled heavily. "David is David," she said, as if no other explanation was necessary. "He's banished me to the countryside, and he stays here in London. He managed a commission and does something for the Admiralty. I come to see him once every few weeks. He likes it when I'm away. It gives him the freedom to pursue his other interests." Vicary, uncomfortable with Helen's honesty, looked away. David Lindsay, along with being incredibly rich and handsome, was a notorious womanizer. Vicary thought no wonder he and Boothby are such good friends. Helen said,
You don't need to feign ignorance, Alfred. I am aware that everyone knows about David and his favorite pastime. I've grown used to it. David likes women, and they like him. It's a rather neat fit.
Why don't you leave him?
Oh, Alfred, she said, and dismissed the suggestion with a wave of her gloved hand.
Is there anyone else in your life?
Do you mean other men?
Vicary nodded.
I tried once, but he was the wrong man. He was David in different clothes. Besides, I made a promise in a country church 25 years ago, and I seem incapable of breaking it.
I wish you had felt that way about the promise you made to me, Vicary said, and immediately regretted the note of bitterness that crept into his voice. But Helen just looked at him, blinked rapidly, and said,
Sometimes I wish that too. There, I've said it. My God, how thoroughly un-English of me. Please forgive me. I suppose it's all these bloody Americans in town.
Vicary felt his face flush.
Helen said, Are you still seeing Alice Simpson?
How in the world do you know about Alice Simpson?
I know about all your women, Alfred. She's very pretty. I even like those wretched books she writes.
She slipped away. I told myself it was the war, my work. But the truth is, she wasn't you, Helen. So I let her slip away. Just like all the others.
Oh, damn you, Alfred Vicary. Damn you for saying that.
It's the truth. Besides, it's what you wanted to hear. That's why you sought me out in the first place.
The truth is, I wanted to hear that you were happy, she said. Her eyes were damp. I didn't want you to tell me I'd ruined your life.
Don't flatter yourself, Helen. You haven't ruined my life. I'm not unhappy. I've just never found enough room in my heart for someone else. I don't trust people very much. I suppose I have you to thank for that.
Truce, she said. Please, let's call it a truce. I didn't want this to turn into a continuation of our last conversation. I just wanted to spend some time with you. God, but I need a drink. Will you take me somewhere nice and pour a bottle of wine into me, darling?
They walked to Duke's. It was quiet that time of the afternoon. They were shown to a corner table. Vicary kept expecting one of Helen and David's friends to come in and recognize them, but they were alone. Vicary excused himself to go to the telephone and tell Harry where he was. When he came back, there was a ludicrously expensive bottle of champagne sitting in an ice bucket.
Don't worry, darling, she said. It's David's party.
He sat down and they drank half the wine very fast. They talked about Vicary's books, and they talked about Helen's children. They even talked about David some more. He never took his eyes from her face as she spoke. There was something about the remote sadness in her eyes, the vulnerability caused by her failed marriage, that made her even more attractive to him. She reached out her hand and laid it on Vicary's. He felt his heart beating inside his chest for the first time in 25 years.
Do you ever think about it, Alfred?
Think about what?
That morning.
Helen, what are you...
My God, Alfred, you can be so thick sometimes. The morning I came to your bed and ravaged your body for the first time.
Vicary swallowed the last of his wine and refilled their glasses. He said, No, not really.
My God, Alfred Vicary, but you are a terrible liar. How do you manage in your new line of work?
All right, yes, I do think about it, he thought. When was the last time? The morning in Kent, after composing a double-cross message for his false agent, codenamed Partridge. I catch myself thinking about it at the damnedest times.
I lied to David, you know. I always told him he was the first. But I'm glad it was you.
She fingered the base of her wineglass and looked out the window.
It was so fast, just a moment or two. But when I remember it now, it lasts for hours.
Yes, I know what you mean. She looked back at him.
Do you still have your house in Chelsea?
I'm told it's still there. I haven't been there since 1940, Vicary added, jokingly. She turned from the window and looked Vicary directly in the eyes. She leaned forward and whispered,
I wish you would take me there now and make love to me in your bed.
I'd like that too, Helen. But you'd only break my heart again. And at my age, I don't think I could get over you a second time. Helen's face lost all expression, and her voice, when it finally came, was flat and toneless.
My God, Alfred, when did you become such a cold-hearted bastard?
Her words sounded familiar to him.
Then he remembered that Boothby, taking him by the arm after the interrogation of Peter Jordan, had asked him the same thing. A shadow fell between them. It passed over her face, darkened it, then moved on. She sat very quiet and very still. Her eyes dampened. She blinked away the tears and regained her composure. Vicary felt like an idiot. The whole thing had gone too far, spun out of control. He was a fool to see her. Nothing good could come of it. The silence was like grinding metal now. He absently beat his breast pockets for his half-moon glasses and tried to think of some excuse to get away. Helen sensed his uneasiness. Still facing the window, she said, "I've kept you too long. I know you should be getting back." "Yes, I really should. I'm sorry." Helen was still talking to the window. "Don't be seduced by them. When the war is over, get rid of those awful grey suits and go home to your books. I liked you better then." Vicary said nothing, just looked at her. He leaned down to kiss her cheek, but she lifted her face to him and, holding his neck with her fingers, kissed him lightly on the mouth. She smiled and said, "I hope you change your mind, and soon." "I may, actually." "Good." "Goodbye, Helen." "Goodbye, Alfred." She took his hand. "I have one more thing to say to you. Whatever you do, don't trust Basil Boothby, darling. He's poison. Never, ever turn your back on him." And then he remembered what she had said about her one adulterous lover. He was David in different clothes. No, Helen, he thought. He was Boothby. He walked. If he could have run, he would have. He walked without direction, without destination. He walked until the scar tissue in his knee burned like a brand. He walked until his smoker's cough sounded like consumption. The leafless trees of Green Park twisted with the wind. The rushing air sounded like white water. The wind lifted his unbuttoned mackintosh and nearly tore it from his body. He clutched it at the throat, and it flew from his shoulders like a cape. The blackout descended like a veil. In the darkness, he bumped into a brassy American. "Hey, watch it, Mac!" Vicary muttered an apology. "So sorry, forgive me," then regretted it. Still our bloody country. He felt as though he were being conveyed, as though his movements were no longer his own. He suddenly remembered the hospital in Sussex where he recovered from his wounds, the boy who'd been shot in the spine and could no longer move his arms and legs, the way he described to Vicary the floating numbness he felt when the doctors moved his dead limbs for him. God, Helen, how could you? Boothby! God, Helen! Vile images of their love-making shot through his mind. He closed his eyes and tried to squeeze them away. Bloody hell! Bloody hell! Anyone but Basil Boothby! He marveled at the absurd way in which one part of his life had folded over and touched another. Helen and Boothby. Absurd. Too absurd to contemplate. But it was true. He knew it. Where was he now? He smelled the river and made for it. Victoria Embankment. Tugs hauling barges up the river, running lights doused, the far-off call of a foghorn. He heard a man moaning with pleasure and thought it was only his imagination again. He looked to his left and, in the darkness, could make out a tart with her hands inside a soldier's fly. "Oh, good Lord, excuse me." He was walking again. He had an urge to walk up to Boothby's office and punch him in the face. He remembered Boothby's physical size and the rumors about his prowess with the martial arts, and decided it would be tantamount to a suicide attempt. He had an urge to walk back to Duke's, find Helen, take her home with him, and to hell with the consequences. Then the images of the case began bursting through his mind, just like they always did. Fogel's empty file, Carl Becker in his soggy cell. "I told Boothby!" Rose Morley's exploded face, Grace Clarendon's tearful flight from Boothby's lair, the Pelican, the Hawk, Boothby's Oxford boy spy. He had the uncomfortable feeling he was being run. He thought, am I a hawk too? Where was he now? Northumberland Avenue. He walked more slowly, listening to the pleasant growl of the late afternoon traffic. He looked up and saw an attractive young woman staring impatiently at the passing cars. It was Grace Clarendon. There was no mistaking her shock of white blonde hair and her blood-red lips. A large black Humber pulled to the curb. Boothby's. The door opened, and Grace climbed inside. The car slid into the traffic. Vicary turned his head and looked away as the car swept past him. Vicary rode to West Halkin Street. Night had fallen, and with it had come a drenching downpour like a springtime thunderstorm. Vicary rubbed a hole in the condensation on his window and looked out. Crowds of Londoners moved along the pavements like refugees fleeing an advancing army, huddled beneath raincoats and umbrellas, some turned inside out by the wind, blackout torches peering weakly into the wet gloom. Vicary thought of the strange twist of fate that had placed him in the back of a government car and not out there with the rest of them. He thought suddenly of Helen and wondered where she was. Somewhere safe and dry, he hoped. He thought of Grace Clarendon climbing into the back of Boothby's car and wondered what the hell she was doing there. Was it a very simple answer? Was she sleeping with Boothby and Harry at the same time? Or was it something more sinister? He remembered the words shouted in anger at Boothby behind the closed doors of his office. "You can't do this to me! Bastard! Bloody bastard!" Vicary thought, "Tell me what he made you do, Grace, because for the life of me I can't figure it out on my own." The car stopped outside the house. Vicary climbed out and, holding his briefcase as a shield against the rain, hurried inside. It felt like a West End theatre preparing for an uncertain opening night. He had come to enjoy the atmosphere of the place, the noisy chatter of the watchers as they dressed in their foul-weather gear for a night on the streets, the technician checking to make sure he was receiving a good signal from the microphones inside Jordan's house, the smell of cooking drifting from the kitchen. Something about Vicary's appearance must have radiated tension, because no one spoke to him as he picked his way through the clutter of the Situation Room and climbed the stairs to the library. He removed his mackintosh and hung it on the hook behind the door. He placed his briefcase on the desk. Then he walked across the hall and found Peter Jordan standing in front of a mirror, dressing in his naval uniform. He thought, if the watchers are my stagehands, Jordan is my star, and the uniform his costume. Vicary watched him carefully. He seemed uncomfortable putting on the uniform, the way Vicary felt when he dug out his black tie once a decade and tried to remember what went where and how. Vicary cleared his throat gently to announce his presence. Jordan turned his head, stared at Vicary for an instant, then returned his attention to his own image in the glass. Jordan said, "When is it going to end?" It had become part of their evening ritual. Each night, before Vicary sent Jordan off to meet Catherine Blake with a new load of kettledrum material in his briefcase, Jordan asked the same question. Vicary always deflected it, but now he said, "Actually, it may be over very soon." Jordan looked up sharply, then looked at an empty chair and said, "Sit down. You look like hell. When's the last time you slept?" "I believe it was a night in May 1940, Vicary said, and lowered himself into the chair. "I don't suppose you can tell me why this is all about to end soon, can you?" Vicary shook his head slowly. "I'm afraid I can't." "I didn't think so." "Does it make a difference to you?" "Not really, I suppose." Jordan finished dressing. He lit a cigarette and sat down opposite Vicary. "Am I allowed to ask you any questions?" "That depends entirely on the question." Jordan smiled pleasantly. "It's obvious to me you're not a career intelligence officer. What did you do before the war?" "I was a professor of European history at University College London." It sounded odd to Vicary just saying it, as though he were reading from someone else's resume. It seemed like a lifetime ago, 2 lifetimes ago. "How did you end up working for MI5? Vicary hesitated, decided he was violating no security edict by answering, and told him the story. "Do you enjoy your work?" "Sometimes. And then there are times when I detest it and can't wait to get back behind the walls of academia and bar the door." "Like when?" "Like now," Vicary said flatly. Jordan had no reaction. It was as if he understood no intelligence officer, no matter how calloused, could actually enjoy an operation like this. "Married?" "No." "Ever been?" "Never." "Why not?" Vicary thought that sometimes God's coincidences were too vulgar to contemplate. 3 hours earlier, he had answered the same question in front of the woman who knew the answer, and now his agent was asking him the same bloody thing. He smiled weakly and said, "I suppose I never found the right woman." Jordan was studying him. Vicary felt it and didn't quite like it. He was used to the relationship being the other way around, with Jordan and with the German spies he had handled. It was Vicary who did the prying,
Vicary, who broke open the locked vaults of emotion and picked at old wounds until they bled. Vicary, who probed for the weak spots and thrust in the dagger. He supposed it was one of the reasons he was a good double-cross officer. The job allowed him to gaze into the lives of strangers and exploit their personal defects without having to face his own. He thought of Carl Becker sitting in his cell in his drab prison pajamas. Vicary realized he liked being the one in total control, the one doing the manipulating and the deceiving, the one pulling the strings. He thought, am I this way because Helen tossed me away 25 years ago? He dug a packet of players from his jacket and absently lit one. Jordan propped his elbow on the arm of his chair and rested his chin on his fist. He frowned and stared back at Vicary as if Vicary were an unstable bridge in danger of collapse. I think you probably found the right woman somewhere along the way and she didn't return the favor. I say, so I'm right after all. Vicary blew smoke at the ceiling. You're an intelligent man. I always knew that. What was her name? Her name was Helen. What happened? Sorry, Peter. Ever see her now? Vicary, shaking his head, said, no. Any regrets? Vicary thought of Helen's words. I didn't want you to tell me I'd ruined your life. Had she ruined his life? He liked to tell himself that she had not. Like most single men, he liked to tell himself how fortunate he was not to be burdened with a wife and a family. He had his privacy and his work, and he liked not having to answer to anyone else in the world. He had enough money to do whatever he wanted. His house was decorated to his taste, and he didn't have to worry about anyone rummaging through his belongings or his papers. But in truth, he was lonely, sometimes terribly lonely. In truth, he wished he had someone to share his triumphs and his disappointments. He wished someone wanted to share theirs with him. When he stood back and looked at his life objectively, it was missing something. Laughter, tenderness, a little noise and disorder sometimes. It was half a life, he realized. Half a life, half a home, ultimately half a man. Do I have regrets? Yes, I have a regret, Vicary said, surprised to hear himself actually saying the words. I regret my failure to marry has deprived me of children. I always thought it must be wonderful to be a father. I think I would have been a good one, in spite of all my quirks and shortcomings. A smile flickered across Jordan's face in the half-darkness, then dissipated. My son is my entire world. He's my link with the past and my glimpse into the future. He's all that I have left, the only thing that's real. Margaret's gone. Catherine was a lie. He paused, staring at the dying ember of his cigarette. I can't wait for this to end so I can go home to him. I keep thinking what I'm going to say when he asks me, Daddy, what did you do in the war? What in the hell am I supposed to tell him? The truth. Tell him you were a gifted engineer and you built a contraption that helped us win the war. But that's not the truth. Something about the tone of Jordan's voice made Vicary look up sharply. He thought, which part isn't the truth? Vicary said, Do you mind if I ask a couple of questions now? I thought you were allowed to ask anything you liked, with or without my permission. Different setting, different reason for asking. Go ahead. Did you love her? Have you ever seen her? Vicary realized he never had seen her in person, only in surveillance photographs. Yes, I loved her. She was beautiful, she was intelligent, she was charming, and obviously she was an incredibly talented actress. And believe it or not, I thought she would make a good mother for my son. Do you still love her? Jordan looked away. I love the person I thought she was. I don't love the woman you tell me she is. Part of me almost believes this is all some kind of joke. So I suppose you and I have one thing in common. What's that? Vicary asked. We both fell in love with the wrong woman. Vicary laughed. He looked at his wristwatch and said, It's getting late. Yes, Jordan said. Vicary stood and led Jordan across the hall into the library. He unlocked his briefcase and removed a sheaf of papers from inside. He handed Jordan the papers, and Jordan placed them inside his own briefcase. They stood in an awkward silence before Vicary said, I'm sorry. If there was some other way to do this, I would. But there isn't. Not yet, at least. Jordan said nothing. There's one thing that always bothered me about your interrogation,
Why you couldn't remember the names of the men who first approached you about working on Operation Mulberry. I met dozens of people that week. I can't remember half of them. You said one of them was English. Yes. Was his name Broom, by any chance? No, his name wasn't Broom, Jordan said without hesitation. I think I'd remember that. I probably should be going. Jordan moved toward the door. I just have one more question. Jordan turned and said, What's that? You are Peter Jordan, aren't you? What in the hell kind of a question is that? It's a rather simple one, really. Are you Peter Jordan? Of course I'm Peter Jordan. You know, you really should get some sleep, Professor. Chapter 47. London. Clive Roach was sitting at a window table in the cafe across the street from Catherine Blake's flat. The waitress brought his tea and his bun. He immediately placed a few coins on the table. It was a habit developed from his work. Roach usually had to leave cafes on short notice and in a hurry. The last thing he needed to do was attract attention. He sipped his tea and half-heartedly leafed through a morning paper. He was not really interested. He was more interested in the doorway across the street. The rain fell harder. He was not looking forward to going out in it again. It was the one aspect of his job he did not like, the constant exposure to foul weather. He'd had more colds and bronchial infections than he could remember. Before the war, he had been a teacher at a down-at-the-heel boys' school. He decided to enlist in the army in 1939. He was far from the ideal soldier. Thin, pasty skin, sparse hair, an underpowered voice. Hardly officer material. At the induction center, he noticed he was being watched by a pair of sharp-suited men in the corner. He also noticed they had requested a copy of his file and were poring over it with great interest. A few minutes later, they pulled him from the queue, told him they were from military intelligence, and offered him a job. Roach liked watching. He was a natural people watcher, and he had a flair for names and faces. He knew there would be no medals for battlefield heroics, no stories he could tell down at the pub when the war was over, but it was an important job, and Roach did it well. He ate his bun, thinking of Catherine Blake. He had followed many German spies since 1939, but she was the best, a real pro. She had embarrassed him once, but he had vowed he would never let it happen again. He finished his bun and drank the last of his tea. He looked up from his table and saw her coming out of her block of flats. He marveled at her tradecraft. She always stood still for a moment, doing something prosaic, while scanning the street for any sign of surveillance. Today she was fumbling with her umbrella as if it were broken. Roach thought, You're very good, Miss Blake, but I'm better. He watched as she finally snapped up her umbrella and started walking. Roach got up, pulled on his coat, and walked out the door after her. Horst Neumann came awake as the train clattered through London's northeastern suburbs. He glanced at his wristwatch. 10:30. They were due in at Liverpool Street at 10:23. Miraculously, they would be only a few minutes late. He yawned, stretched, and sat up in his seat. He looked out the window at the bleak Victorian tenement houses sweeping past. Dirty children waved at the passing train. Neumann, feeling ridiculously English, waved back. There were 3 other passengers in his compartment, a pair of soldiers and a young woman who wore the overalls of a factory worker and pulled a frown of concern when she first saw Neumann's bandaged face. He glanced at each of them now. He always worried about talking in his sleep, though the last few nights he had dreamt in English. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes again. God, but he was tired. Up at 5 o'clock, out of the cottage by 6, so Sean could give him a lift to Hunstanton, the 7:12 from Hunstanton to Liverpool Street. He had not slept well the previous night. It was the pain of his injuries and the presence of Jenny Colville in his bed. She had risen with him before dawn, slipped out of the Doherty cottage, and pedalled home through the dark and the rain. Neumann hoped she made it safely. He hoped Martin wasn't waiting for her. It was a stupid thing to do, letting her spend the night with him. He thought about how she would feel when he was gone, when he never wrote and she never heard from him again. He worried about how she would feel if she ever discovered the truth, that he was not James Porter, a wounded British soldier looking for peace and quiet in a Norfolk village, that he was Horst Neumann, a decorated German paratrooper who came to England to spy and who had deceived her in the worst way. He had not deceived her about one thing. He cared for her. Not in the way she would like, but he did care about what happened to her. The train slowed as it approached Liverpool Street.
Neumann stood, pulled on his reefer coat, and stepped out of the compartment. The corridor was packed. He shuffled amid the other passengers toward the door. Someone ahead of him threw it open, and Neumann stepped from the still-moving train. He gave his ticket to the ticket collector and walked along a dank passageway to the underground station. There he purchased a ticket for Temple and caught the next train. A few minutes later, he was walking up the stairs and heading north toward the Strand. Catherine Blake took a taxi to Charing Cross. The rendezvous point was a short distance away, in front of a shop on the Strand. She paid off the driver and threw up her umbrella against the rain. She started walking. At a phone box, she stopped, picked up the receiver, and pretended to place a call. She looked behind her. The heavy rain had reduced visibility, but she could see no sign of the opposition. She replaced the receiver, stepped from the phone box, and continued eastward along the Strand. Clive Roach slipped from the back of a surveillance van and followed her along the Strand. During the brief ride, he had shed his mackintosh and brimmed hat and changed into a dark green oilskin coat and woolen cap. The transformation was remarkable, from a clerk to a labourer. Roach watched as Catherine Blake stopped to place the ersatz telephone call. Roach paused at a newspaper vendor. Browsing through the headlines, he pictured the face of the agent Professor Vicary had codenamed Rudolph. Roach's assignment was simple: tail Catherine Blake until she handed her material to Rudolph, then follow him. He looked up in time to see her replacing the receiver in the cradle and stepping from the phone box. Roach melted into the pedestrians and followed her. Neumann spotted Catherine Blake walking toward him. He paused at a shop, eyes scanning the faces and the clothing of the pedestrians behind her on the pavement. As she drew closer, Neumann turned from the window and started walking toward her. The contact was brief, a second or two, but when it was over, Neumann had the film in his hand and was shoving it into the pocket of his coat. She moved quickly on, disappearing into the crowd. Neumann continued in the opposite direction for a few feet, recording the faces. Then he abruptly stopped at another shop window, turned, and followed softly after her. Clive Roach spotted Rudolph and saw the exchange. He thought, "Smooth bastards, aren't you?" He watched as Rudolph paused, then turned and walked in the same direction as Catherine Blake. Roach had witnessed many meetings by German agents since 1939, but never had he seen one agent turn and follow the other. Usually, they went their separate ways. Roach turned the collar of his oilskin up around his ears and floated carefully behind them. Catherine Blake walked eastward along the Strand, then down to Victoria Embankment. It was then she spotted Neumann behind her. Her first reaction was anger. Standard rendezvous procedure was to part company, and quickly, as soon as the handover was complete. Neumann knew the procedure and had executed it faultlessly every time. She thought, "Why is he following me now?" Vogel must have ordered him to do it. But why? She could think of two possible explanations. He had lost faith in her and wanted to see where she was going, or he wanted to determine whether she was under surveillance by the other side. She looked out at the Thames, then turned and glanced down the embankment. Neumann made no attempt to conceal his presence. Catherine turned and continued walking. She thought of the endless training lectures at Vogel's secret Bavarian camp. He had called it counter-surveillance, one agent following another to make certain the agent was not being followed by the opposition. She wondered why Vogel would make such a move now. Perhaps Vogel wanted to verify that the information she was receiving was good by making certain she was not being followed by the other side. Just to contemplate the second explanation made her stomach burn with anxiety. Neumann was following her because Vogel suspected she was under MI5 surveillance. She paused again and stared out at the river, forcing herself to remain calm, to think clearly. She turned and looked down the embankment. Neumann was still there. He was intentionally avoiding her gaze, that was clear to her. He was looking out at the river or back up the embankment, anywhere but in her direction. She turned and started walking again. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She walked to Blackfriars Underground Station, went inside, and purchased a ticket for Victoria. Neumann followed her and did the same, except the ticket he purchased was for the next stop, South Kensington. He walked quickly toward the platform. Neumann purchased the newspaper and followed her. She stood, waiting for the train. Neumann stood 20 feet away, reading the paper. When the train came, Catherine waited for the doors to open, then stepped into the carriage. Neumann stepped into the same carriage, but through the second set of doors. She sat down.
Neumann remained standing at the opposite end of the carriage. Catherine did not like the look on his face. She looked down, opened her handbag, and peered inside. A wallet filled with cash, a stiletto, and a loaded, silenced Mauser pistol with extra ammunition clips. She closed the bag and waited for Neumann to make the next move. For 2 hours, Neumann followed her as she moved through the West End, from Kensington to Chelsea, from Chelsea to Brompton, from Brompton to Belgravia, from Belgravia to Mayfair. By the time they reached Berkeley Square, he was convinced. They were good, damned good, but time and patience had finally depleted their resources and forced them to make a mistake. It was the man in the Macintosh, walking 50 feet behind him. 5 minutes earlier, Neumann had been able to get a very good look at his face. It was the same face he had seen on the Strand nearly 3 hours earlier, when he had taken the film from Catherine. Only then the man had been wearing a green oilskin coat and woolen cap. Neumann felt desperately alone. He had survived the worst of the war, Poland, Russia, Crete, but none of the skills that helped him through those battles would come into play here. He thought of the man behind him, reedy, pasty, probably very weak. Neumann could kill him in an instant if he wanted, but the old rules didn't apply to this game. He could not radio for reinforcements. He could not count on the support of his comrades. He kept walking, surprised at how calm he was. He thought, "They've been following us for hours. Why haven't they arrested us both?" He thought he knew the answer. They obviously wanted to know more. Where was the film to be dropped? Where was Neumann staying? Were there other agents in the network? As long as he didn't give them the answers to those questions, they were safe. It was a very weak hand, but if played skillfully, Neumann might be able to give them a chance to escape. Neumann quickened his pace. Catherine, several feet in front of him, turned into Bond Street. She stopped to flag a taxi. Neumann walked faster, then broke into a light run. He called out, "Catherine! My God, it's been ages! How have you been?" She glanced up, alarm on her face. Neumann took her by the arm. "We need to talk," Neumann said. "Let's find a place to have some tea and do some catching up." Neumann's sudden move landed on the command post in West Halkin Street with the impact of a 1,000-pound bomb. Basil Boothby was pacing and talking tensely to the Director General by telephone. The Director General was in contact with the 20 Committee and with the Prime Minister's staff in the underground war rooms. Vicary had made a patch of quiet around himself and was staring at the wall, hands bunched beneath his chin. Boothby slammed down the telephone and said, "The 20 Committee says let them run." "I don't like it," Vicary said, still staring at the wall. "They've obviously spotted the surveillance. They're sitting there now trying to figure out what to do." "You don't know that for certain." Vicary looked up. "We've never observed her meeting with another agent before, and now she's suddenly sitting in a Mayfair cafe having tea and toast with Rudolph." "We only had her under surveillance a short time. For all we know, she and Rudolph have been meeting like this regularly." "Something's not right. I think they've spotted the tail. What's more, I think Rudolph was looking for it. That's why he followed her after making the rendezvous in the Strand." "The 20 Committee has made its decision. They say let them run, so we let them run." "If they've spotted the surveillance, it makes no sense to let them run. Rudolph is not going to make the drop, and he'll stay clear of any other agents in the network. Following them now does us no good whatsoever. It's over, Sir Basil." "What do you suggest?" "Move in now. Arrest them the moment they leave that cafe." Boothby looked at Vicary as though he had uttered heresy. "Getting cold feet now, are you, Alfred?" "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, this was your idea in the first place. You conceived it, you sold it to the Prime Minister. The Director General signed off on it, the 20 Committee approved it. For weeks, a group of officers has toiled night and day to provide the material for that briefcase. And now you want to shut it all down, just like that?" Sir Basil snapped his thick fingers so loudly it sounded like a gunshot. "Because you have a hunch?" "It's more than a hunch, Sir Basil. Read the bloody watch reports. It's all there." Boothby was pacing again, hands clasped behind his back, head raised slightly as if straining to hear something annoying in the distance. "They'll say he was good at the wireless game, but he didn't have the nerve to play with the live agents. That's what they'll say about you when this is all over." "Not surprising, really. He was an amateur, after all. Just a university bright boy who did his bit during the war, then turned to dust when it was all over. He was good, very good, but he didn't have the balls to play in the high-stakes game. Is that what you want them to say about you?"
Because if it is, pick up the telephone and tell the DG you think we should roll this all up now.
Vicary stared at Boothby. Boothby, the agent runner. Boothby, patrician cool under fire. He wondered why Boothby was trying to shame him into going forward when a blind man could see they were blown. "It's over," Vicary said in a dull monotone. "They've spotted the surveillance. They're sitting there planning their next move. Catherine Blake knows she's been deceived, and she's going to tell Kurt Vogel about it. Vogel will conclude that Mulberry is exactly the opposite of what we told him. And then we're dead." "They're everywhere," Neumann said. "The man in the Macintosh, the girl waiting for the bus, the man walking into the chemist shop across the square. They've used different faces, different combinations, different clothing, but they've been following us from the moment we left the Strand." A waitress brought tea. Catherine waited until she left before she spoke. "Did Vogel order you to follow me?" "Yes." "I don't suppose he said why?" Neumann shook his head. Catherine picked up her cup of tea, her hand trembling. She used her other hand to steady the cup and forced herself to drink. "What happened to your face?" "I had a little trouble in the village. Nothing serious." Catherine looked at him doubtfully and said, "Why haven't they arrested us?" "Any number of reasons. They've probably known about you for a very long time. They've probably been following you for a very long time. If that's true, then all the information you've been receiving from Commander Jordan is false, smoke put together by the British, and we've been funneling it back to Berlin for them." She put down her cup. She glanced into the street, then looked back at Neumann, forcing herself not to look at the watchers. "If Jordan is working with British intelligence, we can assume everything in his briefcase is false. Information they wanted me to see, information designed to mislead the Abwehr about the Allied plans for the invasion. Vogel needs to know this." She managed to smile. "It's possible those bastards have just handed us the secret of the invasion." "I suspect you're right, but there's just one problem. We need to tell Vogel in person. We have to assume the Portuguese embassy route is now compromised. We also have to assume that we cannot use our radios. Vogel thinks all the old Abwehr codes have been broken. That's why he uses the radio so sparingly. If we broadcast what we know to Vogel over the air, the British will know it too." Catherine lit a cigarette, her hands still trembling. More than anything else, she was angry at herself. For years, she had gone to extraordinary lengths to make certain she was not being watched by the other side. Then, when it finally happened, she had missed it. She said, "How in the world are we going to get out of London?" "We have a couple of things we can use to our advantage. Number one, this." Neumann tapped his pocket containing the film. "I could be wrong, but I don't think I've ever been followed. Vogel trained me well, and I'm very careful. I don't think they know how I deliver the film to the Portuguese, where it's done, whether there's a pato or any other recognition signal. Also, I'm certain I've not been followed to Hampton Sands. The village is so small I'd know if I was under surveillance. They don't know where I'm staying or whether I'm working with any other agents. Standard procedure is to find out all the components of a network and then roll it up all at once. That's how the Gestapo deals with the resistance in France, and that's how MI5 would do it in London." "That all sounds logical. What are you suggesting?" "Are you seeing Jordan tonight?" "Yes." "What time?" "I'm meeting him at 7 o'clock for dinner." "Perfect," Neumann said. "Here's what I want you to do." Neumann spent the next 5 minutes explaining in detail his plan for their escape. Catherine listened carefully, never taking her eyes off him, resisting all temptation to look at the watchers waiting outside the cafe. When Neumann finished, he said, "Whatever you do, you must do nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that would make them suspect that you know you're under surveillance. Stay on the move until it's time. Shop, go to a cinema, stay in the open. As long as I don't drop this film, you'll be safe. When it's time, go to your flat and get your radio. I'll be there at 5 o'clock, exactly 5 o'clock, and I'll come through the rear entrance. You understand?" Catherine nodded. "There's just one problem. Do you have any idea where I can lay my hands on a car and some extra petrol?" Catherine laughed in spite of herself. "Actually, I know just the place, but I wouldn't suggest using my name." Neumann left the cafe first. He drifted in Mayfair for half an hour, followed by at least 2 men, the oilskin coat and the mackintosh. The rain fell harder. The wind picked up. He was cold, soaked to the skin, and tired. He needed to go somewhere to rest, some place where he could be warm for a while, get off his feet, and keep an eye on his friend's mackintosh and oilskin. He walked toward Portman Square. He felt bad about involving her, but when it was over, they would question her and determine she knew nothing. He stopped outside the bookshop and peered through the glass. Sarah was on her ladder, dark hair pulled back severely. He rapped gently on the glass so as not to startle her. She turned, and her face brightened into an instant smile. She set down her books and waved enthusiastically for him to come inside. She took one look at him and said, "My God, you look terrible. What happened to you?" Neumann hesitated. He realized he had no explanation for the bandage across his cheekbone. He mumbled something about taking a fall in the blackout, and she seemed to accept his story. She helped him off with his coat and hung it over the radiator to dry. He stayed with her for 2 hours, keeping her company, helping her put new books on the shelves, taking tea with her at the cafe next door when her break came. He noticed the old watchers leaving and new ones taking their place. He noticed a black van parked at the corner and assumed the men in the front seat were from the other side. At 4:30, when the last light was gone and the blackout had taken hold, he took his coat from the radiator and pulled it on. She made a playful, sad face, then took him by the hand and led him into the stockroom. There she leaned against the wall, pulled his body to hers, and kissed him. "I don't know the first thing about you, James Porter, but I like you very much. You're sad about something. I like that." Neumann went out, knowing he would never see her again. From Portman Square, he walked north to the Baker Street Underground station, followed by at least 2 people on foot as well as the black van. He entered the station, purchased a ticket for Charing Cross, and caught the next train there. At Charing Cross, he changed trains and headed for Euston Station. With 2 men in pursuit, he walked through the tunnel connecting the underground station to the railway terminus. Neumann waited 15 minutes at a ticket window and then purchased a ticket for Liverpool. The train was already boarding by the time he reached the platform. The carriage was crowded. He searched for a compartment with 1 free seat. He finally found one, opened the door, went inside, and sat down. He looked at his wristwatch. 3 minutes until departure. Outside his compartment, the corridor was rapidly filling with passengers. It was not uncommon for some unlucky travelers to spend their entire journey standing or sitting in the corridor. Neumann stood and squeezed out of the compartment, muttering about an upset stomach. He walked toward the lavatory at the end of the carriage. He knocked on the door. There was no answer. Knocking a second time, he glanced over his shoulder. The man who had followed him onto the train was cut off from view by the other passengers standing in the corridor. Perfect. The train started to move. Neumann waited outside the lavatory as the train slowly gathered speed. It already was traveling faster than most people would consider safe to jump. Neumann waited a few more seconds, then stepped toward the door, threw it open, and leapt down onto the platform. He landed smoothly, trotting a few steps before settling into a brisk walk. He looked up in time to spot an annoyed ticket collector pulling the door closed. He walked quickly toward the exit and headed out into the blackout. Euston Road was crowded with the evening rush. He hailed a taxi and hopped inside. He gave the driver an address in the East End and settled in for the ride. Chapter 48. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. Mary Doherty waited alone at the cottage. She had always thought it was a sweet little place, warm, light, airy, but now it felt claustrophobic and cramped as a catacomb. She paced restlessly. Outside, the big storm that had been forecast had finally moved in over the Norfolk coast. Rain lashed against the windows, rattling the panes. The wind gusted relentlessly, moaning through the eaves. She heard the scrape of one of the tiles giving way on the roof. Sean was away, gone to Hunstanton to collect Neumann from the train. Mary turned from the window and resumed her pacing. Snatches of their conversation of that morning played over and over in her head, like a gramophone record stuck in a groove. Submarine to France. Stay in Berlin for a while. Passage to a third country. Make my way back to Ireland. Join me there when the war is over. It was like a nightmare, as if she were listening to someone else's conversation, or watching it in a film, or reading it in a book. The idea was ludicrous. Sean Doherty, derelict Norfolk coast farmer and IRA sympathizer, was going to take a U-boat to Germany. She supposed it was the logical culmination of Sean's spying. She had been foolish to hope that everything would return to normal when the war was over. She had deluded herself.
Sean was going to flee and leave her behind to face the consequences. What would the authorities do? "Just tell them you knew nothing about it, Mary." And what if they didn't believe her? What would they do then? How could she stay in the village if everyone knew Sean had been a spy? She would be run off the Norfolk coast. She would be run out of every English village where she tried to settle. She would have to leave Hampton Sands. She would have to leave Jenny Colville. She would have to go back to Ireland, back to the barren village she had fled 30 years ago. She still had family there, family that would take her in. The thought was utterly appalling, but she would have no choice, not after everyone learned that Sean had spied for the Germans. She began to weep. She thought, "Damn you, Sean Doherty. How could you have been such a damned fool?" Mary went back to the window. On the track, in the direction of the village, she saw a pinprick of light bobbing in the downpour. A moment later, she saw the shine of a wet oilskin and the faint outline of a figure on a bicycle, body hunched forward into the wind, elbows thrust out, knees pumping. It was Jenny Colville. She dismounted at the gate and pushed the bicycle up the pathway. Mary opened the door to her. The wind gusted, hurling rain inside the cottage. Mary pulled Jenny inside and helped her out of her wet coat and hat.
"My God, Jenny, what are you doing out in weather like this?" "Oh, Mary, it's marvelous. So windy, so beautiful." "You've obviously lost your mind, child. Sit down by the fire. I'll make you some hot tea."
Jenny warmed herself in front of the log fire.
"Where's James?" she asked.
"He's not here now," Mary called from the kitchen. "He's out with Sean somewhere."
"Oh,"
Jenny said, and Mary could hear the disappointment in her voice.
"Will he be back soon?"
Mary stopped what she was doing and went back into the living room. She looked at Jenny and said,
"Why are you so concerned about James all of a sudden?" "I just wanted to see him, say hello, spend some time with him, that's all." "That's all? What in the world has got into you, Jenny?" "I just like him, Mary. I like him very much, and he likes me." "You like him, and he likes you. Where did you get an idea like that?" "I know, Mary, believe me. Don't ask me how I know it, but I do."
Mary took hold of her by the shoulders.
"Listen to me, Jenny."
She shook Jenny once.
"Are you listening to me?" "Yes, Mary. You're hurting me." "Stay away from him. Forget about him."
Jenny began to cry.
"I can't forget about him, Mary. I love him, and he loves me. I know he does." "Jenny, he doesn't love you. Don't ask me to explain it all now, because I can't, my love. He's a kind man, but he's not what he appears to be. Let go of it. Forget about him. You have to trust me, little one. He's not one for you."
Jenny tore herself from Mary's grasp, stood back and wiped the tears off her face.
"He is for me, Mary. I love him. You've been trapped here with Sean so long you've forgotten what love is."
Then she picked up her coat and dashed out the front door, slamming it behind her. Mary hurried to the window and watched Jenny pedaling away through the storm. Rain beat against Jenny's face as she pedaled along the rolling track toward the village. She had told herself she would not cry again, but she had not been able to keep her word. Tears mixed with the rain and streamed down her face. The village was tightly shuttered, the village store and the pub closed for the night, blackout shades drawn in the cottages. Her torch was lying in her basket, its pale yellow beam aimed forward into the pitch darkness. It was barely enough light to see by. She passed through the village and started toward her cottage. She was furious with Mary. How dare she try to come between her and James? And what did she mean by that remark about him? He's not what he appears to be. She was also angry with herself. She felt terrible about the insult she had hurled at Mary as she ran out the door. They had never quarreled before. In the morning, when things calmed down, Jenny would go back and apologize. In the distance, she could make out the outline of their cottage against the sky. She dismounted at the gate, pushed her bicycle up the footpath, and leaned it against the side of the cottage. Her father came out and stood in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. His face was still swollen from the fight. Jenny tried to push past him, but he reached out and wrapped his hands around her arm in an iron grip.
"Have you been with him again?"
"No, Papa," she cried out in pain. "Please, you're hurting my arm." He raised his other hand to strike her, his ugly, swollen face contorted with rage.
"Tell me the truth, Jenny. Have you been with him again?"
"No, I swear," she cried, her arms raised about her face to ward off the blow she expected at any second.
Please, Papa, don't hit me. I'm telling you the truth.
Martin Colville released his grip. Go inside and make me some supper. She wanted to scream, make your own bloody supper for a change, but she knew where it would lead. She looked at his face and for an instant found herself wishing that James had killed him. This is the last time, she thought. This is the very last time. She went inside, removed her sodden coat, hung it on the wall in the kitchen, and started his dinner. Chapter 49. London. Clive Roach knew he had a problem the moment Rudolph entered the crowded carriage. Roach would be all right as long as the agent remained seated inside his compartment, but if the agent left the compartment to go to the lavatory, or the restaurant car, or another carriage, Roach was in trouble. The corridors were jammed with travellers, some standing, some sitting and trying vainly to doze. Moving about the train was an ordeal. One had to squeeze and push past people and constantly say, "Excuse me," and "Beg your pardon." Trying to follow someone without being detected would be difficult, probably impossible if the agent was good, and everything Roach had seen thus far told him Rudolph was good. Roach became suspicious when Rudolph, clutching his stomach, stepped from his compartment while the train was still at the platform at Euston Station and sliced forward along the crowded corridor. Rudolph was short, no more than 5'6", and his head quickly disappeared into the sea of passengers. Roach picked his way forward a few steps, earning him the grunts and groans of the other passengers. He was reluctant to get too close. Rudolph had doubled back several times during the day, and Roach feared he might have seen his face. The corridor was poorly lit because of blackout regulations, and already shrouded in a fog bank of cigarette smoke. Roach stayed in the shadows and watched as Rudolph knocked twice on the lavatory door. Another passenger pushed past him, obstructing his view for just a few seconds. When he looked up again, Rudolph was gone. Roach stayed where he was for 3 minutes, watching the lavatory door. Another man approached, knocked, then went inside and closed the door behind him. Alarm bells sounded inside Roach's head. He pushed his way forward through the knot of passengers in the corridor, stopped in front of the lavatory door, and pounded on it. "Wait your turn like everyone else," came the voice on the other side. "Open the door! Police emergency!" The man opened the door a few seconds later, buttoning his fly. Roach looked inside to make sure Rudolph was not there. Damn it! He threw open the door to the connecting passage and entered the next carriage. Like the other, it was dark and smoky and hopelessly crammed with passengers. It would be impossible for him to find Rudolph now without turning over the train carriage by carriage, compartment by compartment. He thought, how did he vanish so quickly? He hurried back to the first carriage and found the ticket collector, an old man with steel-rimmed spectacles and a clubbed foot. Roach withdrew the surveillance photograph of Rudolph and stuck it in front of the ticket collector's face. "Have you seen this man?" "Short chap?" "Yes," Roach said, his spirits sinking lower, thinking, damn it. "He jumped off the train as we pulled out of Euston. Lucky he didn't break his bloody leg." "Christ! Why didn't you say something?" He realized how ridiculous the remark must have sounded. He forced himself to speak more calmly. "Where does this train make its first stop?" "Watford." "When?" "About half an hour." "Too long. I have to get off this train now." Roach reached up, grabbed the emergency brake cord, and pulled. The train immediately slowed as the brakes were applied and began to stop. The old ticket collector looked up at Roach, eyes blinking rapidly behind the spectacles, and said, "You're not a normal police officer, are you?" Roach said nothing as the train drew to a halt. He threw open the door, dropped down to the edge of the track, and disappeared into the darkness. Neumann paid off the taxi a short distance from the Pope warehouse and walked the rest of the way. He switched his Mauser from the waistband of his trousers to the front pocket of his reefer coat and then turned up his collar against the driving rain. The first act had gone smoothly. The deception on the train had worked exactly as he hoped. Neumann was certain he was not followed after leaving Euston Station. That meant one thing. Mackintosh, the man who had tailed him onto the train, was almost certainly still on it and heading out of London bound for Liverpool. The watcher was not an idiot. Eventually he would realize Neumann had not returned to his compartment, and he would begin a search. He might ask questions. Neumann's escape had not gone unseen. The ticket collector had spotted him jumping from the train. When the watcher realized Neumann was no longer on the train, he would get off at the next stop and telephone his superiors in London. Neumann realized he had a very limited window of opportunity. He had to move quickly. The warehouse was dark and appeared deserted. Neumann rang the bell and waited. There was no response. He rang the bell again, and this time could hear the sound of footsteps on the other side. The door was opened a moment later by a black-haired giant in a leather coat. "What do you want?" "I'd like to see Mr. Pope, please," Neumann said politely. "I need a few items, and I was told this was very definitely the place to come." "Mr. Pope is gone, and we're out of business, so piss off." The giant started to close the door. Neumann put his foot in the way. "I'm sorry, it's really rather urgent. Perhaps you could help." The giant looked at Neumann, a puzzled look on his face. He seemed to be trying to reconcile the public school accent with the reefer coat and bandaged face. "I suppose you didn't hear me the first time," he said. "We're out of business. Shut down." He grabbed Neumann's shoulder. "Now fuck off!" Neumann punched the giant in the Adam's apple, then pulled out his Mauser and shot him in the foot. The man collapsed on the floor, alternately howling in pain and gasping for breath. Neumann stepped inside and closed the gate. The warehouse was just the way Catherine described it. Vans, cars, motorbikes, stacks of black market food, and several jerry cans of petrol. Neumann leaned down and said, "If you make a move, I'll shoot you again, and it won't be in the foot. Do you understand?" The giant grunted. Neumann selected a black van, opened the door, and started the motor. He grabbed 2 jerry cans of petrol and put them in the back of the van. On second thought, it was a very long drive. He took 2 more and put them in the back too. He climbed inside the van, drove it to the front of the warehouse, then got out and hauled open the main door. Before leaving, he knelt beside the wounded man and said, "If I were you, I'd get straight to a hospital." The man looked at Neumann, more confused than ever. "Who the hell are you, mate?" Neumann smiled. Knowing the truth would sound so absurd, the man would never believe it. "I'm a German spy on the run from MI5. "Yeah, and I'm bloody Adolf Hitler." Neumann climbed in the van and sped away. Harry Dalton tore the blackout shades from the headlamps and drove dangerously fast westward across London. Transport section had offered a skilled high-speed driver, but Harry wanted to do the driving himself. He weaved in and out of traffic, one hand constantly pressing the horn. Vicary sat next to him on the front seat, nervously clutching the dash. The wipers struggled in vain to beat away the rain. Turning into the Cromwell Road, Harry accelerated so hard the rear end of the car slid on the slick tarmac. He sliced and snaked his way through the traffic, then turned south into Earls Court Road. He entered a small side street, then raced down a narrow alley, swerving once to avoid a rubbish bin, then again to miss a cat. He slammed on the brakes behind a block of flats and brought them to a skidding halt. Harry and Vicary got out of the car, entered the building through the rear service door, and pounded up the stairs toward the 5th floor to the surveillance flat. Vicary, ignoring the pain shooting through his knee like a knife, kept pace with Harry. He thought, if only Boothby had let me arrest them hours ago, we wouldn't be in this mess. It was nothing short of a disaster. The agent codenamed Rudolph had just jumped from a train at Euston Station and melted into the city. Vicary had to assume he was now attempting to flee the country. He had no choice but to arrest Catherine Blake. He needed her in custody and scared out of her wits. Then she might tell them where Rudolph was headed and how he planned to escape, whether other agents were involved, and where he kept his radio. Vicary was not optimistic. Everything he felt about this woman told him she would not cooperate, even when faced with execution. All she had to do was hold out long enough for Rudolph to escape. If she did that, the Abwehr would possess evidence suggesting British intelligence was engaged in a massive deception. The consequences were too awful to contemplate. All the work that had gone into fortitude would be wasted. The Germans could deduce that the Allies were coming at Normandy. The invasion would have to be postponed and replanned. Otherwise, it would end in a blood-soaked catastrophe. Hitler's iron-handed occupation of Western Europe would go on. Countless more would die. And all because Vicary's operation had fallen to pieces. They had one chance now. Arrest her, make her talk, and stop Rudolph before he could flee the country or use his radio. Harry pushed open the door to the surveillance flat and led them inside. The curtains were open to the street, the room in darkness. Vicary struggled to make out the figures standing in various poses all around the room, like statuary in a darkened garden. A pair of bleary-eyed watchers, frozen in the window, a half-dozen tense Special Branch men leaning against one wall. The senior Special Branch officer was called Carter. He was big and bluff, with a thick throat and pock-marked skin. A cigarette, extinguished for security, jutted from the corner of his generous mouth. When Harry introduced Vicary, he pumped Vicary's hand ferociously once, then led him to the window to explain the disposition of his forces. The dead cigarette flaked ash as he spoke. "We'll go in through the front door," Carter said, a trace of North Country in his accent. "When we do, we'll seal the street at both ends, and a pair of men will cover the back of the house. Once we're in the house, she'll have nowhere to go." "It's extremely important that you take her alive," Vicary said. "She's absolutely useless to us dead." "Harry says she's good with her weapons." "True. We have reason to believe she has a gun and is willing to use it." "We'll take her so fast she won't know what hit her. We're ready whenever you give us the word." Vicary turned from the window and walked across the room to the telephone. He dialed the department and waited for the operator to forward the call to Boothby's office. "The special branch men are ready to move on our order," Vicary said when Boothby came on the line. "Do we have authorization yet?" "No. The 20 committee are still deliberating, and we can't move until they approve it. The ball's in their court now." "My God! Perhaps someone should explain to the 20 committee that time is one thing we don't have in great abundance. If we have one chance in hell of catching Rudolph, we need to know where he's going." "I understand your dilemma," Boothby said. Vicary thought, "Your dilemma? My dilemma, Sir Basil?" He said, "When are they going to decide?" "Any moment. I'll call you back straight away." Vicary rang off and paced the dark room. He turned to one of the watchers and said, "How long has she been in there?" "About 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Why did she stay on the street so long?" "I don't like it." The telephone rang. Vicary lunged for it and brought the receiver to his ear. Basil Boothby said, "We have the 20 committee's approval. Bring her in, Alfred, and good luck." Vicary slammed down the receiver. "We're on, gentlemen." He turned to Harry. "Alive! We need her alive!" Harry nodded, grim-faced, then led the special branch men out of the room. Vicary listened to their footfalls on the stairs gradually fading away. Then, a moment later, he spotted the tops of their heads as they stepped from the building and headed across the street toward Catherine Blake's flat. Horst Neumann parked the van in a small, quiet side street around the corner from Catherine's flat. He climbed out and softly closed the door. He walked quickly along the pavement, hands thrust deeply into his pockets, one hand wrapped around the butt of the Mauser. The street was in pitch darkness. He came to the pile of rubble that once was the terrace behind the flat. He groped his way across broken wood, crumbled brick, and twisted pipes. The rubble ended at a wall about 6 feet high. On the other side of the wall was the garden at the back of the house. Neumann had seen it from the window of her room. He tried the gate. It was locked. He would have to open it from the other side. He placed his hands on top of the wall, thrust with his legs, and pulled with his arms. Atop the wall now, he threw one leg over the other side and turned his body. He hung that way for a few seconds, looking down. The ground below was invisible in the dark. He could fall on anything, a sleeping dog or a row of dustbins that would make a terrible clatter if he landed on them. He considered shining his torch for a second, but that might attract attention. He pushed himself off the top of the wall and fell through the gloom. There were no dogs or rubbish bins, just a thorny shrub of some kind that clawed at his face and his coat. Neumann tore himself free from the thorn bush and unlatched the gate. He crossed the garden to the back door. He tried the latch. It was locked. The door had a window. He reached in his coat pocket, withdrew the Mauser, and used it to smash the lower left pane of glass. The noise was surprisingly loud. He reached through the shattered pane and unlocked the door, then quickly crossed the hall and ascended the stairs. He reached Catherine's door and knocked softly. From the other side of the door he heard her say, "Who's there?" "It's me." She opened the door. Neumann stepped inside and closed it. She was dressed in trousers, sweater, and leather jacket. The suitcase radio was standing next to the door. Neumann looked at her face. It was ashen. "It could be my imagination," she said, "but I think something is going on downstairs. I've seen some men milling about on the street and sitting in parked cars." The flat was dark, one light burning in the sitting room. Neumann crossed the room in a few quick steps and turned it off. He went to the window and lifted the edge of the blackout shade, peering out into the street. The evening traffic was moving below, throwing off just enough light for him to see 4 men charging from the apartment house across the street and heading their way. Neumann turned and ripped his Mauser from his pocket. "They're coming for us! Grab your radio and follow me down! Now!" Harry Dalton threw open the front door and went inside, the special branch men behind him. He switched on the hall light in time to see Catherine Blake running out the back door, her suitcase radio swinging from her arm. Horst Neumann had kicked open the back door and was running across the garden when he heard the shout from within the house. He rushed through the curtain of gloom, the Mauser in front of him in his outstretched hand. The gate flew open and a figure appeared there, silhouetted in the frame, gun raised. He shouted for Neumann to stop. Neumann kept running, firing twice. The first shot struck the man in the shoulder, spinning him around. The second shattered his spine, killing him instantly. A second man stepped into his place and attempted to fire. Neumann squeezed the trigger. The Mauser bounced in his hand, emitting almost no sound, just the dull click of the firing mechanism. The man's head exploded. Neumann raced through the gate, stepping over the bodies, and peered into the blackout. There was no one else behind the house. He turned and saw Catherine a few feet behind him, running with a radio. 3 men were chasing her. Neumann raised his gun and fired into the dark. He heard 2 men scream. Catherine kept running. He turned and started across the rubble toward the van. Harry felt the rounds whiz past his head. He heard the screams of both men behind him. She was right in front of him. He plunged through the darkness, arms outstretched before him. He realized he was at a distinct disadvantage. He was unarmed and alone. He could stop and try to find one of the Special Branch men's weapons, then chase them and try to shoot them both. But he was likely to be killed by Rudolph in the process. He could stop, turn around, go back inside, and signal the surveillance flat. But by then, Catherine Blake and Rudolph would be long gone, and they would have to start the damned search all over again, and the spies would use their radio and tell Berlin about what they had discovered, and we'd lose the fucking war, damn it. The radio. He thought, I may not be able to stop them now, but I can cut them off from Berlin for a while. Harry leapt through the darkness, screaming deep in his throat, and grabbed hold of the suitcase with both hands. He tried to tear it from her grasp, but she turned and pulled with surprising strength. He looked up and saw her face for the first time. Red, contorted with fear, ugly with rage. He tried again to wrench the case from her, but he could not break her grasp. Her fingers were clenched around the handle like a vice grip. She screamed Rudolph's real name. It sounded like Wurst. Then Harry heard a clicking sound. He had heard it before on the streets of East London before the war, the sound of a stiletto blade snapping into place. He saw her arm rise, then swing down in a vicious arc toward his throat. If he raised his own arm, he could deflect the blow, but then she would be able to pull the radio away from him. He held on with both hands and tried to avoid the stiletto by twisting his head. The tip of the blade struck the side of his face. He could feel his flesh tearing. The pain came an instant later, searing, as though molten metal had been thrown against his face. Harry screamed, but held on to the bag. She raised her arm again, this time plunging the tip of the stiletto into his forearm. Harry yelled with pain again, teeth clenched, but his hands would not let go of the bag. It was as if they were acting on their own now. Nothing, no amount of pain could make them let go. She let go of the bag and said, "You're a brave man to die for a radio." Then she turned and disappeared into the darkness. Harry lay on the wet ground. When she was gone, he reached up to touch his face and was sickened when he felt the warm bone of his own jaw. He was losing consciousness. The pain was fading. He heard the wounded Special Branch men groaning nearby. He felt the rain beating against his face. He closed his eyes. He felt someone pressing something against his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Alfred Vicary leaning over him. "I told you to be careful, Harry." "Did she get the radio?" "No. You kept her from taking the radio." "Did they get away?" "Yes, but we're chasing them." The pain raced up on Harry very suddenly. He started to tremble and felt as though he was going to throw up. Then Vicary's face turned to water, and Harry blacked out. Chapter 50. London. Within 1 hour of the disaster in Earl's Court, Alfred Vicary had orchestrated the biggest manhunt in the history of the United Kingdom. Every police station in the country, from Penzance to Dover, from Portsmouth to Inverness, was given a description of Vicary's fugitive spies. Vicary dispatched photographs by motorcycle couriers to the cities, towns, and villages close to London. Most officers involved in the search were told the fugitives were suspects in 4 murders dating back to 1938. A handful of very senior officers were discreetly informed it was a security matter of the utmost importance. So important, the Prime Minister was personally monitoring the progress of the hunt. London's Metropolitan Police responded with extraordinary speed, and within 15 minutes of Vicary's first call, roadblocks had been thrown up along all major arteries leading from the city. Vicary tried to cover every possible route of escape. MI5 and railway police prowled the main stations. The operators of the Irish ferries were given a description of the suspects as well. Next, he contacted the BBC and asked for the senior man on duty. On the main 9 o'clock evening news, the BBC led with the story of a shootout in Earl's Court that had left 2 police officers dead and 3 others wounded. The story contained a description of Catherine Blake and Rudolph, and concluded with a telephone number citizens could call with information. Within 5 minutes, the telephones started ringing. The typists transcribed each well-meaning call and passed them on to Vicary. Most he tossed straight into the wastepaper basket. A few he followed up. None produced a single lead. Then he turned his attention to the escape routes only a spy would use. He contacted the RAF and asked them to be on the lookout for light aircraft. He contacted the Admiralty and asked them to keep a careful watch for U-boats approaching the coastline. He contacted the Coast Guard Service and asked them to keep a watch out for small craft heading out to sea. He telephoned the Y Service radio monitors and asked them to listen for suspect wireless transmissions. Vicary stood up from his desk and stepped outside his office for the first time in 2 hours. The command post in West Halkin Street had been deserted, and his team had slowly streamed back to St. James's Street. They sat in the common area outside his office, like dazed survivors of a natural disaster, wet, exhausted, defeated. Clive Roach sat alone, head down, hands folded. Every few moments one of the watchers would lay a hand on his shoulder, murmur encouragement into his ear, and move quietly on. Peter Jordan was pacing. Tony Blair had fixed a homicidal glare on him. The only sound was the rattle of the teleprinters and the chatter of the girls on the telephone. The silence was broken for a few minutes at 9 o'clock, when Harry Dalton walked into the room, his face and arm bandaged. Everyone stood and crowded around him. "Well done, Harry, old boy. Deserve a medal. You kept us in the game, Harry. Be all over if not for you." Vicary pulled him into his office. "Shouldn't you be lying down resting?" "Yeah, but I wanted to be here instead." "How's the pain?" "Not too bad. They gave me something for it." "You still have any doubts about how you would react under fire on the battlefield?" Harry managed a half-smile, looked down and shook his head. "Any breaks yet?" he asked, quickly changing the subject. Vicary shook his head. "What have you done?" Vicary brought him up to date. "Bold move. Rudolph coming back for her like that, snatching her from under our nose. He's got guts, I'll say that for him. How's Boothby taking it?" "About as well as can be expected. He's upstairs with the Director General now, probably planning my execution. We have an open line to the underground war rooms and the Prime Minister. The old man's getting minute-by-minute updates. I wish I had something to tell him." "You've covered every possible option. Now you just have to sit and wait for something to break. They have to make a move somewhere, and when they do, we'll be onto them." "I wish I could share your optimism." Harry grimaced with pain and appeared suddenly very tired. "I'm going to go and lie down for a while." He walked slowly toward the door. Vicary said, "Is Grace Clarendon on duty tonight?" "Yeah, I think so." The telephone rang. Basil Boothby said, "Come upstairs straight away, Alfred." The green light shone over Boothby's door. Vicary went inside and found Sir Basil pacing and chain-smoking. He had stripped off his jacket, his waistcoat was unbuttoned, and he had loosened his tie. He angrily waved Vicary toward a chair and said, "Sit down, Alfred. Well, the lights are burning all over London tonight. Grosvenor Square, Eisenhower's personal headquarters at Hayes Lodge, the underground war rooms, and they all want to know one thing. Does Hitler know it's Normandy? Is the invasion dead even before we begin?" "We obviously have no way of knowing yet." "My God!" Boothby ground out his cigarette and immediately lit another one. "2 special branch officers dead, 2 more wounded. Thank God for Harry." "He's downstairs now. I'm sure he'd like to hear that from you in person." "We don't have time for pep talks, Alfred. We need to stop them and stop them quickly. I don't have to explain the stakes to you." "No, you don't, Sir Basil." "The Prime Minister wants updates every 30 minutes. Is there anything I can tell him?" "Unfortunately, no. We've covered every possible route of escape. I wish I could say with certainty that we'll catch them, but I think it would be unwise to underestimate them. They have proven that time and time again." Boothby resumed his pacing. 2 men dead, 3 wounded, and 2 spies possessing the knowledge to unravel our entire deception plan running loose. Needless to say, this is the worst disaster in the history of this department." "Special branch went in with the force they deemed necessary to arrest her. Obviously, they made a miscalculation." Boothby stopped pacing and fixed the gunman's gaze on Vicary. "Don't attempt to blame Special Branch for what happened, Alfred. You were the senior man on the scene. That aspect of Kettledrum was your responsibility." "I realize that, Sir Basil." "Good. Because when this is all over, an internal review will be convened, and I doubt your performance will be viewed in a favorable light." Vicary stood up. "Is that all, Sir Basil?" "Yes." Vicary turned and walked toward the door. The distant wail of the air raid sirens started up while Vicary was taking the stairs down to registry. The rooms were in half darkness, just a couple of lights burning. Vicary, as always, noticed the smell of the place: rotting paper, dust, damp, the faint residue of Nicholas Jago's vile pipe. He looked at Jago's glass-enclosed office. The light was out and the door was closed tightly. He heard the sharp smack of women's shoes and recognized the angry cadence of Grace Clarendon's brisk parade ground march. He saw her shock of blonde hair flash past the stacks like an apparition, then vanish. He followed her into one of the side rooms and called her name from a long way off, so as not to startle her. She turned, stared at him with hostile green eyes, then turned away from him again and resumed her filing. "Is this official, Professor Vicary?" she said. "If it's not, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You've caused enough problems for me. If I'm seen talking to you again, I'll be lucky to get a job as a bloody blackout warden. Please leave, Professor." "I need to see a file, Grace." "You know the procedure, Professor. Fill out a request slip. If your request is approved, you can see the file." "I won't be given approval to see the file I need to see." "Then you can't see it." Her voice had taken on the cold efficiency of a headmistress. "Those are the rules." The first bombs fell, across the river by the feel of it. Then the anti-aircraft batteries in the parks opened up. Vicary heard the drone of Heinkel bombers overhead. Grace stopped her filing and looked up. A stick of bombs fell nearby, too damned close, because the whole building shook and files tumbled from the shelves. Grace looked at the mess and said, "Bloody hell! I know Boothby is making you do things against your will. I heard you quarreling in his office, and I saw you getting into his car in Northumberland Avenue last night. And don't tell me you're seeing him romantically, because I know you're in love with Harry." Vicary noticed the shine of tears in her green eyes, and the file in her hand begin to tremble. "It's your bloody fault," she snapped. "If you hadn't told him about the Fogel file, I wouldn't be in this mess." "What is he making you do?" She hesitated. "Please leave, Professor. Please." "I'm not leaving until you tell me what Boothby wanted you to do." "Damn it, Professor Vicary! He wanted me to spy on you. And on Harry." She forced herself to lower her voice. "Anything Harry told me, in bed or anywhere else, I was supposed to tell him." "What did you tell him?" "Anything Harry mentioned to me about the case and the progress of the investigation. I also told him about the registry search you requested." She pulled a handful of files from her cart and resumed her filing. "I heard Harry was involved in that mess at Earl's Court." "He was indeed. In fact, he's the man of the hour." "Was he hurt?" Vicary nodded. "He's upstairs. The doctors couldn't keep him in bed." "He probably did something stupid, didn't he? Trying to prove himself. God, he can be such a stupid, stubborn idiot sometimes." "Grace, I need to see a file. Boothby's going to sack me when this business is over, and I need to know why." She stared at him, a grave expression on her face. "You're serious, aren't you, Professor?" "Unfortunately, yes." She looked at him wordlessly for a moment while the building shuddered with the shock waves of the bombs. "What's the file?" she asked. "An operation called Kettledrum." Grace furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. "Isn't that the code name of the operation you're involved in now?" "Yes." "Hold on a minute. You want me to risk my neck to show you the file on your own case?" "Something like that," Vicary said. "Except I want you to cross-reference it with a different case officer." "Who?" Vicary looked directly into her green eyes and mouthed the initials BB. She came back 5 minutes later, an empty file folder in her hand. "Operation Kettledrum," she said. "Terminated." "Where are the contents?" "Either destroyed or with the case officer." "When was the file opened?" Vicary asked. Grace looked at the tab on the file, then at Vicary. "That's funny," she said. "According to this, Operation Kettledrum was initiated in October 1943.
Chapter 51. Cambridgeshire, England. By the time Scotland Yard responded to Alfred Vicary's demand for roadblocks, Horst Neumann had left London and was racing northward along the A10. The van had obviously been well maintained. It would do at least 60 miles per hour, and the motor ran smoothly. The tires still had a decent amount of tread on them, and they gripped the wet road surprisingly well. And it had one other practical feature. A black van did not stand out from the other commercial vehicles on the road. Since petrol rationing made private motoring all but impossible, anyone driving an automobile that time of night might be stopped by the police and questioned. The road ran straight across mostly flat terrain. Neumann hunched forward over the steering wheel as he drove, peering into the little pool of light thrown off by the shrouded headlamps. For a moment he considered removing the blackout shades, but decided it was too risky. He flashed through villages with funny names: Puckeridge, Buntingford. Dark, not a light burning, no one moving about. It was as if the clock had been turned back 2,000 years. Neumann would scarcely have been surprised to see a Roman legion encamped along the banks of the River Cam. More villages: Melbourne, Foxton, Newton, Hawkston. During his preparation at Vogel's farmhouse outside Berlin, Neumann had spent hours studying old ordnance survey maps of Britain. He suspected he knew the roads and pathways of East Anglia as well as most Englishmen, perhaps better. Melbourne, Foxton, Newton, Hawkston. He was approaching Cambridge. Cambridge represented trouble. Surely MI5 had alerted police forces in the large cities and towns. Neumann reckoned the police in the villages and hamlets did not pose much of a threat. They made their rounds on foot or bicycle, and rarely had cars, and communications were so poor that word might not even have been passed to them. He was flashing through the blacked-out villages so quickly a police officer would never really see them. Cities like Cambridge were different. MI5 had probably alerted the Cambridge police force. They had enough men to mount a roadblock on a large route like the A10. They had cars and could engage in a pursuit. Neumann knew the roads and was a capable driver, but he would be no match for an experienced local police officer. Before reaching Cambridge, Neumann turned into a small side road. He skirted the base of the Gog-Magog Hills and headed north along the eastern edge of the city. Even in the gloom of the blackout, he could make out the spires of King's and St. John's. He passed through a village called Horningsea, crossed the Cam, and entered Waterbeach, a village that lay astride the A10. He drove slowly through the darkened streets until he found the largest one. There were no signs for the A10, but he assumed this had to be it. He turned right, headed north, and after a moment was racing through the lonely flatness of the fens. The miles passed very quickly. The rain eased, but in the fenland the wind, with nothing in its path between here and the North Sea, battered the van like a child's toy. The road ran near the banks of the river Great Ouse, then across Southery Fens. They passed through the villages of Southery and Hillgay. The next large town was Downham Market, smaller than Cambridge, but Neumann assumed it had its own police force and was therefore a threat. He repeated the same move he made in Cambridge, turning onto a smaller side road, skirting the edge of town, rejoining the A10 in the north. 10 miles on, he came to King's Lynn, the port on the southeastern base of the Wash and largest town on the Norfolk coast. Neumann turned off the A10 again and picked up a small B-road east of the city. The road was poor, an unpaved single-lane track in many places, and the terrain turned hilly and wooded. He stopped and poured 2 of the jerry cans of petrol into the tank. The weather worsened the closer they moved to the coast. At times, Neumann seemed to be traveling at a walking pace. He feared he had made a mistake by turning off the better road, that he was being too cautious. After more than an hour of difficult driving, he reached the coastline. He passed through Hampton Sands, crossed the Sea Creek, and accelerated along the track. He felt relieved. Finally, a familiar road. The Doherty cottage appeared in the distance. Neumann turned into the drive. He saw the door open and the glow of a kerosene lamp moving toward them. It was Sean Doherty, dressed in his oilskin and sou'wester, a shotgun over his arm. Sean Doherty had not been worried when Neumann did not arrive in Hunstanton on the afternoon train. Neumann had warned him he might be in London longer than usual. Doherty decided to wait for the evening train. He left the station and went into a nearby pub. He ordered a potato and carrot pie and washed it down with 2 glasses of ale. Then he went out and walked along the waterfront.
Before the war, Hunstanton was a popular summer beach resort because its location on the eastern edge of the Wash provided remarkable sunsets over the water. On this night, the old Edwardian resort hotels were mostly empty, despondent-looking in the steady rain. Sunset was nothing more than the last grey light leaking from the storm clouds. Doherty left the waterfront and returned to the station to meet the evening train. He stood on the platform, smoking, watching the handful of passengers disembarking. When Neumann was not among them, Doherty became alarmed. He drove back to Hampton Sands, thinking about Neumann's words earlier that week. Neumann had said it was possible the operation might be about to end, possible that he might be leaving England and heading back to Berlin. Doherty thought, but why wasn't he on the damned train? He arrived at the cottage and let himself inside. Mary, sitting next to the fire, glared at him, then went upstairs. Doherty switched on the wireless. The news bulletin caught his attention. A nationwide search was underway for 2 suspected killers who had taken part in a gun battle with police earlier that evening in the section of London known as Earl's Court. Doherty turned up the volume as the newsreader gave a description of the 2 suspects. The first, surprisingly, was a woman. The second was a man who matched Horst Neumann's description perfectly. Doherty shut off the radio. Was it possible the 2 suspects in the Earl's Court shooting were Neumann and the other agent? Were they now on the run from MI5 and half the police in Britain? Were they heading toward Hampton Sands, or were they going to leave him behind? Then he thought, do the British know I'm a spy, too? He went upstairs, threw a change of clothes into a small canvas bag, and came back downstairs again. He went out to the barn, found his shotgun, and loaded a pair of cartridges into the barrel. Returning to the cottage, Doherty sat in the window, waiting. He had almost given up hope when he spotted the shaded headlamps moving along the road toward the cottage. When the car turned into the farmyard, he could see it was Neumann behind the wheel. There was a woman sitting in the passenger seat. Doherty stood up and pulled on his coat and hat. He lit the kerosene lamp, picked up his shotgun, and went outside into the rain. Martin Colville examined his face in the mirror. Broken nose, black eyes, swollen lips, a contusion on the right side of his face. He went into the kitchen and poured the last precious drops of whiskey from a bottle. Every instinct in Colville's body told him there was something wrong about the man named James Porter. He didn't believe he was a wounded British soldier. He didn't believe he was an old acquaintance of Sean Doherty's. He didn't believe he had come to Hampton Sands for the ocean air. He touched his ruined face, thinking, no one's ever done this to me in my life, and I'm not going to let that little bastard get away with it. Colville drank the whiskey in one swallow, then placed the empty bottle and the glass in the sink. Outside, he heard the grumble of a motor. He went to the door and looked out. A van swept past. Colville could see James Porter behind the wheel and a woman in the passenger seat. He closed the door, thinking, what in the hell is he doing out driving this time of night? And where did he get the van? He decided he would find out for himself. He went into the sitting room and took down an old 12-gauge shotgun from over the mantel. The shells were in a kitchen drawer. He opened it and dug through the jumble inside until he found the box. He went outside and climbed on his bicycle. A moment later, Colville was pedaling through the rain, shotgun across the handlebars, toward the Doherty's cottage. Jenny Colville, upstairs in her bedroom, heard the front door open and close once. Then she heard the sound of a passing vehicle, unusual at this time of night. When she heard the door open and close a second time, she became alarmed. She rose from her bed and crossed the room. She parted the curtain and looked down in time to see her father pedaling away through the darkness. She pounded on the window, but it was in vain. Within seconds, he was gone. Jenny was wearing nothing but a flannel nightgown. She took it off, pulled on a pair of trousers and a sweater, and went downstairs. Her Wellington boots were by the door. Pulling them onto her feet, she noticed the shotgun that usually hung over the fireplace was gone. She looked into the kitchen and saw that the drawer where the shells were kept was open. Quickly, she pulled on her coat and went outside. Jenny groped through the darkness until she found her bicycle leaning against the side of the cottage. She pushed it down the path, climbed onto the saddle, and pedaled after her father toward the Doherty cottage, thinking, please God, let me stop him before someone ends up dead tonight. Sean Doherty pulled open the door of the barn and led them inside behind the light of the kerosene lantern. He removed his sou'wester and unbuttoned his coat, then looked at Neumann and the woman. Neumann said, Sean Doherty, Meet Catherine Blake. Sean used to be with an outfit called the Irish Republican Army, but he's been on loan to us for the war. Catherine works for Kurt Vogel, too. She's been living in England under deep cover since 1938. It gave Catherine a strange sensation to hear her background and work discussed so casually. After the years of hiding her identity, after all the precautions, after all the anxiety, it was difficult to imagine it was about to end. Doherty looked at her, then at Neumann. The BBC's been running bulletins all night about a gun battle at Earl's Court. I suppose you were involved in that? Neumann nodded. They weren't ordinary London police. MI5 and Special Branch, I'd say. What's the radio saying? You killed 2 of them and wounded 3 more. They've mounted a nationwide search for you and asked for help from the general public. Half the country's probably out beating the bushes for you right now. I'm surprised you made it this far. We stayed out of the big towns. It seemed to work. We haven't seen any police on the road so far. Well, it won't last. You can be sure of that. Neumann looked at his wristwatch, a few minutes after midnight. He picked up Sean's kerosene lamp and carried it to the work table. He took down the radio from the cabinet and switched on the power. The submarine is on patrol in the North Sea. After receiving our signal, it will move exactly 10 miles due east of Spurn Head and remain there until 6 a.m. If we don't appear, it turns from the coast and waits to hear from us. Catherine said, And how exactly are we going to get 10 miles due east of Spurn Head? Doherty stepped forward. There's a fellow named Jack Kincaid. He has a small fishing boat at a quay on the River Humber. Doherty dug out an old pre-war ordnance survey map. The boat's here, he said, jabbing at the map, in a town called Cleethorpes. It's about 100 miles up the coast. It will be hard driving on a dirty night like this, with a blackout to contend with. Kincaid has a flat over a garage on the waterfront. I spoke to him yesterday. He knows we might be coming. Neumann nodded and said, If we leave now, we have about 6 hours of driving time. I say we can make it tonight. The next rendezvous opportunity with the submarine is 3 days from now. I don't relish the idea of hiding out for 3 days with every policeman in Britain beating the bushes for us. I say we go tonight. Catherine nodded. Neumann slipped on the earphones and tuned the radio to the proper frequency. He tapped out an identification signal and waited for a reply. A few seconds later, the radio operator aboard the U-boat asked Neumann to proceed. Neumann drew a deep breath, carefully tapped out the message, then signed off and shut down the radio. Which leaves one more thing, he said, turning to Doherty. Are you coming with us? He nodded. I've talked it over with Mary. She sees it my way. I'll come back to Germany with you. Then Vogel and his friends can help me make my way back to Ireland. Mary will come across when I'm there. We've got friends and family who'll look after us until we get settled. We'll be all right. And how's Mary taking it? Doherty's face hardened into a tight-lipped frown. Neumann knew it was quite likely he and Mary might never see each other again. He reached for the kerosene lamp, put a hand on Doherty's shoulder, and said, Let's go. Martin Colville, standing astride his bicycle, breathing heavily, saw a light burning inside Doherty's barn. He laid his bicycle next to the road, then quietly crossed the meadow and crouched outside the barn. He struggled to understand the conversation taking place inside over the smack of the falling rain. It was unbelievable. Sean Doherty, working for the Nazis. The man called James Porter, a German agent. A nest of German spies operating right here in Hampton Sands. Colville strained to hear more of the conversation. They were planning to drive up the coast to Lincolnshire and take a boat out to sea to meet a submarine. Colville felt his heart careening inside his chest and his breath coming quickly. He forced himself to be calm, to think clearly. He had 2 choices: turn away, ride back to the village and alert the authorities, or go inside the barn and take them into custody on his own. Each option had disadvantages. If he left for help, Doherty and the spies would probably be gone by the time he returned. There were few police along the Norfolk coast, hardly enough to mount a search. If he went in alone, he would be outnumbered. He could see Sean had his shotgun, and he assumed the 2 others were armed too. Still, he would have the advantage of surprise. There was another reason why he liked the second option. He would enjoy personally settling the score with the German who called himself James Porter. Colville knew he had to act, and act quickly. He broke open the box of shells, removed 2, and snapped them into the barrel of the old 12-gauge. He had never aimed the thing at anything more threatening than a partridge or a pheasant. He wondered whether he would have the stomach to pull the trigger on a human being. He rose and took a step toward the door. Jenny pedaled until her legs burned. Through the village, past the church and the cemetery, over the sea creek. The air was filled with the sound of the storm and the rush of the sea. Rain lashed against her face, and the wind nearly blew her over. Jenny spotted her father's bicycle in the grass along the track and stopped next to it. Why leave it here? Why not ride it all the way to the cottage? She thought she knew the answer. He was trying to sneak up without being seen. It was then she heard the sound of a shotgun blast from Sean's barn. Jenny screamed, leapt from her bicycle, and let it fall next to her father's. She ran across the meadow, thinking, "Please, God, don't let him be dead! Don't let him be dead!" Chapter 52. Scarborough, England. Approximately 100 miles north of Hampton Sands, Charlotte Endicott pedaled her bicycle into the small gravel compound outside the Y-Survey's listening station at Scarborough. The ride from her digs at a cramped guest house in town had been brutal, wind and rain the entire way. Soaked and chilled to the bone, she dismounted and leaned her bicycle next to several others in the stand. The wind gusted, moaning through the 3 huge rectangular antennas that stood atop the cliffs overlooking the North Sea. Charlotte Endicott glanced up at them, swaying visibly as she hurried across the compound. She pulled open the door of the hut and went inside before the wind slammed it shut. She had a few minutes before her shift began. She removed her soaking raincoat, untied her hat, and hung them both on a dilapidated coat tree in the corner. The hut was cold and draughty, built for utility, not comfort. It did have a small canteen, though. Charlotte went inside, poured herself a cup of hot tea, sat down at one of the small tables, and lit a cigarette. A filthy habit, she knew. But if she could hold a job like a man, she could smoke like one. Besides, she liked the way they made her look. Sexy, sophisticated, a little older than her 23 years. She also had become addicted to the damn things. The work was stressful, the hours brutal, and life in Scarborough was dreadfully boring, but she loved every moment of it. There had been only one time when she truly hated it, the Battle of Britain. During the long and horrible dogfights, the wrens at Scarborough could listen to the cockpit chatter of the British and German pilots. Once she heard an English boy screaming and crying for his mother as his crippled Spitfire fell helplessly toward the sea. When she lost contact with him, Charlotte ran outside into the compound and threw up. She was glad those days were over. Charlotte looked up at the clock. Nearly midnight. Time to go on duty. She stood and smoothed her damp uniform. She took one last pull at her cigarette. Smoking wasn't allowed in the hole. Then crushed it out in a small metal ashtray overflowing with butts. She left the canteen and walked toward the operations room. She flashed her identification badge at the guard. He scrutinized it carefully, even though he had seen it 100 times before, then handed it back to her, smiling a little more than necessary. Charlotte knew she was an attractive girl, but there was no place for that sort of thing here. She pushed open the doors, entered the hole, and sat down at her regular spot. It gave her a brief chill, as always. She stared at the luminous dials of her RCA AR-88 superheterodyne communications receiver for a moment, and then slipped on her earphones. The RCA's special interference-cutting crystals allowed her to monitor German Morse senders all across northern Europe. She tuned her receiver to the band of frequencies she had been assigned to patrol that night, and settled in. The German Morse senders were the fastest keyers in the world. Charlotte could immediately identify many by their distinctive keying style, or fist, and she and the other wrens had nicknames for them: Wagner, Beethoven, Zeppelin. Charlotte didn't have to wait long for her first action that night. A few minutes after midnight, she heard a burst of Morse in a fist she did not recognize. The cadence was poor, the pace slow and uncertain. An amateur, she thought, someone who didn't use their radio much. Certainly not one of the professionals at BDU, the Kriegsmarine headquarters. Acting quickly, she made a recording of the transmission on the oscillograph, a device that would in effect create a radio fingerprint of the signal called a Tina, and furiously scribbled the Morse message onto a sheet of paper. When the amateur finished, Charlotte heard another burst of code on the same frequency. This was no amateur. Charlotte and the other wrens had heard him before. They had nicknamed him Fritz. He was a radio operator aboard a U-boat. Charlotte quickly transcribed this message as well. Fritz's transmission was followed by another burst of sloppy Morse by the amateur, and then the communication went dead. Charlotte removed her headset, tore off the printout of the oscillograph, and marched across the room. Normally she would simply pass on the Morse transcripts of the messages to the motorcycle courier, who in turn would rush them to Bletchley Park for decoding. But there was something different about this communication. She could feel it in the fist of the radio operators. Fritz aboard a U-boat, an amateur somewhere else. She suspected she knew what it was, but she would have to make a damned convincing case. She presented herself to the night supervisor, a pale, exhausted-looking man called Lowe. She dropped the transcripts and the oscillograph on his desk. He looked up at her, a quizzical expression on his face. "I could be completely wrong, sir," Charlotte said, mustering the most authoritative voice she could, "but I think I just overheard a German spy signaling a U-boat off the coast." Kapitän-Leutnant Max Hoffmann would never get used to the stench of a U-boat that has been submerged too long. Sweat, urine, diesel oil, potatoes, semen. The assault on his nostrils was so intense he would gladly stand watch on the conning tower in a gale rather than stay inside. Standing in the control room of U-509, he could feel the throb of its electric motors beneath his feet as they wheeled in a monotonous circle 20 miles from the British coastline. A fine mist hung inside the submarine, creating a halo around every light. Every surface was cool and wet to the touch. Hoffmann liked to imagine it was dew on a spring morning, but one look at the cramped, claustrophobic world he inhabited robbed him of that fantasy very quickly. It was a tedious assignment, sitting off the coast of Britain for weeks on end, waiting for one of Canaris's spies. Of Hoffmann's crew, only his first officer knew the true purpose of their mission. The rest of the men probably suspected as much, since they weren't on patrol. Still, things could be worse. Given the extraordinary loss rate among the U-Boot-Waffe, nearly 90%, Hoffmann and his crew were damned lucky to have survived this long. The first officer came onto the bridge, face grave, a sheet of paper in his hand. Hoffmann looked at the man, depressed by the notion that he probably looked just as bad. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, the grey pallor of a submariner, the unkempt beard because there was too little fresh water to waste on shaving. The first officer said, "Our man in Britain has finally surfaced. He'd like a lift home tonight." Hoffmann smiled, thinking, "Finally. We pick him up and head back to France for some good food and clean sheets." He said, "What's the latest weather?" "Not good, Herr Kaloy," the first officer said, using the customary diminutive form of Kapitän-Leutnant. "Heavy rains, winds 30 miles per hour from the northwest, seas 10 to 12. Jesus Christ! And he'll probably be coming in a rowboat, if we're lucky. Organize a reception party and prepare to surface. Have the radio operator inform BDU of our plans. Set a course for the rendezvous point. I'll go up top with the lookouts. I don't care how bad the weather is." Hoffmann made a face. "I can't stand the fucking smell in here any longer." "Yes, Herr Kaloy." The first officer shouted a series of commands, echoed among the crew. 2 minutes later, U-509 punched through the stormy surface of the North Sea. The system was known as high-frequency direction finding, but almost everyone involved with the project knew it as Huff-Duff. It worked on the principle of triangulation. The radio fingerprint created by the oscillograph at Scarborough could be used to identify the type of transmitter and its power supply. If the Y-service stations at Flowerdown and Iceland also ran oscillographs, the 3 recordings could be used to establish bearing lines, known as cuts, which could then be used to locate the position of the transmitter. Sometimes Huff-Duff could pinpoint a radio to within 10 miles of its geographical location. Usually the system was much less accurate, 30 to 50 miles. Commander Lowe did not believe Charlotte Endicott was completely wrong. In fact, he believed she had stumbled onto something critical. Earlier that evening, a Major Vicary from MI5 had sent out an alert to the Y-service to look for this very sort of thing. Lowe spent the next few minutes speaking with his counterparts in Flowerdown and Iceland, attempting to plot a fix on the transmitter. Unfortunately, the communication was short, the fix not terribly precise. In fact, Lowe could narrow it only to a rather large portion of eastern England, all of Norfolk and much of Suffolk, Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire. Probably not much of a help, but at least it was something. Lowe dug through the papers on his desk until he found Vicary's number in London, and then reached for his secure telephone. Atmospheric conditions over northern Europe made shortwave communication between the British Isles and Berlin virtually impossible. As a result, the Abwehr's radio center was housed in the basement of a large mansion in the Hamburg suburb of Wohldorf, 150 miles northwest of the German capital. 5 minutes after U-509's radio operator transmitted his message to BDU in northern France, the duty officer at BDU flashed a brief message to Hamburg. The duty officer at Hamburg was an Abwehr veteran named Captain Schmidt. He recorded the message, placed a priority call to Abwehr headquarters in Berlin on the secure line, and informed Lieutenant Werner Ulbricht of the developments. Schmidt then left the mansion and walked down the street to a nearby hotel, where he booked a second call to Berlin. He did not want to make this call from the thoroughly bugged lines of the Abwehr post, for the number he gave the operator was for Brigadeführer Walter Schellenberg's office at Prinz Albrechtstrasse. Unfortunately for Schmidt, Schellenberg had discovered he was having a rather lurid affair with a 16-year-old boy in Hamburg. Schmidt readily agreed to go to work for Schellenberg to avoid exposure. When the call went through, he spoke to one of Schellenberg's many assistants. The general was dining out that night and informed him of the news. Kurt Vogel had decided to spend a rare evening at his small flat a few blocks from Tirpitz-Ufer. Ulbricht reached him there by telephone and informed him that Horst Neumann had contacted the submarine and was coming out. 5 minutes later, Vogel was letting himself out the front door of his building and walking through the rain toward Tirpitz-Ufer. At that same moment, Walter Schellenberg checked in with his office and was told of developments in Britain. He then telephoned Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler and briefed him. Himmler ordered Schellenberg to come to Prinz Albrechtstrasse. It was going to be a long night, and he wanted some company. As it happened, Schellenberg and Vogel arrived at their respective offices at precisely the same moment and settled in for the wait. The location of the Allied invasion of France, the life of Admiral Canaris, and it all depended on the word of a couple of spies on the run from MI5. Chapter 53. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. Martin Colville used the barrel of his shotgun to push back the door of the barn. Neumann, still standing next to the radio, heard the noise. He reached for his Mauser as Colville stepped inside. Colville spotted Neumann going for the gun. He turned, leveled the shotgun, and fired. Neumann leapt out of the way, hitting the floor of the barn and rolling. The roar of the shotgun blast in the confined space of the barn was deafening. The radio disintegrated. Colville aimed the gun at Neumann a second time. Neumann rolled up onto his elbows, Mauser in his outstretched hands. Sean Doherty stepped forward, screaming at Colville to stop. Colville turned the gun on Doherty and squeezed the trigger. The blast struck Doherty in the chest, lifting him off his feet and driving him backward like a rag doll. He fell on his back, blood pumping from the gaping wound in his chest, and died within a matter of seconds. Neumann fired, hitting Colville in the shoulder and spinning him around. Catherine had by now drawn her own Mauser, and using both hands, leveled it at Colville's head. She fired twice rapidly, the silencer dampening the blasts to a dull thud. Colville's head exploded, and he was dead before his body hit the floor of Doherty's barn. Mary Doherty lay in an agitated half-sleep upstairs in her bed when she heard the first shotgun blast. She sat bolt upright and swung her feet to the floor as the second blast shattered the night. She threw off her blanket and raced downstairs. The cottage was in darkness, the sitting room and the kitchen deserted. She went outside. Rain beat against her face. She realized that she was wearing only her flannel nightgown. There was silence now, only the sound of the storm. She looked out across the garden and spotted an unfamiliar black van in the drive. She turned toward the barn and saw light burning there. She called out, "Sean!" and started running toward the barn. Mary's feet were bare, the ground cold and sodden. She called Sean's name several more times as she ran. A shaft of faint light spilled from the open door of the barn, illuminating a box of shotgun shells on the ground. Stepping inside, she gasped. A scream caught in her throat and would not come out. The first thing she saw was the body of Martin Colville lying on the floor of the barn a few feet away from her. Part of the head was missing, and blood and tissue was scattered everywhere. She felt her stomach retch. Then she turned her attention to the second body. It was on its back, arms flung wide. Somehow, in death, the ankles had become crossed, as though he were napping. Blood obscured the face. For a brief second, Mary permitted herself to hope that it wasn't actually Sean lying there dead. Then she looked at the old Wellington boots and oilskin coat, and knew it was him. The scream that had been trapped in her throat came out. Mary cried,
"Oh, Sean! Oh, my God, Sean, what have you done?"
She looked up and saw Horst Neumann standing over Sean's body, a gun in his hand. Standing a few feet from Neumann was a woman, holding a pistol in her hands aimed at Mary's head. Mary looked back at Neumann and screamed,
"Did you do this? Did you?"
"It was Colville," Neumann said. "He came in here, gun blazing. Sean got in the way. I'm sorry, Mary."
"No, Horst. Martin may have pulled the trigger, but you did this to him. Make no mistake about it. You and your friends in Berlin, you're the ones who did this to him."
Neumann said nothing. Catherine still stood with the Mauser leveled at Mary's head. Neumann stepped in, took hold of the weapon, and gently lowered it toward the ground. Jenny Colville stayed in the darkened meadow and approached the barn from the side, hidden from view. She crouched against the outside wall, rain smacking against her oilskin, and listened to the conversation taking place inside. She heard the voice of the man she knew as James Porter, though Mary had called him something else, something that sounded like horse. "It was Colville. Sean got in the way. I'm sorry, Mary." Then she heard Mary's voice. It had risen in pitch and quivered with anger and grief.
"You did this to him! You and your friends in Berlin!"
She waited to hear her father's voice. She waited to hear Sean's voice. Nothing. She knew then they both were dead.
"You and your friends in Berlin!"
Jenny thought, "What are you saying, Mary?" And then it all came together in her mind, like pieces of a puzzle that suddenly fall in the right order. Sean on the beach that night, the sudden appearance of the man called James Porter, Mary's warning to her earlier that afternoon. "He's not what he appears to be. He's not for you, Jenny." Jenny did not understand what Mary was trying to say at the time, but now she thought she did. The man she knew as James Porter was a German spy, and that meant Sean was a spy for the Germans too. Jenny's father must have discovered the truth and confronted them, and now he was lying dead on the floor of Sean Doherty's barn. Jenny wanted to scream. She felt hot tears pouring from her eyes down her cheeks. She raised her hands to her mouth to smother the sound of her crying. She had fallen in love with him, but he had lied to her and used her, and he was a German spy, and he probably just killed her father. There was movement inside the barn, movement and a few soft exchanges of instructions that Jenny could not hear. She heard the German spy's voice, and she heard a woman's voice that did not belong to Mary. Then she saw the spy emerge from the barn and walk down the drive, torch in hand. He was heading toward the bicycles. If he found them, he would realize she was here too, and he would come looking for her. Jenny forced herself to breathe slowly, evenly, to think clearly. She was being battered by several emotions. She was frightened. She was sick with the thought of her father and Sean dead, but more than anything else she was angry. She had been lied to and betrayed, and now she was driven by one overwhelming desire. She wanted them caught, and she wanted them punished. Jenny knew she would be no use if the German found her. But what to do? She could try to run to the village. There was a telephone at the hotel and the pub. She could contact the police, and the police could come and arrest them. But the village was the first place the spies would look for her. There was just one way into the village from the Dohertys, across the bridge by St. John's Church. Jenny knew she could be caught very easily. She thought of a second option. They had to be leaving soon. They had just killed 2 people, after all. Jenny could hide for a short time until they had left. Then she could emerge and contact the police. She thought, but what if they take Mary with them? Mary would be better off if Jenny were free and trying to find help. Jenny watched the spy as he moved closer to the road. She saw the beam of his torch play over the surrounding ground. She saw it settle on something for a moment, then flash in her direction. Jenny gasped. He had found her bike. She rose and started to run. Horst Neumann spotted the pair of bicycles lying side by side in the grass at the edge of the road. He turned his torch toward the meadow, but the weak beam illuminated only a few feet in front of him. He lifted the bicycles, took hold of them by the handlebars, and rolled them up the drive. He left them at the back of Doherty's barn, hidden from view. She was out there, somewhere. He tried to picture what had happened. Her father storms out of the house with a gun. Jenny follows him and arrives at the Doherty's cottage in time to see the aftermath. Neumann guessed she was hiding, waiting for them to leave, and he thought he knew where. For a moment he considered letting her go, but Jenny was an intelligent girl. She would find a way to contact the police. The police would throw up roadblocks all around Hampton Sands. Making it to Lincolnshire in time to meet the submarine was going to be difficult enough. Allowing Jenny to remain free and contact the police would only make it tougher. Neumann went inside the barn. Catherine had covered the bodies with some old sacking. Mary was sitting in a chair, shaking violently. Neumann avoided her gaze. "We have a problem," Neumann said. He gestured at the covered body of Martin Colville. "I found his daughter's bicycle. We have to assume she's here somewhere and knows what happened. We also have to assume she'll try to get help."
"Then go find her,"
Catherine said. Neumann nodded. "Take Mary in the house, tie her up, gag her. I have an idea where Jenny might be going." Neumann went outside and hurried through the rain to the van. He started the motor, reversed down the drive, and headed toward the beach. Catherine finished tying Mary to a wooden chair in the kitchen. She tore a tea cloth in two and wadded one half into a ball. She stuffed it into Mary's mouth, then tied the other half around her face in a tight gag. If she had her way, Catherine would kill her now. She did not like leaving a trail for the police to follow, but Neumann obviously felt some attachment to the woman. Besides, it would probably be many hours before anyone found her, perhaps longer. The cottage was isolated, nearly a mile from the village. It might be a day or two before anyone noticed that Sean, Mary, Colville, and the girl were missing. Still, every survival instinct told her it was best to kill her and be done with it. Neumann would never know. She would lie to him, tell him Mary was unharmed, and he would never find out. Catherine checked the knots one last time. Then she removed her Mauser from her coat pocket. She took hold of it, wrapped her index finger around the trigger, and touched the barrel to Mary's temple. Mary kept very still and stared defiantly at Catherine.
"Remember, Jenny is coming with us," Catherine said. "If you tell the police, we'll know, and then we'll kill her. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Mary?"
Mary nodded once. Catherine took hold of the Mauser by the barrel, raised it into the air, and brought it down on the top of Mary's head. She slumped forward, unconscious, blood trickling through her hair toward her eyes. Catherine stood in front of the dying embers of the fire, waiting for Neumann and the girl, waiting to go home. Chapter 54. London. At that moment, a taxi braked to a halt in a driving rain outside a stubby, ivy-covered blockhouse beneath Admiralty Arch. The door opened, and a small, rather ugly man emerged, leaning heavily on a walking stick. He did not bother with an umbrella. It was only a few feet to the doorway, where a Royal Marine Guard stood watch. The guard saluted smartly, which the ugly man did not bother returning, for it would have meant switching his stick from his right hand to his left, a troublesome task. Besides, 5 years after being commissioned as an officer in the Royal Navy, Arthur Braithwaite still was uncomfortable with the customs and traditions of military life. Officially, Braithwaite was not on duty for another hour, but as was his daily habit, he arrived at the Citadel 1 hour early to give himself more time to prepare. Braithwaite, crippled in one leg since childhood, knew that to succeed he always had to be better prepared than those around him. It was a commitment that had paid dividends. The submarine tracking room, down a warren of narrow, winding staircases, was not easily reached by a man with a badly deformed leg. He crossed the main trade plot and entered the tracking room through a guarded door. The energy and excitement of the place took hold of him immediately, just as it did every night. The windowless walls were the color of clotted cream and covered with maps, charts, and photographs of U-boats and their crews. Several dozen officers and typists worked at tables around the edges of the room. In the center stood the main North Atlantic plotting table, where colored pins depicted the location of every warship, freighter, and submarine from the Baltic Sea to Cape Cod. A large photograph of Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the Kriegsmarine, glowered down from one wall. Braithwaite, as he did every morning, winked and said, "Good morning, Herr Admiral." Then he pushed back the door of his glass cubicle, removed his coat, and sat down at his desk. He reached for the stack of decodes that awaited him each morning, thinking, "A far cry from 1939, old son." Back in 1939, he had degrees in law and psychology from Cambridge and Yale, and was looking for something to do with them. When war broke out, he tried to put his fluent German to good use by volunteering to interrogate German POWs. So impressed were his superiors, they recommended a transfer to the Citadel, where he was assigned to the submarine tracking room as a civilian volunteer at the height of the Battle of the Atlantic. Braithwaite's intellect and drive quickly set him apart. He threw himself into his work, volunteered for extra duty, and read every book he could find on German naval history and tactics. Equipped with near-perfect recall, he memorized the biographies of every Kapitänleutnant of the U-Boot-Waffe. Within months, he developed a remarkable ability to forecast U-boat movements. None of this went unnoticed. He was given the rank of temporary commander and placed in charge of submarine tracking, a stunning achievement for someone who had not passed through the Dartmouth Naval College. His aide rapped on the glass door, waiting for Braithwaite's nod, and let himself inside. "Good morning, sir," he said, setting down a tray with a pot of tea and biscuits. "Morning, Patrick. The weather kept things fairly quiet last night, sir. No U-boat surface sightings anywhere. The storm's moved off the western approaches. The east's bearing the brunt of it now from Yorkshire to Suffolk." Braithwaite nodded, and the aide went out. The first items were conventional stuff, intercepts of routine communications between U-boats and the BDU. The fifth caught his attention. It was an alert issued by a Major Alfred Vicary of the War Office. It said the authorities were pursuing two individuals, a man and a woman, who might be trying to leave the country. Braithwaite smiled at Vicary's guarded understatement. Vicary was obviously from MI5. The man and woman were obviously German agents of some kind, and whatever they were up to must be damned important. Otherwise the alert wouldn't have crossed his desk. He put Vicary's alert aside and continued reading. After a few more routine items, Braithwaite came upon something else that caught his attention. A wren at the Scarborough Y service station had intercepted what she believed was a communication between a U-boat and a wireless onshore. Huff Duff had pinpointed the transmitter to somewhere along the east coast, somewhere from Lincolnshire to Suffolk. Braithwaite pulled the item out of his stack and set it next to Vicary's alert. He rose and limped out of his office into the main room, stopping at the North Atlantic plotting table. Two members of his staff were repositioning some of the coloured pins to reflect overnight movements. Braithwaite seemed not to notice them. He fixed his gaze on the waters off Britain's east coast, face grave. After a moment he said quietly, "Patrick, bring me the file on U-509. Chapter 55. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. Jenny reached the grove of pines at the base of the dunes and collapsed with exhaustion. She had run by instinct, like a frightened animal. She had stayed off the road, keeping instead to the meadows and the marshes, flooded with rain. She had fallen more times than she could remember. She was covered with mud, smelled of rotting earth and the sea. Her face, beaten by the rain and the wind, felt as if it had been slapped. And she was cold, colder than she had ever been in her life. Her oilskin felt as if it weighed 100 pounds. Her Wellington boots were filled with water. Her feet were freezing. Then she remembered she had run from the cottage with no socks. She fell to her hands and knees, gasping for breath. Her throat was raw and tasted of rust. She stayed that way for a moment until her breathing evened out, then forced herself to stand and enter the trees. It was pitch dark, so dark she had to walk with her hands outstretched before her, like a blind person groping through an unfamiliar place. She was cross with herself for not bringing her torch. The air was filled with the sound of the wind and the pounding of the breakers on the beach. The trees seemed to be in a familiar pattern now. Jenny walked by memory, like someone shuffling through their own home in the dark. The trees fell away. Her secret hiding place appeared before her. She slipped down the side and sat down with her back against the large rock. Overhead the pines writhed with the wind, but Jenny was sheltered from the worst of it. She wished she could make a fire, but the smoke would be visible from a long way off. She dug out her case from the bed of pine needles, took out the old woolen blanket, and wrapped herself tightly. The warmth took hold of her. Then she started to cry. She wondered how long she would have to wait here until going for help. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour. She wondered if Mary would still be at the cottage when she returned. She wondered if she would be hurt. A horrid vision of her father's dead body flashed before her eyes. She shook her head and tried to make it go away. She shivered, then clutched the blanket more tightly to her body. 30 minutes. She would wait 30 minutes. They would leave by then, and it would be safe to return. Neumann parked at the end of the track, grabbed his torch from the seat next to him and climbed out. He switched on the light and walked quickly through the trees. He scaled the dunes and scrambled down the other side. He switched off the torch as he walked across the beach to the water's edge. When he reached the flat, hard sand where the breakers met the beach, he broke into a light run, head down to push through the wind. He thought of the morning he was running on the beach and saw Jenny emerging from the dunes. He remembered how she looked, as though she had slept on the beach that night. He felt certain she had some kind of hiding place nearby where she went when things were bad at home. She was frightened, on the run, and alone. She would flee to the place she knew best, the way children do. Neumann went to the spot on the beach that served as his imaginary finish line, then stopped and walked toward the dunes. On the other side, he switched on the torch, found a trampled footpath and followed it. It led to a small depression, sheltered from the wind by the trees and a pair of large boulders. He shined his torch into the depression. The beam caught Jenny Colville's face.
"What's your real name?"
Jenny said as they drove back to the Doherty's cottage. "My real name is Lieutenant Horst Neumann."
"Why do you speak English so well?"
"My father was English, and I was born in London. My mother and I moved to Germany when he died."
"Are you a German spy?"
"Something like that."
"What happened to Sean and my father?"
"We were using the radio in Sean's barn when your father burst in on us. Sean tried to stop him and your father killed him. Catherine and I killed your father." "I'm sorry, Jenny. It all happened very fast."
"Shut up! I don't want you to tell me you're sorry."
Neumann said nothing. Jenny said,
"What happens now?"
"We're going on a trip up the coast to the River Humber. From there we take a small boat out to sea to meet a U-boat."
"I hope they catch you, and I hope they kill you."
"I'd say that's a very distinct possibility."
"You're a bastard! Why did you get in that fight with my father over me?"
"Because I like you very much, Jenny Colville. I've lied to you about everything else, but that's the truth. Now just do exactly as I tell you and nothing bad will happen to you. Do you understand me?" Jenny nodded her head. Neumann turned into the Doherty's cottage. The door opened and Catherine came outside. She walked to the van and looked inside at Jenny. Then she looked at Neumann and said in German, "Tie her up and put her in the back. We're going to take her with us. You never know when a hostage might come in handy." Neumann shook his head and replied in the same language. "Just leave her here. She's no use to us and she might get hurt."
"Are you forgetting I outrank you, Lieutenant?"
"No, Major," Neumann said, his voice tinged with sarcasm.
"Good. Now tie her up and let's get the hell out of this godforsaken place."
Neumann walked back to the barn to find a length of rope. He found some, picked up the lamp and started out. He took one last look at Sean Doherty's body, lying on the ground, covered by the old sacking. Neumann couldn't help but feel responsible for the chain of events that led to Sean's death. If he hadn't fought with Martin, Martin wouldn't have come to the barn with a shotgun tonight. Sean would be going with them to Germany, not lying on the floor of his barn with half his chest blown away. He doused the lamp, leaving the bodies in darkness, and went out, closing the door behind him. Jenny did not resist, nor did she speak a single word to him. Neumann bound her hands in front of her so she could sit more comfortably. He checked to make sure the knot was not too tight. Then he bound her feet. When he finished, he carried her to the rear of the van, opened the doors, and lifted her inside. He added another jerry can of petrol to the tank and tossed the empty container into the meadow. There was no sign of life on the track between the cottage and the village. Obviously the gunshots had gone unnoticed in Hampton Sands. They crossed the bridge, swept past the spire of St. John's, and drove along the darkened street. The place was so quiet it might have been evacuated. Catherine sat next to him, silent, reloading her Mauser. Neumann opened the throttle, and Hampton Sands disappeared behind them. Chapter 56. London. Arthur Braithwaite's gaze settled on the plotting table while he waited for the file on U-509. Not that Braithwaite had much need for it. He thought he knew everything there was to know about the submarine's commanding officer and could probably recite every patrol the boat had ever made. He just wanted a couple of things confirmed before he telephoned MI5. U-509's movements had been puzzling him for weeks. The boat seemed to be on an aimless patrol of the North Sea, sailing nowhere in particular, going for long periods of time without contacting BDU. When it did check in, it reported a position off the British coastline near Spurn Head. It had also been spotted in aerial photographs at a U-boat pen in southern Norway. No surface sightings, no attacks on Allied warships or merchantmen. Braithwaite thought, "You're just lurking around out there up to nothing at all. Well, I don't believe it, Kapitänleutnant Hoffmann. He looked up at the dour face of Dönitz and murmured, "Why would you let a perfectly good boat and crew go to waste like that?" The aide returned with the file a moment later. "Here we are, sir." Braithwaite didn't take the file. Instead, he began to recite the contents. "Captain's name is Max Hoffmann, if I remember correctly." "Right, sir." "Knight's Cross in 1942. Oak leaves a year later." "Pinned on by the Führer himself." "Now here's the important part. I believe he served on Canaris' staff at the Abwehr for a brief period before the war." The aide thumbed through the file. "Yes, here it is, sir. Hoffmann was assigned to Abwehr headquarters in Berlin from 38 to 39. When war broke out, he was given command of U-509. Braithwaite was staring at the map table again. "Patrick, if you had an important German spy who needed a lift out of Britain, wouldn't you prefer to have an old friend do the driving?" "Indeed, sir." "Ring Vicary at MI5. I think we'd better have a chat." Chapter 57. London. Alfred Vicary was standing before an 8-foot-high map of the British Isles, chain-smoking, drinking wretched tea, and thinking, "Now I know how Adolf Hitler must feel." Based on the telephone call from Commander Lowe at the Y-Service station in Scarborough, it was now safe to assume the spies were trying to slip out of England aboard a U-boat. But Vicary had one very simple yet very serious problem. He had only a vague idea of when, and an even vaguer idea of where. He assumed the spies had to meet the submarine before dawn. It would be too dangerous for a U-boat to remain on the surface near the coast after first light. It was possible the U-boat might put a landing party ashore in a rubber dinghy. That's how the Abwehr inserted many of its spies into Britain, but Vicary doubted they would attempt to do so in heavy seas. Stealing a boat was not as easy as it sounded. The Royal Navy had seized almost everything that could float. Fishing in the North Sea had dwindled because coastal waters were heavily mined. A pair of spies on the run would have a difficult time finding a seaworthy craft on short notice in a storm in the blackout. He thought perhaps the spies already have a boat. The more vexing question was where. From what point along the coastline would they put to sea? Vicary stared at the map. The Y-Service could not pinpoint the exact location of the transmitter. Vicary, for argument's sake, would choose the precise center of the large area they had given him. He traced his finger along the map until he came to the Norfolk coast. Yes, it made perfect sense. Vicary knew his railway timetables. A spy could hide in one of the villages along the coast and still be in London in 3 hours' time because of the direct train service from Hunstanton. Vicary assumed they had a good vehicle and plenty of petrol. They had already travelled a substantial distance from London, and because of the heavy police presence on the railways, he was virtually certain they had not done it by train. So how far from the Norfolk coast could they possibly travel before getting into a boat and heading out to sea? The U-boat would probably come no closer to shore than about 5 miles. It would take the spies at least an hour to sail 5 miles out to sea, if not more. If the U-boat submerged at first light, the spies would have to set sail no later than about 6 a.m. to be on the safe side. The radio message was sent at 10 p.m. That left them 8 hours of potential driving time. How far could they travel? Given the weather, the blackout, and the poor road conditions, 100 to 150 miles. Vicary looked at the map, dejected. That still left a huge swath of the British coast, stretching from the Thames estuary in the south to the River Humber in the north. It would be nearly impossible to cover it all. The coastline was dotted with small ports, fishing villages, and quays. Vicary had asked the local police forces to cover the coast with as many men as they could. RAF Coastal Command had agreed to fly search missions at first light, even though Vicary feared that was too late. Royal Navy corvettes were watching for small craft, even though it would be nearly impossible to spot them on a rainy, moonless night at sea. Without another lead, a second intercepted radio signal or a sighting, there was little hope of catching them. The telephone rang. "Vicary." "This is Commander Arthur Braithwaite at the submarine tracking room. I saw your alert when I arrived on duty, and I think I may be of some rather serious help." "The submarine tracking room says U-509 has been moving in and out of the waters off the Lincolnshire coast for a couple of weeks now," Vicary said. Boothby had come downstairs and joined Vicary's vigil in front of the map. If we pour our men and resources into Lincolnshire, we stand a good chance of stopping them. It's still a lot of coastline to cover. Vicary was looking at the map again. What's the largest town up there? Grimsby, I'd say. How appropriate. Grimsby. How long do you think it would take me to get up there? Transport section could arrange a lift for you, but it would take hours. Vicary grimaced. Transport maintained a few fast cars for cases just like this. There were expert drivers on standby who specialized in high-speed chases. A couple of them had even competed in professional races before the war. Vicary thought the drivers, while brilliant, were too reckless. He remembered the night he pulled the spy off the beach in Cornwall, remembered barreling through the blacked-out Cornish night in the back of a souped-up Rover, praying he would live long enough to make the arrest. Vicary said, "How about an airplane?" "I'm sure I could arrange a lift for you from the RAF. There's a small fighter command base outside Grimsby. They could have you up there in an hour or so, and you could use the base as your command post. But have you taken a look out the window lately? It's a god-awful night for flying." "I realize that, but I'm certain I could do a better job coordinating the search if I was on the ground there." Vicary turned from the map and looked at Boothby. "And there's something else that's occurred to me. If we're able to stop them before they send Berlin a message, perhaps I can send it for them." "Devise some explanation for their decision to flee London that bolsters the belief in Kettledrum?" "Exactly." "Good thinking, Alfred." "I'd like to take a couple of men with me. Roach, Dalton, if he's up to it." Boothby hesitated. "I think you should take one other person." "Who?" "Peter Jordan." "Jordan? Look at it from the other side of the looking-glass. If Jordan has been deceived and betrayed, wouldn't he want to be there at the end to watch Catherine Blake's demise? I know I certainly would. I'd want to pull the trigger myself if I were in his shoes. And the Germans have to think that too. We have to do anything we can to make them believe in the illusion of Kettledrum." Vicary thought of the empty file in registry. The telephone rang again. "Vicary." It was one of the department operators. "Professor Vicary, I have a trunk call from Chief Superintendent Perkin of the King's Lynn Police in Norfolk. He says it's quite urgent." "Put him through." Hampton Sands was too small, too isolated, and too quiet to warrant its own police constable. It shared one constable with 4 other Norfolk coast villages, Holme, Thornton, Titchwell, and Brancaster. The constable was a man named Thomason, a police veteran who had worked the Norfolk coast since the last war. Thomason lived in the police house in Brancaster, and because of the requirements of his work, had his own telephone. 1 hour earlier, the telephone had rung, waking Thomason, his wife, and his English setter, Rags. The voice at the other end of the line was Chief Superintendent Perkin from King's Lynn. The superintendent told Thomason about the urgent telephone call he had received from the War Office in London, asking for assistance from local police forces in the search for 2 fugitive murder suspects. 10 minutes after receiving Perkin's telephone call, Thomason was letting himself out the door of the cottage, wearing a blue oilskin cape and a sou'wester knotted beneath his chin, and carrying a flask of sweet tea Judith had quickly made for him. He pushed his bicycle around from the shed at the back of the house, then set off toward the center of the village. Rags, who always accompanied Thomason on his rounds, trotted easily next to him. Thomason was in his mid-50s. He never smoked, rarely touched alcohol, and 30 years of cycling the rolling coastline of Norfolk had left him fit and very strong. His thick, well-muscled legs pumped easily, propelling the heavy iron bicycle into Brancaster. As he suspected, the village was dead quiet. He could knock on a few doors, wake a few people up, but he knew everyone in the village, and none of them were housing fugitive murderers. He took one pass through the silent streets, then turned onto the coast road and pedaled toward the next village, Hampton Sands. The Colville cottage was about a quarter-mile outside the village. Everyone knew about Martin Colville. He had been deserted by his wife, was a heavy drinker, and barely scratched a living from his small holding. Thomason knew Colville was too hard on his daughter, Jenny. He also knew Jenny spent a great deal of time in the dunes. Thomason had found her things after one of the locals complained about tinkers living on the beach. He coasted to a stop and shined his torch toward the Colville cottage. It was dark, and there was no smoke coming from the chimney. Thomason pushed his bike up the drive and knocked on the door. There was no answer. Fearing Colville could be drunk or passed out, he knocked again, harder. Again, no answer. He pushed the door open and looked inside. The interior was dark.
He called Colville's name one last time. Hearing no answer, he left the cottage and continued on into Hampton Sands. Hampton Sands, like Brancaster, was quiet and blacked out. Thomason cycled through the village, past the Arms, the village store, and St. John's Church. He crossed the bridge over the Sea Creek. Sean and Mary Doherty lived about a mile outside the village. Thomason knew that Jenny Colville practically lived with the Dohertys. It was very likely she was spending the night there. But where was Martin? It was a difficult mile, the track rising and falling beneath him. Ahead of him, in the darkness, he could hear the click of Rags's paws on the track and the steady rhythm of his breathing. The Doherty cottage appeared before him. He pedalled up to the drive, stopped, and shined his torch back and forth. Something in the meadow caught his attention. He played the beam of light across the grass, and there it was again. He waded forward into the saturated meadow and reached down for the object. It was an empty jerry can. He sniffed. Petrol. He turned it upside down. A thread of fuel trickled out. Rags walked ahead of him toward the Doherty cottage. He saw Sean Doherty's dilapidated old van parked in the yard. Then he spotted a pair of bicycles lying in the grass beside the barn. Thomason walked to the cottage and knocked on the door. Like the Colville cottage, there was no answer. Thomason didn't bother knocking a second time. He was by now thoroughly alarmed by what he had seen. He pushed back the door and called out, "Hello?" He heard a strange sound, a muffled grunting. He shone his torch into the room and saw Mary Doherty tied to a chair, a gag around her mouth. Thomason rushed forward, Rags barking furiously, and quickly untied the cloth around her face. "Mary, what in God's name happened here?" Mary, hysterical, gasped for air. "Sean! Martin! Dead! Barn! Spies! Submarine! Jenny!"
Vicary here. Chief Superintendent Perkin of the King's Lynn Police. What have you got? 2 dead bodies, a hysterical woman, and a missing girl. My God, start from the beginning. After I received your call, I sent all my constables out on rounds. Police Constable Thomason handles a handful of small villages along the North Norfolk coast. He found the trouble. Go on. It happened in a place called Hampton Sands. Unless you have a large map, you're not likely to find it. If you do, find Hunstanton on the Wash and trace your finger east along the Norfolk coast and you'll see Hampton Sands. I've got it. It was nearly the spot where Vicary guessed the transmitter might be. Thomason found 2 bodies in a barn on a farm just outside Hampton Sands. The victims are both local men, Martin Colville and Sean Doherty. Doherty's an Irishman. Thomason found Doherty's wife, Mary, bound and gagged in the cottage. She'd been hit on the head and was hysterical when Thomason discovered her. She told him quite a tale. Nothing will surprise me, Superintendent. Please continue. Mrs. Doherty says her husband has been spying for the Germans since the beginning of the war. He was never a full-fledged IRA gunman, but he had ties to the group. She says a couple of weeks ago the Germans dropped another agent onto the beach named Horst Neumann, and Doherty took him in. The agent has been living with them ever since and traveling regularly to London. What happened tonight? She's not sure exactly. She heard gunshots, ran outside to the barn and found the bodies. The German told her that Colville burst in on them, and that's when the shooting started. Was there a woman with Neumann? Yes. Tell me about the missing girl. Colville's daughter, Jenny. She's not at home, and her bicycle was found at the Dohertys. Thomason speculates she followed her father, witnessed the shooting, or the aftermath, and fled. Mary is afraid the Germans found the girl and took her with them. Does she know where they were headed? No, but she says they're driving a van. Black, perhaps. Where is she now? Still at the cottage. Where's Constable Thomason? He's still on the line from a public house in Hampton Sands. Was there any sign of a radio in the cottage or the barn? Hold on, let me ask him. Vicary could hear Perkin, voice muffled, ask the question. He says he saw a contraption in the barn that could be a radio. What did it look like? A suitcase filled with something that looked like a wireless. It was destroyed by a shotgun blast. Who else knows about this? Me, Thomason, and probably the landlord at the public house. I suspect he's standing next to Thomason right now. I want you to tell absolutely no one else about what happened at the Doherty cottage tonight. There is to be no mention of German agents in any report on this affair. This is a security matter of the utmost importance. Is that clear, Superintendent? I understand. I'm going to send a team of my men to Norfolk to assist you. For now, leave Mary Doherty and those bodies exactly where they are. Yes, sir. Vicary was looking at the map again. Now, Superintendent, I have information that leads me to suspect those fugitives are in all likelihood heading directly your way. We believe their ultimate destination is the Lincolnshire coast. I've called in all my men. We're blocking all the major roads. Keep this office informed of every development, and good luck. Vicary rang off and turned to Boothby. They've killed 2 people. They probably have a hostage, and they're making a run for the Lincolnshire coast. Vicary smiled wolfishly. And it looks as though they've just lost their second radio. Chapter 58. Lincolnshire, England. 2 hours after leaving Hampton Sands, Horst Neumann and Catherine Blake were beginning to have serious doubts about their chances of making the rendezvous with the submarine in time. To escape the Norfolk coast, Neumann retraced his course, climbing into the cluster of hills in the heart of Norfolk, then following thin ribbons of road through the heathland and the darkened villages. He skirted King's Lynn to the southeast, wound his way through a series of hamlets, and then crossed the River Great Ouse at a village called Wiganhall St. Germans. The journey across the southern edge of the Wash was a nightmare. Wind poured in from the North Sea and whipped over the marshes and the dikes. The rain increased. Sometimes it came in irate squalls, swirling, wind-blown, erasing the edges of the road. Neumann hunched forward mile after mile, gripping the wheel with both hands as the van raced across the flat terrain. At times, he had the sensation of floating through an abyss. Catherine sat next to him, reading Doherty's old Ordnance Survey map by the light of her torch. They spoke in German so that Jenny could not understand. Neumann found Catherine's German odd, flat, toneless, no regional accent, the kind of German that is a second or third language, the kind of German that has not been used in a very long time. Neumann, with Catherine navigating, plotted his course. Cleethorpes, where their boat was waiting for them, lay next to the port of Grimsby, at the mouth of the Humber. Once they were clear of the Wash, there were no large towns standing in their way. According to the maps, there was a good road, the A16, that ran several miles inland along the base of the Lincolnshire Wolds, then to the Humber. For purposes of planning, Neumann assumed the worst. He assumed that Mary would eventually be found, that MI5 would eventually be alerted, and roadblocks would be thrown up on all major roads near the coastline. He would take the A16 halfway toward Cleethorpes, then switch to a smaller road that ran closer to the coast. Boston lay near the western shore of the Wash. It was the last large town standing between them and the Humber. Neumann left the main road, crept through quiet side streets, then rejoined the A16 north of town. He opened the throttle and pushed the van hard through the storm. Catherine switched off the blackout torch and watched the rain swirling in the soft glow of the headlamps. "What's it like now, in Berlin?" Neumann kept his eyes on the road. "It's paradise. We are all happy. We work hard in the factories. We shake our fists at the American and British bombers, and everyone loves the Führer." "You sound like one of Goebbels' propaganda films." "The truth isn't quite so entertaining. Berlin is very bad. The Americans come with their B-17s by day, and the British come with their Lancasters and Halifaxes at night. Some days it seems the city is under almost constant bombardment. Most of central Berlin is a pile of rubble." "Having lived through the Blitz myself, I'm afraid Germany deserves whatever the Americans and British can dish out. The Germans were the first to take the war to the civilian population. I can't shed many tears because Berlin is now being pounded into dust." "You sound like a Brit yourself." "I am half British. My mother was English, and I've been living among the British for 6 years. It's not hard to forget whose side you're supposed to be on when you're in a situation like that. But tell me more about Berlin." "Those with money or connections manage to eat well. Those without money or connections don't. The Russians have turned the tables in the east. I suspect half of Berlin is hoping the invasion succeeds so the Americans can get to Berlin before the Ivans." "So typically German. They elect a psychopath, give him absolute power, then cry because he's led them to the brink of destruction." Neumann laughed. "If you were blessed with such foresight, why in the world did you volunteer to become a spy?" "Who said anything about volunteering?" They flashed through a pair of villages, first Stickney, then Stickford. The scent of wood smoke from fires burning in the cottages penetrated the interior of the van. Neumann heard a dog barking, then another. He reached in his pocket, removed his cigarettes, and gave them to Catherine. She lit two, kept one for herself, and handed one back to him. "Would you like to explain that last remark?" She thought, would I? It felt terribly strange, after all these years, even to be speaking in German. She had spent 6 years hiding every shred of truth about herself. She had become someone else, erased every aspect of her personality and her past. When she thought about the person she was before Hitler and before the war, it was as if she were thinking about someone else.
Anna Katharina von Steiner died in an unfortunate road accident outside Berlin. Well, I didn't exactly go down to the local Abwehr office and sign up, she said. But then I don't suppose anyone in this line of work gets their job that way, do they? They always come for you. In my case, they was Kurt Vogel. She told him the story she had never told another person before. The story of the summer in Spain, the summer the Civil War broke out, the summer at Maria's estancia, her affair with Maria's father. Just my luck, he turns out to be a fascist and a talent spotter for the Abwehr. He sells me to Vogel, and Vogel comes looking for me. Why didn't you just say no? Why didn't any of us just say no? In my case, he threatened the one thing in this world I care most about, my father. That's what a good case officer does. They get inside your head. They get to know how you think, how you feel, what you love and what you fear, and then they use it to make you do whatever they want you to do. She smoked quietly for a moment, watching as they passed through another village. He knew that I lived in London when I was a child, that I spoke the language perfectly, that I already knew how to handle a weapon, and that... Silence for a moment. Neumann didn't press her. He just waited, fascinated. He knew that I had a personality suited to the assignment he had in mind. I've been in Britain nearly 6 years, alone, with virtually no contact with anyone from my side. No friends, no family, no contact with any other agents. Nothing. It was more like a prison sentence than an assignment. I can't tell you how many times I dreamed about going back to Berlin and killing Vogel with one of the wonderful techniques he and his friends taught me. How did you enter the country? She told him what Vogel made her do. Jesus Christ, Neumann muttered. Something the Gestapo would do, right? I spent the next month preparing my new identity. Then I settled in and waited. Vogel and I had a way of communicating over the wireless that didn't involve code names. So the British never looked for me. Vogel knew I was safe and in place, ready to be activated. Then the idiot gives me one assignment and sends me straight into the arms of MI5. She laughed quietly. My God, I can't believe I'm actually going back there after all this time. I never thought I would see Germany again. You don't sound terribly thrilled about the prospect of going home. Home? It's hard to think of Germany as my home. It's hard to think of myself as German. Vogel erased that part of me at his wonderful little mountain retreat in Bavaria. What are you going to do? Meet with Vogel, make certain my father is still alive, then collect my payment and leave. Vogel can create another one of his false identities for me. I can pass for about 5 different nationalities. That's what landed me in the game to begin with. It's all a big game, isn't it? One big game. Where are you going to go? Back to Spain, she said. Back to the place where it all started. Tell me about it, Neumann said. I need to think about something besides this godforsaken road. It's in the foothills of the Pyrenees. In the morning we go hunting, and in the afternoon we ride up into the mountains. There's a wonderful stream with deep, cold pools, and we stay there all afternoon, drinking icy white wine and smelling the eucalyptus trees. I used to think about it all the time when the loneliness got to me. I thought I was going to go crazy sometimes. It sounds wonderful. If you need a stable hand, let me know. She looked at him and smiled. You've been wonderful. If it weren't for you... She hesitated. God, I can't even imagine. Don't mention it. Glad I could be of assistance. I don't mean to rain on our parade, but we're not out of danger yet. Believe me, I realize that. She finished her cigarette, opened the window a crack, and tossed the butt into the night. It hit the roadway and exploded into sparks. She sat back and closed her eyes. She had been running on adrenaline and fear for too long. Exhaustion stalked her. The gentle rocking of the van lulled her into a light half-sleep. Neumann said,
Vogel never told me your real name. What is it?
My real name was Anna Katharina von Steiner, she said, sleep creeping into her voice. But I would prefer it if you continue to call me Catherine. You see, Kurt Vogel killed Anna before he sent her to England. I'm afraid Anna no longer exists. Anna is dead.
Neumann's voice, when he spoke again, was far away, at the end of a long tunnel. How did a beautiful and intelligent woman like Anna Katharina von Steiner end up here, like this?
That's a very good question,
she said, and then fatigue overtook her, and she was asleep. The dream is her only memory of it. It was driven benevolently from her conscious thoughts long ago. She sees it now in flash bursts, stolen glimpses. Sometimes she sees it with her own eyes, as though she is reliving it, and sometimes the dream makes her watch it again like a spectator in a grandstand. Tonight she is reliving it. She is lying beside the lake. Papa lets her go alone. He knows she will not go near the water. It is too chilly for swimming, and he knows she likes to be by herself to think about her mother. It is autumn. She has brought a blanket. The tall grass at the edge of the lake is damp with the morning's rain. The wind moves in the trees. A flock of rooks scatter and wheel noisily overhead. The trees weep flaming leaves of orange and red. She watches the leaves float gently downward like tiny hot air balloons and settle on the rippled surface of the lake. It is then, as her eye follows the descent of the leaves, that she sees the man standing in the trees across the lake. He is very still for a long time, watching her. Then he moves toward her. He is wearing knee-high boots and a thigh-length coat. A shotgun, broken at the breech, is cradled over his right arm. His hair and beard are too long. His eyes are red and damp. As he moves closer, she can see something hanging from his belt. She realizes it is a pair of bloody rabbits. Limp with death, they seem absurdly long and thin. Papa has a word for men like him. Poachers. They come onto other people's land and kill the animals, deer and rabbit and pheasant. She thinks it is a funny word, poachers. It sounds like someone who prepares eggs in the morning. She thinks about that now as he approaches, and it makes her smile. The poacher asks if he can sit next to her, and she tells him yes. He squats and lays the shotgun in the grass. "Are you here alone?" he asks.
"Yes, my father says it's all right."
"Where is your father now?"
"He's in the house."
"And he's not coming here?"
"No."
"I want to show you something," he says. "Something that will make you feel wonderful." His eyes are very damp now. He is smiling. His teeth are black and rotten. She becomes frightened for the first time. She tries to stand up, but he grabs her by the shoulders and forces her down onto the blanket. She tries to scream, but he smothers the sound with a big, hairy hand. Suddenly, he is on top of her. She is paralyzed beneath the weight of him. He is reaching up her dress and pulling at her underwear. The pain is like nothing she has ever felt. She feels she is being ripped apart. He pins her arms behind her head with one hand and covers her mouth with the other so no one will hear her scream. She feels the still warm bodies of the dead rabbits pressing against her leg. Then the poacher's face becomes contorted, as if he is in pain, and it stops as suddenly as it began. He is talking to her again. "You saw the rabbits. You saw what I did to the rabbits." She tries to nod, but the hand over her mouth is pressing so hard she cannot move her head. "If you ever tell anyone about what happened here today, I'll do the same to you. And then I'll do it to your father. I'll shoot you both, and then I'll hang your heads from my belt. Do you hear me, girl?" She starts to cry. "You're a very bad girl," he says. "Oh, yes, I can see that. I think you actually liked it." Then he does it to her again. The shaking starts. She has never dreamed it this way before. Someone is calling her name. "Catherine! Catherine! Wake up!"
"Why is he calling me Catherine? My name is Anna."
Horst Neumann shook her once more violently and shouted, "Catherine, damn it! Wake up! We're in trouble!" Chapter 59. Lincolnshire, England.
It was 3 a.m. when the Lysander broke through the thick clouds and bumped to a landing at the small RAF base 2 miles outside the town of Grimsby. Alfred Vicary had never flown in an airplane, and it was not an experience he wished to repeat soon. The heavy weather tossed the plane during the entire flight from London, and as they taxied toward the small operations hut, Vicary was never so glad to see any place in all his life. The pilot shut down the engine while a crewman opened the cabin door. Vicary, Harry Dalton, Clive Roach, and Peter Jordan quickly climbed down. 2 men were waiting for them, a young, square-shouldered RAF officer and a bluff, pockmarked man in a dilapidated raincoat. The RAF man stuck out his hand and handled the introductions. "Squadron Leader Edmund Hughes. This is Chief Superintendent Roger Lockwood of the Lincolnshire County Constabulary. Come inside the operations hut. It's crude, but dry, and we've set up a makeshift command post for you." They went inside. The RAF officer said, "I suppose it's not as nice as your digs in London?" "You'd be surprised," Vicary said. It was a small room with a window overlooking the airfield. A large-scale map of Lincolnshire was tacked up on one wall, a desk with a pair of battered telephones opposite. "It will do just fine. We have a wireless and a teleprinter," Hughes said. "We even can manage some tea and cheese sandwiches. You look as though you could use something to eat." "Thank you," Vicary said. "It's been a long day." Hughes went out, and Chief Superintendent Lockwood stepped forward. "We've got men on every major road between here and the Wash," Lockwood said, his thick finger jabbing at the map. "In the smallest villages, they're just constables on bicycles, so I'm afraid they won't be able to do much if they spot them. But as they move closer to the coast, they'll be in trouble. Roadblocks here, 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 and here. My best men, patrol cars, vans, and weapons." "Very good. What about the coastline itself?" "I've got a man on every dock and quay along the Lincolnshire coast and the Humber. If they try to steal a boat, I'll know about it." "What about the open beaches?" "That's another story. I don't have unlimited resources. I lost a lot of my good lads to the army, same as everybody else. I know these waters. I'm an amateur seaman myself, and I wouldn't want to head out to sea tonight in any boat I could launch from a beach. This weather may be the best friend we've got. Aye. One other thing, Major Vicary. Do we still need to pretend these are just a pair of ordinary criminals hereafter?" "Actually, Chief Superintendent, we do indeed." The junction of the A16 and a smaller B road lay just outside the town of Louth. Neumann had planned to leave the A16 at that point, take the B road to the coast, turn onto another secondary road, and head north to Cleethorpes. There was just one problem. Half the police in Louth were standing in the junction. Neumann could see at least 4 men. As he approached, they shone their torches in his direction and waved for him to stop. Catherine was awake now, startled. "What's going on?" "End of the line, I'm afraid," Neumann said, bringing the van to a halt. "They've obviously been waiting for us. No talking our way out of this." Catherine picked up her Mauser. "Who said anything about talking?" One of the constables stepped forward, carrying a shotgun, and rapped on Neumann's window. Neumann wound down the window and said, "Good evening. What's the problem?" "Mind stepping out of the van, sir?" "Actually, I do. It's late. I'm tired. The weather's dreadful, and I want to get where I'm going." "And where would that be, sir?" "Kingston," Neumann said, though he could see the constable was already doubting his story. Another constable appeared at Catherine's window. 2 more took up positions behind the van. The policeman pulled open Neumann's door, leveled the shotgun at his face, and said, "All right, put your hands up, where I can see them, and get out of the van. Nice and slow." Jenny Colville sat in the back of the darkened van, hands and feet bound, mouth gagged. Her wrists hurt. So did her neck and her back. She had been sitting on the floor of the van for how long? 2 hours? 3 hours? Maybe 4? When the van slowed, she allowed herself a brief flash of hope. She thought, maybe this will all be over soon, and I can go back to Hampton Sands, and Mary and Sean and Dad will be there, and things will be like they used to be before he came, and it will all turn out to be a bad dream, and... She stopped herself. Better to be realistic. Better to think about what was really possible. She watched them in the front seat. They had spoken softly in German for a long time. Then the woman fell asleep, and now Neumann was shaking her and trying to wake her up. Ahead, through the windscreen, she saw light, beams of light, bouncing back and forth like torches.
She thought police officers would carry torches if they were blocking the road. Was it possible? Did they know that they were German spies and that she had been kidnapped? Were they looking for her? The van stopped. She could see 2 policemen in front of the van, and outside, near the back of the van, she could hear the footfalls and voices of at least 2 more. She heard the policeman tap on the glass. She saw Neumann wind down his window. She saw that he had a gun in his hand. Jenny looked at the woman. She had a gun in her hand, too. Then she remembered what happened in the barn. 2 people got in their way, her father and Sean Doherty, and they had killed them both. It was possible they had killed Mary, too. They weren't going to surrender just because some country policeman told them to. They would kill the policeman, too, just like they killed her father and Sean. Jenny heard the door open, heard the police officer yelling at them to get out. She knew what was about to happen. Instead of getting out, they would start shooting. Then the policemen would all be dead, and Jenny would be alone with them again. She had to warn them. But how? She couldn't speak because Neumann had gagged her mouth so tightly. She could do only one thing. She raised her legs and kicked the side of the van as hard as she could. If Jenny Colville's action did not have its intended effect, it did grant at least one of the officers, the one standing nearest Catherine Blake's door, a more benevolent death. When he turned his head toward the sound, Catherine raised her Mauser and shot him. The Mauser's superb silencer damped the explosion of the round so that the gun emitted only a tense burst. The bullet smashed through the window, struck the constable at the hinge of his jaw, then ricocheted into the base of his brain. He collapsed onto the muddy apron of the road, dead. The second to die was the constable at Neumann's door, though Neumann did not fire the shot that killed him. Neumann knocked the shotgun away with a sweep of his right hand. Catherine turned and fired through the open door. The bullet struck the constable in the center of the forehead and exited at the back of his skull. He fell back onto the roadway. Neumann tumbled from the door and landed in the road. One of the officers at the rear of the van fired over his head, shattering the half-open window. Neumann quickly squeezed the trigger twice. The first shot struck the constable in the shoulder, spinning him around. The second pierced his heart. Catherine stepped from the van, the gun in her outstretched hands, aimed into the darkness. On the other side of the van, Neumann was doing the same thing, only was still lying flat on his stomach. Both waited, making no sound, listening. The fourth constable thought it best to flee for help. He turned and started running into the darkness. After a few steps, he came into Neumann's range. Neumann took careful aim and fired twice. The running stopped, the shotgun clattered on the tarmac, and the last of the 4 men fell to the rainy roadway, dead. Neumann collected the bodies and stacked them at the back of the van. Catherine opened the rear doors. Jenny, eyes wide with terror, raised her hands to cover her head. Catherine lifted the gun into the air and struck Jenny's face. A deep gash opened over her eye. Catherine said, "Unless you want to end up like them, don't ever try anything like that again." Neumann lifted Jenny and laid her on the apron of the road. Then, together with Catherine, he placed the bodies of the dead constables in the back of the van. The idea had come to him immediately. The police officers had traveled to this spot in their own van. It was parked a few yards away on the side of the road. Neumann would hide the bodies and the stolen van out of sight in the trees and use the police van to drive to the coast. It might be hours before any other policeman came here and discovered the constables were missing. By then, he and Catherine would be heading back to Germany aboard the U-boat. Neumann carried Jenny and placed her in the back of the police van. Catherine climbed into the driver's seat and started the motor. Neumann walked back to the other van and got inside. The engine was running. He reversed and turned around, then sped down the road, Catherine following. He tried not to think about the 4 dead bodies lying just inches from him. 2 minutes later, Neumann turned into a small track leading off the road. He drove about 200 yards, stopped, and shut down the motor. Then he climbed out and ran back to the road. Catherine had turned the van around and was sitting in the passenger seat when Neumann returned. He climbed in, slammed the door, and sped away. They passed the spot where the roadblock had been and turned onto the smaller B road. According to the map, it was about 10 miles to the coast road, then another 20 miles to Cleethorpes. Neumann opened the throttle and pushed the van hard. For the first time since spotting the MI5 men in London, he allowed himself to imagine they just might make it after all. Alfred Vicary paced in his room at the RAF base outside Grimsby. Harry Dalton and Peter Jordan sat at the desk, smoking. Superintendent Lockwood sat next to them, arranging matches into geometric shapes. Vicary said, I don't like it. Someone should have spotted them by now. Harry said, All the major roads are sealed. They have to hit one of the roadblocks at some point. Maybe they're not coming this way after all. Maybe I've made a dreadful miscalculation. Maybe they went south from Hampton Sands. Maybe the signal to the U-boat was a ploy, and they're heading to Ireland on a ferry. They're coming this way. Maybe they've gone to ground, called it off. Maybe they're holed up in another remote village, waiting for it all to blow over before they make their move. They've signaled the submarine. They have to go. They don't have to do anything. It's possible they've spotted the roadblocks and the extra police about and decided to wait. They can signal the submarine at the next opportunity and try again when things have quieted down. You're forgetting one thing. They don't have a radio. We think they don't have a radio. You took one from them, and Thomason found a destroyed radio in Hampton Sands, but we don't know for certain they don't have a third. We don't know anything for certain, Alfred. We make educated guesses. Vicary paced, looking at the telephone, thinking, Ring, damn it, ring! Desperate to do something, he picked up the receiver and asked the operator to connect him to the submarine tracking room in London. Arthur Braithwaite, when he finally came on the line, sounded like he was inside a torpedo tube. Vicary asked, Anything, Commander? I've spoken with the Royal Navy and the local Coast Guard. The Royal Navy is moving a pair of corvettes into the area as we speak, numbers 745 and 128. They'll be off Spurn Head within the hour and will commence search operations immediately. The Coast Guard is handling things closer to shore. The RAF is putting up planes at first light. When is that? Around 7 a.m., maybe a little later because of the dense cloud cover. That may be too late. It won't do them any good to go up before then. They need light to see. They'd be as good as blind if they went up now. There is some good news. We expect a break in the weather shortly before dawn. The cloud cover will remain, but the rain is expected to ease and the winds diminish. That will make it easier to conduct search operations. I'm not sure that's such good news after all. We were counting on the storm to bottle up the coast, and better weather will make it easier for the agents and the U-boat to operate as well. Point well taken. Instruct the Royal Navy and the RAF to conduct the search as discreetly as possible. I know it sounds far-fetched, but try to make it all look routine. And tell everyone to mind what they say on their radios. The Germans listen to us too. I'm sorry I can't be more forthcoming, Commander Braithwaite. I understand. I'll pass it up the line. Thank you. And try to relax, Major Vicary. If your spies try to reach that submarine tonight, we'll stop them. Police constables Gardner and Sullivan pedalled side by side through the dark streets of Louth. Gardner, big, bluff, and middle-aged. Sullivan, thin and fit and barely 20 years old. Chief Superintendent Lockwood had ordered them to ride to a roadblock just south of the village and relieve 2 of the constables there. Gardner complained as he cycled. Why do London's criminals always manage to end up here in the middle of a rainstorm? Would you tell me that? Sullivan was thoroughly excited. This was his first big manhunt. It was also the first time he had carried a weapon while on duty. A 30-year-old bolt-action rifle from the weapons room at the station was slung over his shoulder. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the junction where the roadblock was supposed to be. The place was deserted. Gardner stood, legs astride the frame of his bike. Sullivan laid down his bike, broke out his torch, and shone it over the area. First he saw the tire marks, then the shattered glass. Sullivan shouted, Over here! Quick! Gardner climbed off his bike and pushed it over to where Sullivan was standing. Christ almighty! Look at the tracks! 2 vehicles! The one they were driving and ours. When they turned around, the tires were muddied on the apron of the road. They've left us a nice set of tracks to follow. Aye. You see where they lead? I'll ride back to the station and alert Lockwood, and for heaven's sake, be careful. Sullivan pedalled along the road, holding his torch in one hand, watching the tracks gradually fade away. 100 yards after leaving the site of the roadblock, the trail was gone. Sullivan rode for another quarter mile, looking for any sign of the police van. He rode a little farther and then spotted another set of tire tracks. These were different. The tracks became more clear and defined the farther he pedaled. The vehicle that made them had obviously come from the other direction. He followed the tracks to their point of origin and found the small path leading into the trees. He turned his torch down the path and saw the pair of fresh tire tracks. He turned the beam horizontally down the tunnel of trees, but the light was not powerful enough to penetrate the darkness. He looked at the track, too rutted and muddy to handle his bike. He climbed off, leaned the bike against the tree, and started walking. 2 minutes later, he spotted the back of the van. He called out, but there was no reply. He looked more closely. It was not the police vehicle. It had London plates and was a different model. Sullivan moved forward slowly. He approached the front of the van from the passenger side and shone his torch inside. The front seat was empty. He turned the beam toward the storage area at the back. It was then he spotted the bodies. Sullivan left the van in the trees and rode back to Louth, pedaling as fast as he could. He arrived at the police station and quickly raised Chief Superintendent Lockwood at the RAF base. "All 4 of them are dead," he said, out of breath from the ride. "They're lying in the back of a van, but it's not theirs. The fugitives appear to have taken the police van. Based on the tracks on the road, I'd say they came back toward Louth." Lockwood said, "Where are the bodies now?" "I left them in the woods, sir." "Go back and wait with them until help arrives." "Yes, sir." Lockwood rang off. 4 dead men! My God! "I'm sorry, Chief Superintendent. So much for my theories about them going to ground. They're obviously here, and they'll do anything to escape, including murder 4 of your men in cold blood. We have another problem. They're driving a police vehicle. To get word to the officers manning the roadblocks is going to take time. Meanwhile, your spies are dangerously close to the coast." Lockwood walked to the map. "Louth is here, just to the south of us. They can now take any number of secondary roads to the sea. Redeploy your men. Throw everything between Louth and the coast." "Indeed, but it's going to take time, and your spies have a jump on us." "One other thing," Vicary said. "Bring those dead men back here as quietly as possible. When this is all over, it may be necessary to concoct another explanation for their deaths." "What do I tell their families?" Lockwood snapped and stormed out. Vicary picked up the telephone. The operator connected him with MI5 headquarters in London. A department operator answered. Vicary asked for Boothby and waited for him to come on the line. "Hello, Sir Basil. I'm afraid we've got big trouble up here." A stiff wind drove rain across the Cleethorpes waterfront as Neumann slowed and turned into a row of warehouses and garages. He stopped and shut down the motor. Dawn was not far off. In the faint light, he could see a small quay with several fishing boats tied up there and additional boats bobbing at their moorings in the black water. They had made excellent time up the coast. Twice they had approached roadblocks, and twice they were waved through with no question, thanks to the van they were driving. Jack Kincaid's flat was supposed to be over a garage. There was a wooden exterior staircase with a door at the top. Neumann climbed out and walked up the stairs, reflexively pulling out his Mauser as he approached the door. He rapped softly, but there was no answer. He tried the latch. It was unlocked. He opened the door and walked inside. He was immediately struck by the stench of the place. Rotting rubbish, stale cigarettes, unwashed bodies, an overwhelming smell of alcohol. He tried the light switch, but nothing happened. He removed his torch from his pocket and switched it on. The beam caught the figure of a large man sleeping on a bare mattress. Neumann picked his way across the filthy room and nudged the man with the toe of his boot. "You Jack Kincaid?" "Yeah. Who are you?" "My name is James Porter. You're supposed to give me a lift in your boat." "Oh, yes. Kincaid tried to sit up, but couldn't. Neumann shone the light directly into his face. He was at least 60 years old, and his craggy face showed the signs of heavy drinking. "Have a little bit to drink last night, Jack?" Neumann asked. "A little." "Which boat is yours, Jack?" "The Camilla." "Where is she exactly?" "Down at the quay. You can't miss her." Kincaid was passing out again. "You won't mind if I just borrow her for a bit, do you, Jack?" Kincaid didn't answer, just started snoring heavily. "Thanks awfully, Jack." Neumann went out and got back inside the van. "Our captain is in no condition to sail, drunk out of his mind." "The boat?" "The Camilla. He says it's right down there on the quay." "There's something else down there." "What's that?" "You'll see in just a minute." Neumann watched as a constable stepped into view.
They must be watching the entire coast, Neumann said.
It's a shame. Another needless casualty.
Let's get it over with. I've killed more people tonight than I did in all the time I was in the Fallschirmjäger.
Why do you think Vogel sent you here?
Neumann didn't respond. What about Jenny?
She comes with us.
I want to leave her here. She's no use to us now.
I disagree. If they find her, she can tell them a great deal. And besides, if they know we have a hostage on board, they'll think twice about what steps they take to stop us.
If you're suggesting they'll hesitate to fire on us because we have a British civilian on board, you're mistaken. There's too much at stake for that. They'll kill us all if need be.
So be it, then. She comes with us. When we get to the submarine, we'll leave her behind on the boat. The British will rescue her, and she won't be harmed.
Neumann understood that to continue arguing would be a waste of time. Catherine turned around and, in English, said to Jenny,
"No more heroics. If you make one move, I'll shoot you in the face."
Neumann shook his head. He started the motor, dropped the van into gear, and drove down to the quay. The constable at quayside heard the sound of a motor, stopped pacing, and looked up. He spotted the police van driving toward him. Odd, he thought, since his relief was not due to arrive until 8 o'clock. He watched the van draw to a halt and saw 2 people getting out. He struggled to make them out in the darkness, but after a few seconds he realized they were not police officers. It was a man and a woman, very probably the fugitives. He then had a terrible sinking feeling. He was armed with only a pre-war revolver that jammed frequently. The woman was walking toward him. Her arms swung up, and there was a flash, but almost no sound, just a muffled thump. He felt the bullet tear through his chest, was aware of losing his balance. His last sight was the dirty water of the Humber rushing toward him. Ian McMahon was a fisherman who believed the pure Celtic blood flowing through his veins gave him powers mere mortals did not possess. During his 60 years living near the North Sea, he claimed to have heard distress calls before they went out. He claimed to see the ghosts of men lost at sea floating over the quays and the harbours. He claimed to know that some vessels were haunted and would never go near them. Everyone in Cleethorpes accepted all this as truth, but in private suggested Ian McMahon had spent far too many nights at sea. McMahon had risen as usual at 5 o'clock, even though the dismal forecast promised conditions that would keep all boats off the water that day. He was eating a breakfast of porridge at the kitchen table when he heard a noise outside on the quay. The smack of the rain made it difficult to detect any other sound, but McMahon could have sworn he heard someone or something falling into the water. He knew there was a constable outside. He had taken him tea and a wedge of cake before turning in last night, and he knew why he was there. The police were looking for a pair of murder suspects from London. McMahon guessed these were not ordinary murder suspects. He had lived in Cleethorpes for 20 years, and never had he heard of the local police guarding the waterfront. The kitchen window of McMahon's cottage provided an excellent view of the quay and the mouth of the Humber beyond. McMahon rose, parted the curtains, and looked out. There was no sign of the constable. McMahon threw on an oilskin and sou'wester, took his torch from the table beside the door, and went out. He switched on his torch and started walking. After a few steps, he heard the sound of a boat's diesel motor firing and sputtering into life. He walked faster until he could see which boat it was, the Camilla, Jack Kincaid's boat. McMahon thought, is he daft, heading out in a storm like this? He started running, yelling, "Jack! Jack! Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Then he realized the man untying the Camilla from the quay and jumping onto the aft deck was not Jack Kincaid. Someone was stealing his boat. He looked around for the constable, but he was gone. The man stepped into the wheelhouse and opened the throttle, and the Camilla nosed away from the quay. McMahon ran forward and shouted, "Come back, you!" Then a second person stepped from the wheelhouse. McMahon saw a muzzle flash, but heard no sound. He felt the round whiz past his head, dangerously close. He hit the ground behind a pair of empty drums. 2 more shots struck the quay, then the gunfire ended. He stood up and saw the stern of the Camilla running out to sea. Only then did McMahon see something floating in the oily water off the quay. "I think you need to hear this for yourself, Major Vicary." Vicary took the telephone receiver Lockwood handed to him. Ian McMahon was on the line from Cleethorpes. Lockwood said, "Start from the beginning, Ian."
2 people just stole Jack Kincaid's fishing boat and are making for open water. Vicary snapped. My God, where are you calling from? Cleethorpes. Vicary squinted to see the map. Cleethorpes? Didn't we have a man there? You did, McMahon said. He's floating in the water right now with a bullet through his heart. Vicary swore softly, then said, How many were there? At least 2 that I saw. A man and a woman. Too far away and too dark. Besides, when they started shooting at me, I hit the dirt. You didn't see a young girl with them? No. Vicary covered the mouthpiece with the palm of his hand. Maybe she's still in that van. Get a man out there as quickly as you can. Lockwood nodded. Vicary removed his hand and said, Tell me about the boat they stole. The Camilla, a fishing vessel. The boat's in bad shape. I wouldn't want to be aboard the Camilla heading out in a blow like this. One other question. Does the Camilla have a radio? No, not that I know of. Vicary thought. Thank God. He said, Thank you for your help. Vicary rang off. Lockwood was standing before the map. Well, the good news is we know exactly where they are now. They have to slip through the mouth of the Humber before they can reach open water. That's only about a mile from the quay. There's no way we can stop them from doing that. But get those Royal Navy corvettes into position off Spurn Head, and they'll never make it through. That fishing boat they're in will be no match for them. I'd feel better if we had our own boat in the water. Actually, that can be arranged. Really? The Lincolnshire County Constabulary keeps a small police boat on the river, the Rebecca. She's in Grimsby now. She's not built for the open sea, but she'll do in a pinch. She's also quite a bit faster than that old fishing boat. If we get underway immediately, we should be able to overtake them before too long. Does the Rebecca have a radio? Aye. We'll be able to talk to you right here. How about weapons? I can pick up a couple of old rifles from the lockup in the Grimsby police station. They'll do the trick. Now all you need is a crew. Take my men with you. I'll stay here so I can remain in contact with London. The last thing you need is me on board a boat in weather like this. Lockwood managed to smile, clapped Vicary on the back, and went out. Clive Roach, Harry Dalton, and Peter Jordan followed him. Vicary picked up the telephone to break the news to Boothby in London. Neumann stayed between the channel markers as the Camilla sliced through the choppy waters of the mouth of the Humber. She was about 40 feet, broad in the beam and desperately in need of paint. There was a small cabin aft where Neumann had left Jenny. Catherine stood next to him in the wheelhouse. The sky was beginning to lighten slightly in the east. Rain drummed against the window. Off the port side he could see waves breaking over Spurn Head. Spurn Light was blacked out. A compass was set in the dash next to the wheel. Neumann put the boat on a heading due east, opened the throttle full, and headed out to sea. Chapter 60. The North Sea off Spurn Head. U-509 hovered just below the surface. It was 5:30 a.m. Kapitän-Leutnant Max Hoffmann stood in the control room, peering through the periscope, drinking coffee. His eyes hurt from spending the entire night staring at the black seas. His head ached. He badly needed a few hours of sleep. His first officer came to the bridge. The window closes in 30 minutes, Herr Kalloy. I am aware of the time, number 1. We have had no further communication from the Abwehr agents, Herr Kalloy. I think we must consider the possibility that they have been captured or killed. I have considered that possibility, number 1. It will be light soon, Herr Kalloy. Yes, it is a phenomenon that takes place at this time every day, even in Britain, number 1. My point is that it will not be safe for us to remain so close to the English coast for much longer. The depth here is not great enough for us to escape the British Vavos, the first officer said, using the slang common among German submariners for depth charges. I'm perfectly aware of the dangers involved in the situation, number 1, but we're going to remain here at the rendezvous point until the window is closed, and then, if I believe it is still safe, we will stay a little longer. But Herr Kalloy, they have sent us a proper radio signal alerting us that they are coming. We must assume they are traveling in a stolen vessel, probably barely seaworthy, and we must also assume they are exhausted or even hurt. We will stay here until they arrive, or I am convinced beyond doubt that they are not coming. Is that clear? Yes, Herr Kalloy. The first officer walked away. Hoffmann thought, what a pain in the ass. The Rebecca was about 30 feet in length, with a shallow draft, an inboard motor,
and a small open wheelhouse amidships, barely big enough for 2 men to stand shoulder to shoulder. Lockwood had telephoned ahead, and the Rebecca's engine was idling by the time they arrived. The 4 men clambered on board: Lockwood, Harry, Jordan, and Roach. A dock boy untied the last line, and Lockwood guided the craft into the channel. He opened the throttle full. The engine note rose. The slender prow lifted out of the water and sliced through the wind-driven chop. Night was draining from the eastern sky. The silhouette of Spurn Light was visible off the port side. The sea was empty before them. Harry leaned down, snatched the handset of the radio, and raised Vicary in Grimsby to bring him up to date. 5 miles due east of the Rebecca, corvette number 745 was maneuvering on a tedious crisscross pattern through rough seas. The captain and the first officer stood on the bridge, glasses raised to their eyes, peering into the curtain of rain. It was useless. Along with the dark and the rain, a fog had rolled in and reduced visibility even further. In conditions like these, they could pass within 100 yards of a U-boat and never see it. The captain moved to the chart table, where the navigator was plotting the next course change. On the captain's order, the corvette made a 90-degree starboard turn and pushed farther out to sea. Then he instructed the radio operator to inform the submarine tracking room of their new heading. In London, Arthur Braithwaite stood over the map table, leaning heavily on his cane. He had made certain that all Royal Navy and RAF updates crossed his deck as soon as they came in. He knew the odds of finding a U-boat in weather and light conditions like these were remote, even if the craft was on the surface. If the submarine was lurking just below the surface, it would be almost impossible. His aide handed him a signal flimsy. Corvette number 745 had just changed course and was on an easterly heading. A second corvette, number 128, was 2 miles away and moving south. Braithwaite leaned down over the table, closed his eyes, and tried to picture the search in his mind. He thought, "Damn you, Max Hoffman, where the hell are you?" The Camilla, though Horst Neumann did not realize it, was precisely 7 miles due east of Spurn Head. Conditions seemed to be worsening by the minute. Rain fell in a blinding curtain and hammered against the window of the wheelhouse, obscuring the view. The wind and the current, both beating down from the north, kept nudging the boat off course. Neumann, using the dashboard compass, struggled to keep them on an easterly heading. The biggest problem was the sea. The past half hour had been a relentless repetition of the same sickening cycle. The boat would climb one roller, teeter for an instant on the top, then plunge down into the next trough. At the bottom, it always seemed as if the vessel were about to be swallowed by a grey-green canyon of seawater. The decks were constantly awash. Neumann could no longer feel his feet. He looked down for the first time and noticed he was standing in several inches of icy water. Still, miraculously, he thought they might actually make it. The boat seemed to be absorbing all the punishment the sea could dish out. It was 5:30 a.m. They still had 30 minutes left before the window closed and the U-boat turned away. He had been able to keep the boat on a constant heading and felt confident they were approaching the right spot, and there was no sign of the opposition. There was just one problem. They had no radio. They had lost Catherine's in London, and they had lost the second to Martin Colville's shotgun blast in Hampton Sands. Neumann had hoped the boat would have a radio, but it didn't, which left them no means of signaling the U-boat. Neumann had only one option, to switch on the boat's running lights. It was a gamble, but a necessary one. The only way the U-boat would know they were at the rendezvous position was if it could see them, and the only way the Camilla could be spotted in conditions like these was to be illuminated. But if the U-boat could see them, so could any British warships or Coast Guard vessels in the vicinity. Neumann reckoned he was a couple of miles from the rendezvous point. He pressed on for 5 more minutes, then reached down and threw a switch, and the Camilla came alive with light. Jenny Colville leaned over the bucket and threw up in it for the 3rd time. She wondered how there was anything left to come out of her stomach. She tried to remember the last time she'd had food. She had not eaten dinner last night because she was angry with her father, and she had not eaten any lunch either. Breakfast, maybe, and that was nothing more than a biscuit and tea. Her stomach convulsed again, but this time nothing came out. She had lived next to the sea her entire life, but she had been on a boat just once, a day's sail around the Wash with the father of a friend from school, and never had she experienced anything like this. She was absolutely paralyzed with seasickness. She wanted to die. She was desperate for fresh air. She was helpless against the constant pitching and rocking of the vessel. Her arms and legs were bruised from the battering. And then there was the noise, the constant deafening rumble and clatter of the boat's engine. It felt as if it were just beneath her. She wanted nothing more in the world than to get off the boat and be back on land. She told herself over and over again that if she survived this night, she would never get on a boat again, ever. And then she thought, what happens when they get where they're going? What are they going to do with me? Surely they weren't going to take this boat all the way to Germany. They would probably meet another boat. Then what happens? Would they take her with them again, or leave her on the boat alone? If they left her alone, she might never be found. She could die out on the North Sea alone in a storm like this. The boat skidded down the slope of another enormous wave. Jenny was thrown forward in the cabin, striking her head. There were 2 portholes on either side of the cabin. With her bound hands, she rubbed away the condensation of the starboard porthole and looked out. The sea was terrifying, rolling green mountains of seawater. There was something else. The sea boiled, and something dark and shiny punctured the surface from below. Then the sea was in turmoil, and a giant grey thing like a sea monster in a child's tail floated to the surface, seawater slipping from its skin. Kapitänleutnant Max Hoffmann, tired of holding at the 10-mile mark, had decided to take a chance and creep a mile or 2 closer to shore. He had waited at the 8-mile mark, peering into the gloom, when he suddenly spotted the running lights of a small fishing vessel. Hoffmann shouted an order to surface, and 2 minutes later he was standing on the bridge in the driving rain, breathing the cold, clean air, ice glasses pressed to his eyes. Neumann thought it might be a hallucination at first. The glimpse had been brief, just an instant before the boat plunged downward into yet another trough of seawater, and everything was obliterated once again. The prow dug deeply into the sea like a shovel into dirt, and for a few seconds the entire foredeck was swamped. But somehow the boat climbed out of the trough and scaled the next peak. At the top of the next roller, a squall of wind-blown rain obscured all view. The boat fell, then rose again. Then, as the Camilla teetered atop a mountain of seawater, Horst Neumann spotted the unmistakable silhouette of a German U-boat. It was Peter Jordan on the pitching aft deck of the Rebecca who spotted the U-boat first. Lockwood saw it a few seconds later, and then spotted the running lights of the Camilla, about 400 yards off the U-boat's starboard side, and closing quickly. Lockwood brought the Rebecca hard to port, set it on a collision course with the Camilla, and picked up the handset to raise Alfred Vicary. Vicary snatched up the receiver of the open phone line to the submarine tracking room. "Commander Braithwaite, are you there?" "Yes, I'm here, and I could hear the entire thing over the line." "Well?" "I'm afraid we've got a serious problem. Corvette 745 is a mile due south of the U-boat's position. I've radioed the captain, and he's making for the scene now. But if the Camilla is really only 400 yards away from the submarine, they're going to get there first." "Damn it! You do have one other asset, Mr. Vicary. The Rebecca. I suggest you use it. Your men have got to do something to slow that boat down until the corvette can intervene." Vicary set down the telephone and picked up the handset of the radio. "Superintendent Lockwood, this is Grimsby. Over." "Lockwood here. Over." "Superintendent, listen carefully. Help is on the way. But in the meantime, I want you to ram that fishing boat." All of them heard it. Lockwood, Harry, Roach, and Jordan. For they were all pressed around the cabin, sheltering from the weather. Lockwood, shouting above the wind and the roar of the Rebecca's engines, said, "Is he out of his mind?" "No," Harry said. "Just desperate. Can you get there in time?" "Sure, but we'll be staring right down the barrels of that U-boat's deck guns." They all looked at one another, saying nothing. Finally, Lockwood said, "There are life jackets in that locker behind you, and bring out the rifles. I have a feeling we may need them." Lockwood looked back at the sea and found the Camilla. He made a minor course correction and opened the throttle as far as it would go. Max Hoffmann, standing on the bridge of U-509, spotted the Rebecca approaching fast. "We've got company, number 1. Civilian craft, 3 or 4 men on board." "I see them, Herr Calloway." "Judging from their speed and heading, I'd say they're the opposition." "They appear to be unarmed, Herr Calloway." "Yes. Give them a warning shot from the foredeck gun. Shoot across their bow. I don't want needless bloodshed. If they persist, fire directly on the craft, but at the waterline, number 1, not the cabin." "Yes, Herr Calloway." the first officer snapped. Hoffman heard shouted orders, and within 30 seconds the first shot from U-509's forward Bootskanoner deck gun was arching across the prow of the Rebecca. Though U-boats rarely engaged in surface artillery battles, the 10.5-centimeter shell of the forward deck gun was capable of inflicting lethal damage, even on large vessels. The first shot sailed well off the Rebecca's prow. The second, fired 10 seconds later, came much closer. Lockwood turned to Harry and shouted, "I'd say that's the last warning we get! The next one is going to blow us right out of the water! It's your call, but we're no help to anyone if we're dead!" Harry shouted, "Turn away!" Lockwood turned the Rebecca hard to port and circled around. Harry looked back toward the U-boat. The Camilla was 200 yards away and closing, and there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. He thought, "God damn it, where's that corvette?" Then he picked up the handset and told Vicary there was nothing they could do to stop them. Jenny heard the boom of the U-boat's deck gun and saw the shell flash along the waterline toward a second boat. She thought, "Thank God I'm not alone after all." But the U-boat fired again, and a few seconds later she saw the little boat turn away and her spirit sank. Then she steeled herself and thought, "They're German agents. They've killed my father and 6 other people tonight, and they're about to get away with it. I have to do something to stop them." But what could she do? She was alone, and her hands and feet were tied. She considered trying to free herself, sneak up on deck, and hit them with something. But if they saw her, they wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Perhaps she could start a fire, but then she would be trapped with the smoke and the flames, and she would be the only one to die. "Think, Jenny, think!" It was hard to think with the constant roar of the boat's motor. It was driving her crazy. And then she thought, yes, that's it. If she could somehow disable the engine, even just for a moment, it might help. If there was one boat chasing them, there might be others, perhaps bigger boats that could shoot back at the German submarine. The engine sounded as if it was just below her. The noise was so loud. She struggled to her feet and pushed away the coiled lines and tarpaulins she had been sitting on, and there it was, a door built into the floor of the hold. She managed to open it and was immediately overwhelmed by the thunderous noise and heat of the Camilla's engine. She looked at it. Jenny knew nothing of engines. Once, Sean tried to explain to her the repairs he was making on his rattletrap old van. There was always something going wrong with the blessed thing, but what was it then? Something to do with the fuel lines and the fuel pump. Surely this engine was different from the engine in Sean's van. It was a diesel engine, for one thing. Sean's van ran on petrol. But she knew one thing. No matter what kind of engine it was, it needed fuel to run. Cut the fuel supply, and it would die. But how? She looked closely at the motor. Several black metal lines ran across the top and converged at a single point on the side of the motor. Could those be the fuel lines? Was the point where they met the fuel pump? She looked around. She needed tools. Sailors always carry tools with them. After all, what happens if the engine breaks down at sea? She spotted a metal toolbox at the end of the cabin and crawled forward. She looked out the porthole. The U-boat filled her field of vision. They were very close now. She saw the other boat. It had moved off. She opened the box and found it filled with greasy, filthy tools. She removed 2, a pair of bladed pliers and a large hammer. She took the pliers in her hands, turned the nose toward her wrists, and started hacking through the rope. It took about a minute to free her hands. Then she used the pliers to cut away the rope around her ankles. She crawled back to the motor. She put the pliers on the floor and hid them beneath a coiled line. Then she reached down, picked up the hammer, and smashed the first of the fuel lines. It severed, leaking diesel. Quickly, she brought down the hammer several more times until the last fuel line was ruptured. The engine died. With the noise gone, Jenny could finally hear the roar of the sea and the wind. She closed the door over the crippled engine and sat down. The hammer was next to her right hand. She knew that Neumann or the woman would come down in a matter of seconds to investigate, and when they did, they would realize that Jenny had sabotaged the motor. The door flew open and Neumann stormed down the companionway. His face was wild, the way it had been that morning when she saw him racing along the beach. He looked at Jenny and noticed her hands and feet were no longer tied. He looked down and noticed the loose gear had been cleared away. He shouted, "Jenny, what have you done?" The boat, now powerless, skidded helplessly down the side of a wave. Neumann leaned down and opened the hatch. Jenny grabbed the hammer and rose to her knees. She raised it high into the air and hit him in the back of the head as hard as she could.
Neumann fell to the floor, blood pouring from his split scalp. Jenny turned away and threw up. Kapitän-Leutnant Max Hoffmann saw the Camilla begin to wobble helplessly in the rough seas and realized at once that it had lost power. He knew he had to act quickly. With no propulsion, the boat would founder. It might even turn turtle. If the agents were thrown into the icy North Sea, they would be dead in a matter of minutes. "Number one, take us forward toward the craft and prepare to board." "Yes, Herr Kalloy." Hoffmann felt the throb of the U-boat's diesel screws turning beneath his feet as the submarine crept slowly forward. Jenny was afraid she had killed him. He lay very still for a moment. Then he stirred and somehow forced himself to stand. He was very unsteady. She could easily have hit him with a hammer again, but she couldn't summon the courage or the will to do it. He was helpless, holding on to the side of the cabin. Blood poured from the wound into his face, down his neck. He reached up and wiped the blood out of his eyes. He said, "Stay down here. If you come up onto the deck, she'll kill you. Do as I say, Jenny." Neumann struggled up the companionway. Catherine looked at him, alarm on her face. "I fell and hit my head when the boat pitched. The motor's dead." His torch was next to the wheel. He picked it up and walked out onto the deck. He aimed the light at the conning tower of the U-boat and flashed a distress signal. The submarine was coming toward them with agonizing slowness. He turned and waved at Catherine to join him on the foredeck. The rain washed the blood off his face. He looked up, feeling it beat down on him, and waved his arms at the U-boat. Catherine joined him on the deck. She couldn't quite believe it. The previous afternoon they were sitting in a Mayfair cafe surrounded by MI5 men, and now, miraculously, they were about to step onto the deck of a U-boat and sail away. 6 long, painfully lonely years, over at last. She never believed she would see this day, never really dared imagine it. The emotion of the moment overtook her. She let out a joyous, childlike scream, and like Neumann, turned her face to the rain, waving her arms at the U-boat. The steel nose of the submarine nudged against the prow of the Camilla. A boarding party scrambled down the U-boat's deck toward them. She put her arms around Neumann and held him very tightly. "We did it," she said. "We made it. We're going home." Harry Dalton, standing in the wheelhouse of the Rebecca, described the scene to Vicary in Grimsby. Vicary, in turn, described it to Arthur Braithwaite in the submarine tracking room. "Damn it, Commander! Where's that corvette?" "She's right there. She just can't see because of the weather." "Well, tell her captain to do something! My men are powerless to stop them." "What should I instruct the captain to do?" "Fire on the boat and kill those spies!" "Major Vicary, may I remind you there is an innocent girl on board." "God help me for saying this, but I'm afraid we can't be concerned about her at a time like this, Commander Braithwaite. Order the captain of that corvette to hit the Camilla with everything he has." "Understood." Vicary set down the telephone, thinking, "God, but I've become a perfect bastard." The wind tore a momentary hole through the curtain of rain and fog. The captain of Corvette 745, standing on the bridge, spotted U-509 and the Camilla 150 yards off his bow. Through his glasses he could see 2 people standing on the foredeck of the Camilla and a rescue party on the deck of the German submarine. He immediately gave the order to fire. Seconds later the corvette's machine guns opened up. Neumann heard the shots. The first round sailed overhead. The second burst clattered against the side of the U-boat. The rescue party fell flat on the deck to avoid the fire as the rounds moved from the U-boat to the Camilla. There was nowhere on the foredeck of the fishing boat to take cover. The gunfire found Catherine. Her body was instantly shredded, her head exploding in a flash of blood and brain. Neumann scrambled forward and tried to reach the U-boat. The first round that hit him cut off his leg at the knee. He screamed and crawled forward. A second round hit, severing his spine. He felt nothing. The last shot hit him in the head, and there was darkness. Max Hoffmann, watching from the conning tower, ordered his first officer to engage the diesel engines full and dive as quickly as possible. Within a matter of seconds, U-509 was racing away from the scene. 2 minutes later, it submerged beneath the surface of the North Sea and was gone. The Camilla, alone on the sea, her decks awash with blood, foundered. The mood aboard the Rebecca was euphoric. The 4 men embraced as they watched the U-boat turn and steam away. Harry Dalton raised Vicary and told him the news. Vicary made 2 calls, the first to the submarine tracking room to thank Arthur Braithwaite, the second to Sir Basil Boothby to tell him that it was finally over. Jenny Colville felt the Camilla shudder. She had fallen flat on her stomach and covered her head with her hands. The shooting stopped as suddenly as it started. She was too terrified to move. The boat pitched about wildly. She guessed it had something to do with the dead motor. With no engine to push the boat forward, it was defenseless against the onslaught of the sea. She had to get on her feet and get outside and signal the other boats that she was there and she was alive. She willed herself to stand, was immediately knocked down by the bucking of the boat, then stood again. Climbing the companionway was nearly impossible. Finally, she reached the deck. The wind was tremendous. The rain slashed sideways. The boat seemed to be going several directions at once, up and down, back and forth, and rolling from side to side. Standing was impossible. She looked toward the prow and saw the bodies. They hadn't just been shot to death. They had been mangled, torn to bits by the gunfire. The decks ran pink with all the blood. Jenny retched and looked away. She saw the U-boat diving in the distance, disappearing below the surface of the sea. On the other side of the boat, she saw a warship, grey, not too large, coming toward her. A second boat, the one she had seen through the porthole earlier, was approaching fast. She waved and yelled and started to cry. She wanted to tell them that she had done it. She was the one who disabled the motor so the boat stopped and the spies couldn't make it to the U-boat. She was filled with an enormous, fierce pride. The Camilla rose on a gigantic roller. As the wave passed beneath the boat, it pitched wildly to the port side. Then it fell downward into the trough, and at the same time righted itself and rolled over on its starboard side. Jenny was unable to keep her grip on the top of the companionway. She was thrown across the deck and into the sea. The cold was like nothing she had ever felt. Shocking, numbing, paralyzing cold. She fought her way to the surface and tried to gasp for air, but she swallowed a mouthful of seawater instead. She sank below the surface, gagging, choking, taking more water into her stomach and her lungs. She kicked to the surface and was able to take a small breath before the sea pulled her down again. Then she was falling, sinking slowly, pleasantly, effortlessly. She was no longer cold. She felt nothing, saw nothing, only an impenetrable darkness. The Rebecca arrived first, Lockwood and Roach in the wheelhouse, Harry and Peter Jordan on the foredeck. Harry tied a line to the life ring, tied off the other end in a cleat on the prow, and threw the ring overboard. They had seen Jenny come up for air a second time and disappear below the surface. Now there was nothing, no sign of her at all. Lockwood brought the Rebecca in hard and straight. Then, a few yards from the Camilla, he reversed the engine, bringing the boat to a shuddering halt. Jordan leaned over the prow, looking for any sign of the girl. Then he stood and, with no warning, dived into the water. Harry shouted back to Lockwood, "Jordan's in the water! Don't get any closer!" Jordan surfaced and removed his life vest. Harry screamed, "What are you doing?" "I can't get deep enough with this damn thing on!" Jordan filled his lungs with air and was gone for what seemed to Harry like a minute. The sea was beating against the port side of the Camilla, forcing it to roll from side to side and driving it toward the Rebecca. Harry turned over his shoulder and waved his arms at Lockwood in the wheelhouse. "Back off a few feet! The Camilla's right on top of us!" Jordan finally surfaced, Jenny in his arms. She was unconscious, her head to one side. Jordan untied the line from the life ring and tied it around Jenny beneath her arms. He gave Harry a thumbs-up sign, and Harry pulled her through the water toward the Rebecca. Clive Roach helped Harry lift her onto the deck. Jordan was furiously treading water, waves washing over his face, and he looked exhausted from the cold. Harry quickly untied the line from Jenny and threw it overboard toward him, just as the Camilla finally capsized and dragged Peter Jordan under the sea. Part 5, Chapter 61. Berlin, April 1944. Kurt Vogel was cooling his heels in Walter Schellenberg's luxuriously appointed anteroom, watching the squadron of young assistants scurrying feverishly in and out of the office. Blonde, blue-eyed, they looked as though they had just leapt from a Nazi propaganda poster. It had been 3 hours since Schellenberg had summoned Vogel for an urgent consultation about that unfortunate business in Britain, as he habitually referred to Vogel's blown operation. Vogel didn't mind the wait. He didn't really have anything better to do. Since Canaris had been sacked and the Abwehr absorbed by the SS, German military intelligence had become a ship without a rudder, just when Hitler needed it most. The old townhouses along Tirpitz-Ufer had taken on the despondent air of an aging resort out of season. Morale was so low, many officers were volunteering for the Russian front. Vogel had other plans.
One of Schellenberg's aides came out, jabbed an accusing finger at Vogel, and wordlessly waved him inside. The office was as big as a Gothic cathedral, with magnificent oil paintings and tapestries hanging on the walls, a far cry from Canaris's understated fox lair at Tirpitz-Ufer. Sunlight slanted through the tall windows. Vogel looked out. Fires from the morning's air raid smouldered along Unter den Linden, and a fine soot drifted over the Tiergarten like black snow. Schellenberg smiled warmly, pumped Vogel's bony hand, and gestured for him to sit down. Vogel knew about the machine guns in Schellenberg's desk, so he kept very still and left his hands in plain sight. The doors closed, and they were alone in the cavernous office. Vogel felt Schellenberg feeding on him with his eyes. Though Schellenberg and Himmler had been plotting against Canaris for years, a chain of unfortunate events had finally done in the old fox. His failure to predict Argentina's decision to sever all ties with Germany, the loss of a vital Abwehr intelligence-gathering post in Spanish Morocco, the defections of several key Abwehr officers in Turkey, Casablanca, Lisbon, and Stockholm. But the final straw was the disastrous conclusion of Vogel's operation in London. 2 Abwehr agents, Horst Neumann and Catherine Blake, had been killed within sight of the U-boat. They had been unable to transmit a final message explaining why they had decided to flee England, leaving Vogel with no way to judge the authenticity of the information Catherine Blake had stolen on Operation Mulberry. Hitler exploded when he heard the news. He immediately fired Canaris and placed the Abwehr and its 16,000 agents in the hands of Schellenberg. Somehow, Vogel survived. Schellenberg and Himmler suspected the operation had been compromised by Canaris. Vogel, like Catherine Blake and Horst Neumann, was an innocent victim of the old fox's treachery. Vogel had another theory. He suspected all the information stolen by Catherine Blake had been planted by British intelligence. He suspected she and Neumann attempted to flee Britain when Neumann discovered she was being watched by the opposition. He suspected Operation Mulberry was not an anti-aircraft complex destined for the Pas-de-Calais, but an artificial harbour bound for the beaches of Normandy. He also suspected all the other agents sent to Britain were bad, that they had been captured and forced to cooperate with British intelligence, probably from the outset of the war. Vogel, however, lacked the evidence to substantiate any of this. Good lawyer that he was, he did not intend to bring charges he could not prove. Besides, even if he had the proof in his possession, he wasn't sure he would have given it to the likes of Schellenberg and Himmler. One of the telephones on Schellenberg's desk rang. It was a call he had to take. He grunted and spoke in a guarded code for 5 minutes while Vogel waited. The snowstorm of soot had diminished. The ruins of Berlin shone in the April sun. Shattered glass sparkled like ice crystals. Remaining at the Abwehr and cooperating with the new regime had its advantages. Vogel had quietly slipped Gertrude, Nicole, and Lisbeth from Bavaria to Switzerland. Like a good agent runner, he had financed the operation with an elaborate shell game, moving funds from secret Abwehr accounts in Switzerland to Gertrude's personal account, then covering the exchange with his own money in Germany. He had moved enough money out of the country to enable them to live comfortably for a couple of years after the war. He had another asset, the information he possessed in his mind. The British and Americans, he felt certain, would pay handsomely in money and protection. Schellenberg rang off and made a face as though he had a sour stomach. "So," he said, "the reason I asked you to come today, Captain Vogel? Some exciting news from London." "Oh?" Vogel said, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. Our source inside MI5 has some very interesting information." Schellenberg produced a single flimsy with a flourish and presented it to Vogel. Reading it, Vogel thought, remarkable, the subtlety of the manipulation. He finished and handed the flimsy across the desk to Schellenberg. Schellenberg said, "For MI5 to take disciplinary action against a man who is a personal friend and confidant of Winston Churchill is extraordinary. And the source is impeccable. I recruited him personally. He is not one of Canaris's flunkies. I believe it proves the information stolen by your agent was genuine, Captain Vogel." "Yes, I believe you're right, Herr Brigadeführer." "The Führer needs to be told of this right away. He's meeting with the Japanese ambassador at Berchtesgaden tonight to brief him on preparations for the invasion. I'm sure he'll want to pass this along." Vogel nodded. "I'm leaving on a plane from Tempelhof in 1 hour.
I'd like you to come with me and personally brief the Führer. After all, it was your operation to begin with. And besides, the man has taken a liking to you. You have a very bright future, Captain Vogel."
"Thank you for the offer, Herr Brigadeführer, but I think you should tell the Führer about the news."
"Are you certain, Captain Vogel?"
"Yes, Herr Brigadeführer, I'm quite certain."
Chapter 62. Oyster Bay, New York. It was the first fine day of spring. Warm sunshine, a soft wind from the Sound. The day before had been cold and damp. Dorothy Lauterbach had worried that the memorial service and reception would be ruined by the cold. She made certain all the fireplaces in the house were laid with wood and ordered the caterer to have plenty of hot coffee ready for when the guests arrived. But by mid-morning the sun had burned away the last of the clouds, and the island sparkled. Dorothy quickly moved the reception from the house to the lawn overlooking the Sound. Shepherd Ramsay had brought Peter's things from London: his clothes, his books, his letters, the personal papers that the security men had not seized. Ramsay, sitting on the transport plane from London, had leafed through the letters to make certain there was no mention of the woman Peter was seeing in London before his death. The graveside ceremony was packed. There was no body to bury, but they laid a small headstone next to Margaret's. All of Bratton's Bank attended, as did most of the staff of the Northeast Bridge Company. The North Shore crowd came too: the Blakemores and the Brandenburgs, the Carlyles and the Duttons, the Robinsons and the Tetlingers. Billy stood next to Jane, and Jane leaned against Walker Hardigan. Bratton accepted the American flag from a representative of the Navy. The wind tore blossoms from the trees and tossed them on the crowd like confetti. One man stood slightly apart from the rest, hands clasped behind his back, head bowed respectfully. He was tall and thin, and his double-breasted suit of grey wool was a little too heavy for the warm spring weather. Walker Hardigan was the only person present who recognized him. Hardigan did not know the man's real name. He always used a pseudonym that was so ridiculous Hardigan had trouble saying it without laughing. The man was Hardigan's control officer, and the pseudonym he used was Broom. Shepherd Ramsay carried the letter from the man in London. Dorothy and Bratton slipped into the library and read it during the reception. Dorothy read it first, hands trembling. She was older now, older and grayer. A fall on the icy steps of the Manhattan House in December had left her with a broken hip. The resulting limp had robbed her of her old physical presence. Her eyes were damp when she finished reading, but she did not cry. Dorothy always did things in moderation. She handed the letter to Bratton, who wept as he read. "Dear Billy, it is with great sadness that I write this letter. I had the pleasure of working with your father for only a very brief period, but I found him to be one of the most remarkable men I have ever met. He was involved in one of the most vital projects of the war. Because of the requirements of security, however, there is a strong possibility you may never be told exactly what your father did. I can tell you this: the work done by your father will save countless lives and make it possible for the people of Europe to be rid of Hitler and the Nazis once and for all. Your father truly gave his life so that others may live. He was a hero. But nothing your father accomplished gave him as much pleasure and satisfaction as you, Billy. When your father spoke of you, his face changed. His eyes brightened and he smiled, no matter how tired he might be. I was never fortunate enough to be blessed with a son. Listening to your father talk about you, I realized the depth of my misfortune. Sincerely, Alfred Vicary." Bratton handed the letter back to Dorothy. She folded it, put it back in its envelope, and placed it in the top drawer of Bratton's desk. She went to the window and looked out. Everyone was eating and drinking, and seemed to be having a good time. Beyond the crowd, she could see Billy, Jane, and Walker sitting on the grass down by the dock. Jane and Walker had become more than friends. They had started to see each other romantically, and Jane was actually talking about marriage. She thought, wouldn't it be perfect? Billy would have a real family again. There was a neatness to it, a closure about the whole thing that Dorothy found comforting. It was warm again, and soon it would be summer. The houses would all be opening soon, and the parties would begin. Life goes on, she told herself. Margaret and Peter are gone, but life most definitely goes on. Chapter 63. Gloucestershire, England, September 1944. Even Alfred Vicary was surprised at the speed with which he was able to drop out. Technically, it was an administrative leave pending the findings of the internal inquiry. Vicary understood that was gobbledygook for a sacking. Perversely, he took Basil Boothby's advice and fled to his Aunt Matilda's house. He could never get used to the notion it was his, to sort himself out. The first days of his exile were appalling. He missed the camaraderie of MI5. He missed his wretched little office. He even found himself missing his camp bed, for he had lost the gift of sound sleep. He blamed it on Matilda's sagging double bed, too soft, too much room to wrestle with his troubled thoughts. In a rare flash of inspiration, he went to the village store and purchased a new camp bed. He erected it in the drawing room next to the fire, an odd location, he knew, but he had no plans for guests. From that night on, he slept as well as could be expected. He endured a long blue period of inactivity, but in the spring, when the weather warmed, he focused his boundless wasted energy on his new home. The watchers who paid the occasional visit looked on in horror as Vicary attacked his garden with pruning shears, a sickle, and his half-moon eyeglasses. They watched in amazement as he repainted the interior of the cottage. Considerable debate erupted over his choice of color, a bright institutional white. Did it mean his mood was improving, or was he making a hospital of his home and checking in for an extended stay? There was also a good deal of concern in the village. Poole, the man from the general shop, diagnosed Vicary's mood as one of bereavement. "Not possible," said Plenderleith, the man from the nursery who advised Vicary on his garden. "Never been married, never been in love, apparently." Miss Lazenby from the dress shop declared them both wrong. "Poor man's in love. Any fool can see that. And by the looks of him, the subject of his devotion isn't returning the favor." Vicary, even had he known of the debate, could not have settled it, for he was as much a stranger to his own emotions as those who witnessed them. The head of his department at University College sent him a letter. He had heard Vicary was no longer working at the War Office, and was wondering when he might be coming back. Vicary tore the letter in half and burned it in the fireplace. London held nothing for him, only bad memories, so he stayed away. He went just once, a morning in the first week of June, when Sir Basil summoned him to hear the results of the internal review. "Hello, Alfred," Sir Basil called out as Vicary was shown into Boothby's office. The room was ablaze in a fine orange light. Boothby was standing at the precise center of the floor, as though he wanted room to maneuver in all directions. He wore a perfectly cut grey suit, and seemed taller than Vicary remembered. The Director General was sitting on the handsome couch, fingers interlaced as if in prayer, eyes fixed on some spot in the Persian carpet. Boothby thrust out his right hand like a bayonet, and advanced on Vicary. By the chaotic smile on Boothby's face, Vicary wasn't sure if he was planning to embrace him or assault him, and he wasn't sure which he feared more. What Boothby did do was shake Vicary's hand a little too affectionately, and lay a big paw on Vicary's shoulder. It was hot and damp, as though he had just finished a set of tennis. He personally served Vicary tea and made small talk while Vicary smoked a last cigarette. Then, with considerable ceremony, he removed the review board's final report from his desk and laid it on the table. Vicary refused to look at it directly. Boothby took too much pleasure in explaining to Vicary that he was not permitted to read the review of his own operation. Instead, Boothby showed Vicary a sanitized, single-page letter purporting to condense and summarize the contents of the report. Vicary held it in both hands, the paper tight as a drum, so it would not shake while he read it. It was a vile, obscene document, but challenging it now would do no good. He handed it back to Boothby, shook his hand, and then the Director General's, and went out. Vicary walked downstairs. Someone else was in his office. Harry was there, an ugly scar along his jaw. Vicary was not one for long farewells. He told Harry he had been sacked, thanked him for everything, and said goodbye. It was raining again and cold for June. The head of transport offered Vicary a car. Vicary politely refused. He put up his umbrella and drifted back to Chelsea through the pouring rain. He spent the night at his house in Chelsea. He awakened at dawn, rain rattling against the windows. It was June 6th. He switched on the BBC to listen to the news and heard that the invasion was on. Vicary went out at midday, expecting to see nervous crowds and anxious chatter, but London was dead quiet. A few people ventured out to shop. A few went into churches to pray. Taxis cruised the empty streets in search of fares. Vicary watched Londoners as they went about their day. He wanted to run up and shake them and say, "Don't you know what's happening? Don't you realize what it took? Don't you know the clever, wicked things we did to deceive them? Don't you know what they did to me?" He took his supper at the corner pub and listened to the upbeat bulletins on the wireless. That night, alone again, he listened to the King's address to the nation. Then he went to bed. In the morning, he took a taxi to Paddington Station and caught the first train back to Gloucestershire. Gradually, by summer, his days took on a careful routine. He rose early and read until lunch, which he took each day in the village at the 8 Bells. Vegetable pie, beer, meat when it was on the menu. From the 8 Bells, he would set off for his daily forced march over the breezy footpaths around the village. Each day it took a little less time for the cobwebs to clear from his ruined knee, and by August he was walking 10 miles each afternoon. He gave up cigarettes and took up a pipe. The rituals of the pipe, the loading, the cleaning, the lighting, and the relighting, fitted his new life perfectly. He was not aware of the exact day it happened, the day it all faded from his conscious thoughts. His cramped office, the clatter of the teleprinters, the vile food in the canteen, the crazy lexicon of the place, double-cross, mulberry, phoenix, kettledrum. Even Helen receded to a sealed chamber of his memory where she could do no more harm. Alice Simpson started coming on weekends and stayed for an entire week in early August. On the last day of summer, he was overcome by the gentle melancholia that afflicts country people when the warm weather is ending. It was a glorious dusk, the horizon streaked in purple and orange, the first bite of autumn in the air. The primroses and bluebells were long gone. He remembered an evening like this half a lifetime ago, when Brendan Evans taught him to ride a motorcycle along the pathways of the fens. It was not quite cold enough for fires, but from his hilltop perch he could see the chimneys of the village gently smoking and taste the sharp scent of green wood on the air. He saw it then, played out on the hillsides, like the solution of a chess problem. He could see the lines of attack, the preparation, the deception. Nothing had been as it seemed. Vicary rushed back to the cottage, telephoned the office, and asked for Boothby. Then he realized it was late, and it was a Friday. The days of the week meant nothing to him any longer, but by some miracle Boothby was still there, and he answered his own telephone. Vicary identified himself. Boothby expressed genuine pleasure at hearing his voice. Vicary assured him he was fine. "I want to talk to you," Vicary said, "about Kettledrum." There was silence on the line, but Vicary knew Boothby had not abruptly hung up, because he could hear him fidgeting in his chair. "You can't come here any longer, Alfred. You're persona non grata, so I suppose I'll have to come to you." "Fine. And don't pretend you don't know how to find me, because I see your watchers stalking me." "Tomorrow, midday," Boothby said, and rang off. Boothby arrived promptly at noon in an official Humber, dressed for the country in tweeds, a shirt open at the neck, and a comfortable cardigan sweater. It had rained overnight. Vicary dug out a pair of extra-large Wellingtons from the cellar for Boothby, and they walked like old chums around a meadow dotted with shorn sheep. Boothby chatted about department gossip, and Vicary, with considerable effort, feigned interest. After a while, Vicary stopped walking and gazed into the middle distance. "None of it was real, was it?" he said. "Jordan, Catherine Blake, it was all bad right from the beginning." Boothby smiled seductively. "Not quite, Alfred, but something like that." He turned and continued walking, his long body a vertical line against the horizon. Then he paused and gestured for Vicary to join him. Vicary broke into his stiff-jointed mechanized limp, chasing after Boothby, beating his pockets for his half-moon glasses. "It was the nature of Operation Mulberry that presented us with the problem," Boothby began without warning. "Tens of thousands of people were involved. Of course, the vast majority had no idea what they were working on. Still, the potential for security leaks was tremendous. The components were so large they had to be built right out in the open. The sites were scattered around the country, but some of it was built right at the London docks. As soon as we were told of the project, we knew we had a problem. We knew the Germans would be able to photograph the sites from the air. We knew one decent spy poking around the construction sites could probably figure out what we were up to.
We sent one of our men to Chelsea to test out the security. He was having tea in the canteen with some of the workers before anyone bothered to ask him for identification."
Boothby laughed mildly. Vicary watched him as he spoke. All the bombast, all the fidgeting was gone. Sir Basil was calm and collected and pleasant. Vicary thought under different circumstances he might actually have liked him. He had the sickening realization he had underestimated Boothby's intelligence from the beginning. He was also struck by his use of the word we and us. Boothby was a member of the club. Vicary had only been allowed to press his nose against the glass for a brief interval.
"The biggest problem was that Mulberry betrayed our intentions," Boothby resumed. "If the Germans discovered we were building artificial harbors, they might very well have concluded that we intended to avoid the heavily fortified ports of Calais by striking at Normandy. Because the project was so large and difficult to conceal, we had to assume that the Germans would eventually find out what we were up to. Our solution was to steal the secret of Mulberry for them and try to control the game."
Boothby looked at Vicary.
"All right, Alfred, let's hear it. I want to know how much you've really figured out."
"Walker Hardigan," Vicary said. "I'd say it all started with Walker Hardigan."
"Very good, Alfred. But how?"
"Walker Hardigan was a wealthy banker and businessman, ultra-conservative, anti-communist, and probably a little anti-Semitic. He was Ivy League, and he knew half the people in Washington. Went to school with them. The Americans aren't so unlike us in that respect. His business regularly took him to Berlin. When men like Hardigan went to Berlin, they attended embassy dinners and parties. They dined with the heads of Germany's biggest companies and with Nazi officials from the party and the ministries. Hardigan spoke perfect German. He probably admired some of the things the Nazis were doing. He believed Hitler and the Nazis were an important buffer between the Bolsheviks and the rest of Europe. I'd say during one of his visits, he came to the attention of the Abwehr, or the SD.
Bravo, Alfred. It was the Abwehr, actually, and the man whose attention he captured was Paul Müller, head of Abwehr operations in America.
Okay. Müller recruited him. Oh, I suppose he probably soft-pedaled it. Said Hardigan wouldn't really be working for the Nazis. He'd be helping in the struggle against international communism. He asked Hardigan for information on American industrial production, the mood in Washington, things like that. Hardigan said yes and became an agent. I have one question. Was Hardigan already an American agent at this point? No, Boothby said and smiled. Remember, this is very early in the game, 1937. The Americans weren't terribly sophisticated then. They did know, however, that the Abwehr was active in the United States, especially in New York. The year before, the plans for the Norden bomb site walked out of the country in the briefcase of an Abwehr spy named Nikolaus Ritter. Roosevelt had ordered Hoover to crack down. In 1939, Hardigan was photographed meeting in New York with a known Abwehr agent. 2 months later, they saw him again, meeting with another Abwehr agent in Panama City. Hoover wanted to arrest him and put him on trial. God, but the Americans were such plods at the game. Luckily, MI6 had set up its office in New York by then. They stepped in and convinced Hoover that Hardigan was more used to us still in the game than sitting in some prison cell. So who ran him? Us or the Americans? It was a joint project, really. We fed the Germans a steady stream of excellent material through Hardigan. Top-grade stuff. Hardigan's stocks soared in Berlin. In the meantime, every aspect of Walker Hardigan's life was placed under a microscope, including his relationship with the Lauterbach family and with a brilliant engineer named Peter Jordan. So in 1943, when the decision was made to stage the cross-channel attack at Normandy with the help of an artificial harbor, British and American intelligence approached Peter Jordan and asked him to go to work for us. Yes, October 1943, to be precise. He was perfect, Vicary said. He was exactly the type of engineer needed for the project, and he was well known and well respected in his field. All the Nazis had to do was go to the library to read about his accomplishments. The death of his wife also made him personally vulnerable. So, late in 1943, you had Hardigan meet with his Abwehr control officer and tell him all about Peter Jordan. How much did you tell them then? Only that Jordan was working on a large construction project connected with the invasion.
We also hinted about his vulnerability, as you put it. The Abwehr bit. Müller sold it to Canaris, and Canaris passed it on to Vogel. So the entire thing was an elaborate ruse to foist false documents on the Abwehr, and Peter Jordan was the proverbial tethered goat. Exactly. The first documents were ambiguous by design. They were open to interpretation and debate. The Phoenix units could be components of an artificial harbor, or they could be an anti-aircraft complex. We wanted them to fight, to squabble, to tear themselves to bits. Remember your Sun Tzu? Undermine your enemy, subvert him, sow discord among his leaders. Exactly. We wanted to encourage the friction between the SD and the Abwehr. We also didn't want to make it too easy for them. Gradually, the kettledrum documents painted a clear picture, and that picture was passed directly to Hitler. But why go to so much trouble? Why not just use one of the agents that had already been turned, or one of the fictitious agents? Why use a live engineer? Why not just create one out of whole cloth? 2 reasons, Boothby said. Number 1, that's too easy. We wanted to make them work for it. We wanted to influence their thinking subtly. We wanted them to think they were the ones making the decision to target Jordan. Remember the mantra of a double-cross officer? Intelligence easily obtained is easily discarded. There was a long chain of evidence, so to speak. Hardingan to Müller, Müller to Canaris, Canaris to Vogel, and Vogel to Catherine Blake. Impressive, Vicary said. The second reason? The second reason is that we became aware late in 1943 that we had not accounted for all the German spies operating in Britain. We learned about Kurt Vogel, we learned about his network, and we learned one of his agents was a woman. But we had a serious problem. Vogel had taken such care in burying his agents in Britain that we couldn't locate them unless we brought them into the open. Remember, Bodyguard was about to go into full gear. We were going to bombard the Germans with a blizzard of false intelligence, but we couldn't feel comfortable knowing there were live active agents operating in the country. All of them had to be accounted for. Otherwise, we could never be certain the Germans weren't receiving intelligence that contradicted Bodyguard. How did you know about Vogel's network? We were told about it. By whom? Boothby walked a few paces in silence, contemplating the muddy toes of his Wellington boots. We were told about the network by Wilhelm Canaris, he said finally. Canaris? Through one of his emissaries, actually. In 1943, late summer. This probably will come as a shock to you, but Canaris was a leader of the Schwarze Kapelle. He wanted support from Menzies and the intelligence service to help him overthrow Hitler and end the war. In a gesture of goodwill, he told Menzies about the existence of Vogel's network. Menzies informed the security service, and together we concocted a scheme called Kettledrum. Hitler's chief spy, a traitor. Remarkable. And you knew all this, of course. You knew it the night I was assigned to the case. That briefing on the invasion and deception plans, it was designed to ensure my blind loyalty, to motivate me, to manipulate me. I'm afraid so, yes. So the operation had 2 goals. Deceive them about Mulberry, and at the same time draw Vogel's agents into the open so we could neutralize them. Yes, Boothby said. And one other thing. Give Canaris a coup to keep his head off the block until the invasion. The last thing we wanted was Schellenberg and Himmler in control. The Abwehr was totally paralyzed and manipulated. We knew that if Schellenberg took over, he would question everything Canaris had done. We didn't succeed there, of course. Canaris was fired, and Schellenberg finally got hold of the Abwehr. So why didn't Double Cross and Bodyguard collapse with the fall of Canaris? Oh, Schellenberg was more interested in consolidating his empire than running a new crop of agents into England. There was an impressive bureaucratic reorganization. Offices moved, files changing hands, that sort of thing. Overseas, he threw out experienced intelligence officers loyal to Canaris and replaced them with unseasoned bloodhounds loyal to the SS and the party. In the meantime, the case officers at Abwehr headquarters went to great lengths to prove the agents operating inside Britain were genuine and productive. Quite simply, it was a matter of life and death for those case officers. If they admitted their agents were under British control,
they would have been on the first train east, or worse. They walked in silence for a time, while Vicary absorbed all he had been told. His head was spinning. He had 1,000 questions. He feared Boothby might shut down at any time. He arranged them in order of importance, setting aside his seething emotions. A cloud passed in front of the sun, and it became cold. "Did it all work?" Vicary asked. "Yes, it worked brilliantly." "What about the Lord Haw-Haw broadcast?" Vicary had heard it himself, sitting in the drawing-room of Matilda's cottage, and it had sent a shiver through him. "We know exactly what you intend to do with those concrete units. You think you are going to sink them on our coasts in the assault. Well, we're going to help you, boys." It sent panic through the Supreme Allied Command, at least on the surface, Boothby added smugly. A very small group of officers knew of the kettledrum deception and realized this was just the last act. Eisenhower cabled Washington and requested 50 picket ships to rescue the crews in case the Mulberries were sunk during the journey across the Channel. We made sure the Germans knew this. Tate, our double with a fictitious source inside Schaeff, transmitted a report of Eisenhower's request to his Abwehr controller. Several days later, the Japanese ambassador toured the coastal defenses and was briefed by Rundstedt. Rundstedt told him about the existence of the Mulberries and explained that an Abwehr agent had discovered they were anti-aircraft gun towers. The ambassador cabled this information to his masters in Tokyo. That message, like all his other communications, was intercepted and decoded. At that moment, we knew Kettledrum had worked. Who ran the overall operation? MI6, actually. They started it, they conceived it, we let them run it. Who knew inside the department? Myself, the DG, and Masterman from the Double Cross Committee. Who was the control officer? Boothby looked at Vicary. Broom, of course. Who's Broom? Broom is Broom, Alfred. There's just one thing I don't understand. Why was it necessary to deceive the case officer? Boothby smiled weakly, as though troubled by a mildly unpleasant memory. A pair of pheasant broke from the hedgerow and shot across the pewter-grey sky. Boothby stopped walking and stared at the clouds. "Looks like rain," he said. "Perhaps we should start heading back." They turned around and started walking. "We deceived you, Alfred, because we wanted it all to feel real to the other side. We wanted you to take the same steps you might take in a normal case. You also had no need to know Jordan was working for us the entire time. It wasn't necessary." "My God!" Vicary snapped. "So you ran me just like any other agent. You ran me." "You might say that, yes." "Why was I chosen? Why not someone else?" "Because you, like Peter Jordan, were perfect." "Would you like to explain that?" "We chose you because you were intelligent and resourceful, and under normal circumstances, you would have given them a run for their money. My God, you almost saw through the deception while the operation was underway. We also chose you because the tension between us was legendary." Boothby paused and looked down at Vicary. "You weren't exactly discreet in the way you ran me down to the rest of the staff. But most importantly, we chose you because you were a friend of the Prime Minister, and the Abwehr realized this. And when you sacked me, you told the Germans about it through Hawk and Pelican. You hoped that the sacrifice of a personal friend of Winston Churchill's would bolster their belief in the kettledrum material." "Exactly. It was all part of the script. And it worked, by the way." "And Churchill knew?" "Yes, he knew. He personally approved it. Your old friend betrayed you. He loves black arts, our Winston. If he wasn't the Prime Minister, I think he would have been a deception officer. I think he rather enjoyed it all. I heard that little pep talk he gave you in the underground war rooms was a classic." "Bastards," Vicary muttered. "Manipulative bastards. But then I suppose I should consider myself lucky. I could be dead like the others. My God, do you realize how many people died for the sake of your little game? Pope, his girl, Rose Morley, the 2 special branch men at Earl's Court, the 4 police officers at Louth, and another one at Cleethorpes, Sean Doherty, Martin Colville. You're forgetting Peter Jordan. For God's sake, you killed your own agent." "No, Alfred. You killed him.
You're the one who sent him out on that boat. I rather liked it, I must admit. The man whose personal carelessness almost cost us the war dies saving the life of a young girl and atones for his sins. That's how Hollywood would have done it. And that's what the Germans think really happened. And besides, the number of lives lost pales in comparison to the slaughter that would have taken place if Rommel had been waiting for us at Normandy. It's just credits and debits. Is that how you look at it? Like one giant accounting sheet? I'm glad I'm out. I don't want any part of it. Not if it means doing things like that. God, but we should have burned people like you at the stake a long time ago. They crested a last hill. Vicary's house appeared before them in the distance. Matilda's flowering vines spilled over the protective limestone wall. He wanted to be back there, to slam his door and sit by the fire and never think of any of it again. He knew that was impossible now. He wanted to be rid of Boothby. He quickened his pace, pounding down the hill, nearly losing his balance. Boothby, with his long body and athletic legs, struggled to keep pace. You don't really feel that way, do you, Alfred? You liked it. You were seduced by it. You liked the manipulation and the deception. Your college wants you back, and you're not sure you want to go because you realize everything you've ever believed in is a lie, and my world, this world, is the real world. You're not the real world. I'm not sure what you are, but you're not real. You can say that now, but I know you miss it all desperately. It's rather like a mistress, the kind of work we do. Sometimes you don't like her very much. You don't like yourself when you're with her. The moments when it feels good are fleeting, but when you try to leave her, something always pulls you back. I'm afraid the metaphor is lost on me, Sir Basil. There you go again, pretending to be superior, better than the rest of us. I would have thought you'd have learned your lesson by now. You need people like us. The country needs us. They passed through the gate and into the drive. The gravel crunched beneath their feet. It reminded Vicary of the afternoon he was summoned to Chartwell and given the job at MI5. He remembered the morning at the underground war rooms, Churchill's words. You must set aside whatever morals you still have. Set aside whatever feelings of human kindness you still possess, and do whatever it takes to win. At least someone had been honest with him, even if it was a lie at the time. They stopped at Boothby's Humber. You'll understand if I don't invite you in for refreshment, Vicary said. I'd like to go wash the blood off my hands. That's the beauty of it, Alfred. Boothby held up his big paws for Vicary to see. The blood is on my hands, too. But I can't see it, and no one else can either. It's a secret stain. The car's engine fired as Boothby opened the door. Whose broom? Vicary asked one last time. Boothby's face darkened, as though a cloud had passed over it. Broom is Brendan Evans, your old friend from Cambridge. He told us about that stunt you pulled to get into the intelligence corps in the First War. He also told us what happened to you in France. We knew what drove you and what motivated you. We had to. We were running you, after all. Vicary felt his head beginning to throb. I have one more question. You want to know if Helen was part of it or whether she came to you on her own? Vicary stood very still, waiting for an answer. Why don't you go find her and ask her for yourself? Then Boothby disappeared into his car and was gone. Chapter 64. London, May 1945. At 6 o'clock that evening, Lillian Walford cleared her throat, knocked gently on the office door, and let herself inside without waiting for an answer. The professor was there, sitting in the window overlooking Gordon Square, his little body folded over an old manuscript. I'll be leaving now, Professor, if you've nothing else for me, she said, beginning the ritualistic closing of books and straightening of papers that always seemed to accompany their Friday evening conversations. No, I'll be fine, thank you. She looked at him, thinking, no, somehow I doubt that very much, Professor. Something about him had changed. Oh, he was never the talkative sort, mind you, never one to strike up a conversation, unless it was completely necessary. But he seemed more withdrawn than ever, poor lamb.
and it had grown worse as the term progressed, not better, as she had hoped. There was talk around the college, idle speculation. Some said he had sent men to their death, or ordered men killed. Hard to imagine the professor doing such things, but it made some sense, she had to admit. Something had made him take a vow of silence. "You'd better be leaving soon, Professor, if you want to make your train." "I rather thought I'd stay in London for the weekend," he said, without looking up from his work. "I'm interested in seeing what the place looks like at night, now that the lights are back on again." "That's certainly one thing I hope I never see again, the bloody blackout." "Something tells me you won't." She removed his mackintosh from the hook on the back of the door and placed it on the chair next to his desk. He laid down his pencil and looked up at her. Her next action took them both by surprise. Her hand seemed to go to his cheek on its own, by reflex, the way it would reach out for a small child who had just been hurt. "Are you all right, Professor?" He drew away sharply and returned his gaze to the manuscript. "Yes, I'm fine," he said. There was a tone in his voice, an edge she had never heard before. Then he mumbled something under his breath that sounded like, "Never better." She turned and walked toward the door. "Have a pleasant weekend," she said. "I intend to, thank you." "Good night, Professor Vicary." "Good night, Miss Walford." The evening was warm, and by the time he crossed Leicester Square, he had removed his mackintosh and folded it over his arm. The dusk was dying, the lights of London slowly coming up. Imagine Lillian Walford touching his face like that. He had always thought of himself as an adequate dissembler. He wondered if it was that obvious. He crossed Hyde Park. To his left, a band of Americans played softball in the faint light. To his right, British and Canadians played a noisy game of rugby. He passed a spot where only days before an anti-aircraft gun had stood. The gun was gone, only the sandbags remained, like the stones of ancient ruins. He entered Belgravia, and by instinct he walked toward Helen's house. "I hope you change your mind, and soon." The blackout shades were up, and the house was ablaze with light. There were 2 other couples with them. David was wearing his uniform. Helen hung on his arm. Vicary wondered how long he had been standing there watching them, watching her. Much to his surprise, or was it relief perhaps, he felt nothing for her. Her ghost had finally left him, this time for good. He walked away. The King's Road turned to Sloane Square, and Sloane Square to quiet side streets of Chelsea. He looked at his watch. There was still time to make the train. He found a taxi, asked the driver to take him to Paddington Station, and climbed inside. He pulled down the window and felt the warm wind in his face. For the first time in many months, he felt something like contentment, something like peace. He telephoned Alice Simpson from a phone box at the station, and she agreed to come to the country the next morning. He rang off and had to rush for his train. The carriage was crowded, but he found a seat next to the window in a compartment with 2 old women and a boyish-faced soldier clutching a cane. He looked at the soldier and noticed he was wearing the insignia of the 2nd East York Regiment. Vicary knew the boy had been at Normandy, Sword Beach to be precise, and he was lucky to be alive. The East Yorks had suffered heavy casualties during the first minutes of the invasion. The soldier noticed Vicary looking at him, and he managed a brief smile. "Happened at Normandy. Barely made it out of the landing craft." He held up the cane. "Doctors say I'll need to use this for the rest of my life." "How'd you get yours? The limp, that is." "The First War. France," Vicary said distantly. "They bring you back for this lot?" Vicary nodded. "A desk job in a very dull department of the War Office. Nothing important, really." After a while, the soldier slept. Once, in the passing fields, Vicary saw her face, smiling at him, just for an instant. Then he saw Boothby's. Then, as the darkness gathered, his own reflection, riding silently next to him in the glass. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation.